May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the flippin' drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I been turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel up. Don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. Spark this. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I'm on fire, I'm lying. I'm on fire, no fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man productions. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with a Mac serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga. I'm the same look with a gap too smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground. When I grow, I was kissed by a rose. Wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I'm on fire, I'm lying. I'm on fire, no fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying. On fire, no fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying. No fire, I'm lying. No fire, no fire, no fire, no fire, no fire, no fire, no May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the flippin' drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I been turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, hey.
In the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
4 คุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับ มิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Irangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลเข้าบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เฮ้ย เป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับ มิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's Power Grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego Fishing Camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยาง มีถังน้ำ ฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับ ข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข้งนี้มีแบบเดียว อิรังเกลครับ ข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Irango.
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โห อันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ย อันนี้มันพริกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us, TE, at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับ แล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami Alter Ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
บ๊ายบาย
Bye bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเอียโนรินจากทีม𝐿𝐴rena ครับ
Hello everyone, I am Siko from X-Men.
Tay con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CIMOY Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึงครับ
C1MOYAIWL.
CIMOYQIWA.
C1M0.
อ๋อคีวา ROSIITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR.
ROSSITEDJR.
ROHHICTRD and GUNION.
เดี๋ยวเป็น S เหรอนิดนึงพี่มอนไม่ว่านิดเดียวLAMBAOUWU ครับ
LAMBOOUWU.
LABAOUWU.
LAMBAOUWU. Oh, it's an A. No.
อ๋อ อันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ.
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 𝐿𝑢𝐶𝐾𝐄ครับ
𝐷𝑢𝐶𝐾𝐗𝐄𝐷
𝐷𝑢𝐶𝐾𝐈𝐽𝐿𝑢𝐿𝑢𝐶 I think
𝐷𝑢𝐶𝐾𝐄 Oh, I forgot the H.
G is too hard bro
HAISAKI ครับ
HAISAKI
HAISAKI
HAISAKI ไฮสเกอร์
คนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัว J แน่นอนหรือเบิ้ลตัว A วะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัว A นะฮะ AAJINOTZ แล้วกัน
ALJNBOTZ
ALJIBOTZ
LLG BOZ That's my teammate He's gonna be mad
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY
SCA PPY I think
SCAPPI Copy Oh no It's copy
Bye bye
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Here with the shotgun around the side! PGC champion!
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐿𝑘𝐁𝐆.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Irangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego fishing camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข่งนี้มีแบบเดียวอิรังเกลครับข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Irangel.
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตัวนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันทริกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami alter ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
บ๊ายบาย
Bye bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับผมเยโนรินจากทีม𝐿𝑘𝐁ครับ
Hello everyone, I am 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 from X-Men.
Tại con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CERBERUS Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึ่งครับ
𝐶1MOYAIWL
𝐶IMOYQIWA
𝐶1M0
อ๋อคีวา ROSITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR
ROSSITEDJR
ROSHHITLD and GUNIR
เดี๋ยวมันเอสเหรอนิดนึงเนี่ยพี่มอนไม่ว่านิดเดียวLAMBAOUWU ครับ
LAMBOOUWU
LABAOUWU
LAMBAOUWU Oh it's an A no
อ๋ออันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ
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 ถ้าผิดไม่รู้พูดไง DUCKHJEUZ ครับ
DUCKJHUZ
DUCKIJLUC I think
DUCKSGEUZ Oh I forgot the H
G is too hard bro
HAISAKI ครับ
HAISAKI
HAISAKI
HAISAKI ไฮสเกอร์
คนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัว J แน่นอนหรือเบิ้ลตัว A วะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัว A นะฮะ AAJINOTZ แล้วกัน
ALJNBOTZ
ALJIBOTZ
LLG BOZ That's my teammate He's gonna be mad
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY
SCA PPY I think
SCAPPS Copy oh no it's copy
Bye bye
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
of the PUBG APAC qualifiers phase number 2 finals, and I am here once again with Mr. Contra himself, the man who brought you all of the action alongside SirCloud in day 1, where we saw some intense matchups, insane results, a whole lot of Panzerfaust. Contra, how have things been coming in to day 2 of the finals?
I mean, it has been super exciting back in day 1, and I believe that these teams are absolutely throughout the span of what they've been able to experience from the play-ins and now in the grand finals. I think only gonna get better and better from here on out. So day 2, I believe teams have basically spent hours overnight to really reassess some of the things that they need to fix. So hopefully we get the Faust action or
there's been a few of the teams that this is their first outing really in the PAQ at this point. They haven't really seen any particularly international action since their regional series. I mean, the teams that came into this lobby having skipped the entirety of the play-ins, the likes of Anyone's Legend, PGC champions, the Expendables, Cerberus, all out of Vietnam. Those are the 3 big name teams from that nation that, I mean, it's been such a successful nation in the past few years. They're such terrifying names to come up against, but they've actually been given a run for their money by some of the teams that even did come up through the play-in qualifiers, and that just really speaks and goes to show like the depth and the width of the talent in this region as well. Definitely nothing to scoff at, and we've seen a lot of it on display so far. We've also seen you don't really need talent to sit in a BRDM, but you don't need much talent to blow them out of it either. You just pick up a Panzerfaust. It happened to Cerberus twice. I love it. So poetic. If there's gonna be Panzerfaust in the game, there better be BRDMs that you can use the Panzerfaust on. At least let it be a counter to something, and we've seen that so effective. Across both of the weeks so far, we have been through the play-in stage. We said goodbye to so many really talented teams, including both of our teams that made it to the play-ins from Australia. JFT, Aurora, just shy of making it over to the final stage, but the teams that we do still have standing at this point in the competition, they've been putting on a show.
Yeah, they did. And for the teams that came in for the play-ins, they have been really hazed coming in from the runs that they eventually are get themselves into the analysis. So, of course, if you guys are tuning in for this is the following format already here in the day of the final stage. At the top to qualify for the biggest event, just 9 and also the PGC.
PGS 9 and 10 is the next stop on the train, but there's big news as well that has come out actually during the games yesterday. PGC announcement will be located once again in Bangkok, part of the PUBG United collaboration with PUBG Mobile as well. But the most exciting part of that news is the fact that there is a direct slot to the PGC finals up for grabs based on the PGC points after this tournament ends this weekend. So if you're a Thai team right now in this competition, it is all to play for. Practically any Thai team with a first place finish and maybe a couple of other qualifiers, depending on where they currently stand, could just go directly straight to PGC finals. That skips the group stage. That skips the last chance qualifier, directly in with the chance of winning the global championship. And it all depends on this weekend.
Yeah, and for all the hop they've been able to put in throughout the year, surely there's $80,000 on the line for this APAC qualifiers, but there's definitely even more if they do get their hands onto the PGC. And of course, the point system as followed news for a couple of years now and will remain to be the same. So in the PAQ, we've definitely seen a lot more of all the teams thrive by picking battles after battles, and like you said, it's not only added pressure for the Thai teams to fight for those spots. I think for Vietnam and the rest of the regions as well, they're eyeing for the big prize, because if you secure yourself that #1 spot right now, that 400 points for PGS 9 guarantees you that level of safety net.
Yeah, I mean, the PGS 9 points and PGS 10 just a couple of weeks after in Malaysia, that is a huge pickup. There are some of the teams who already have some of those PGS points as well, and they play a big role when it comes to PGC qualification. But for all of the seeded teams and play-in stage teams, regardless, if there's a Thailand flag next to your name, they're in with a chance of making it to the PGC finals this weekend. Already by Sunday, we could know our first PGC finalist. The only exceptions, unfortunately, is Buriram United and Armory Gaming, who didn't do quite well enough in the first PAQ to make it to that level. But right now, the front runners being T5 won 100 and I think 40 points. They've got a lot of work to do, but Sharper Esports, they've come in, they've looked like an absolutely dominant team so far. The PTS Spring Champions, they took a bit of a fall off in the middle of the year, but they are back looking just as good as ever. Currently sitting in first place above the likes of the Vietnamese squads like Anyone's Legend and the Expendables that came into the finals this weekend. Sharper is looking like the team to beat.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter, they didn't score a single chicken dinner yesterday, but consistently placed themselves within the top 4 ratio with plenty of eliminations round after round. Really shows that this team is capable of destruction. As we saw, map after map, it really felt like there wasn't a certain round where they showed signs of weakness, despite, you know, there were those kind of struggles to seal out their games. I believe that with small adjustments, Sharper Esports might still be the ones to be looking to take home that top spot, and that could actually be your team to be representing PG in the PGC run. So we'll have to find out. Whereas there's also a couple of rounds being won by the PVS region overall. So we're hoping to see a very firm contest coming in from Finhay Cerberus and also Full Sense, who've really shown that they've got what it takes to also steal all the glory there.
You would hope that if a team qualified through the PAQ as the #1 seed from Thailand, they would probably make it to the PGC finals regardless, but just having that extra safety net, knowing for sure that you will be competing for $1.5 million at the end of the year is just such a nice little security blanket to have, particularly for a team like Sharper, who isn't really a mainstay on the global stage. Maybe if it was a Full Sense or previously Day Trade, you might, you know, expect that a little more, but Thailand has just consistently been a region where the talent pool is just so wide. It's not really the same as Vietnam. In Vietnam, you can say top 3. You know for sure you're talking about Anyone's Legend, Expendables, or Cerberus, depending on, you know, what Anyone's Legend have decided they're going to change their team name to this week, because they do that every other day. But in Thailand, you go through cycles. Sometimes Forest is the best in the region, sometimes Full Sense, sometimes T5. Right now, Sharper Esports and that man on your screen, 𝐿𝑒𝑡ℎ, he's absolutely dominating right now. He's come up massively in the past sort of 2 or 3 years, starting off with the likes of Magic Esports, making his way over to Sharper. He's looking like one of the big potential fraggers who could be the reason that they might get into the PGC finals this week alone, if they can maintain this level of performance.
Yeah, and take a look at that. It's not only 𝐿𝑒𝑡ℎ. When we take a look at how they've been able to perform so far, Thunders as well as Jada have also been able to keep up to the rhythm as well, where they're really working together so well as a unit. Tia has also shown that he's been able to really pull super long runs with the rest of Cerberus. I think like the BDRM2 absolutely helped them to really get by in some of all these sticky situations. So Finhay Cerberus, so far their formula seems to be stock standard, book the center zone and try to dominate from those areas, but not for the Expendables though. They play a very clean game, and then eventually they swoop through some of all these teams in order to secure some massive victory. So they managed to close out the final game of last night. We hope to see more out of Delwyn this time, as he's been really handy on those grenades.
Yeah, it's been probably 4 or 5 years of me casting in APAC and losing my gosh darn mind that the players just don't throw grenades. I mean, coming up, watching through a lot of Europe and seeing teams like Twisted Minds, whose utility is just on point every single time, and then coming over to APAC, where it's like, why throw a grenade? We have a barrel. But now the teams have actually started to realize that fights get easier if you kill the guy before he gets a chance to shoot at you. And it's the teams that are really putting that utility to use that are coming out ahead consistently. The likes of the Expendables, Sharper Esports as well. Now with new methods of utility as well, things like the Panzerfaust, the BRDM, I suppose you could technically call a form of utility, although it does reduce your gameplay to sitting in the passenger seat until either you win the game or until someone blows you up out of it with a Panzerfaust. But either way, it's a good way to stack up some points, just like stealing away the kills. Simon T right now leading the charge on terms of kill steals. That's an interesting one for Cerberus. He's been yoinking away points left, right, and center. All Vietnamese people right now across this Silent Thieves ranking. So we'll see whether or not any of the other regions can start sneaking away some additional points.
Yeah, and so far we see so many of all these #1 spot is being currently held by 𝐿𝑒𝑍𝑒𝑒. There's a possible chance where he ends up being the MVP and also the guy that goes in with most revives. He can walk away with so much more of all these extra bag of cash. But we'll have to see. We still have a couple of days of play for the stats to also shift towards any teams that's currently performing really well. So probably, like you said, the Thai teams perhaps might be able to challenge Simon T and the rest of the squads like TDT, who had managed to also get themselves a massive win yesterday. So, of course, the schedule as follows. It's going to be pretty much the same as per yesterday. We start off with 2 rounds in Miramar, then we head over to Taego and Rondo, and to end the night, we go on the double wrangle.
We're starting off with the same format that we had all the way through play-ins. We're sticking consistent. No maps getting rotated around. We're on Miramar to Rondo to Taego, ending on Erangel as always. Some exciting games for sure, no doubt, coming up very shortly. There's been what we should call maybe some ups and downs performances across a lot of these maps. If we look over at Miramar, the start of the day yesterday, it was maybe those Vietnamese teams coming out ahead, looking like maybe the strongest. You had the likes of the Expendables, Finhay, Cerberus picking up roughly 25 points, but the one consistent thing all the way through yesterday is that Sharper Esports was picking up 8-10 points per game across every single map. They're the only team where that is really true. All of the others had at least one map that was a little bit shams. So just avoiding bad games right now is enough to keep them in first place. But with the firepower that's available in this lobby, when some of the teams who have been slacking somewhat start to pick things up, is that going to be enough to keep hold of that first place? Because they desperately need it. If they want to get to PGC, they not only have to hold on to first place by the end of this week, they also cannot have the likes of Theerathon 5 or Forest Gaming or eArena, who are all close behind them in the PAQ standings. They cannot be top 3, top 4, or top 5 to make sure that Sharper Esports gets to that final. So maybe if they're holding on to that spot with a comfortable lead, they might start hunting people down. It's certainly a potential thing on the cards, but the first thing they've got to do is get to first place, and that's no easy feat.
Yeah, there's just plenty to discuss, right, from the PGC points and on how this actually affects the standings overall, because by the end of this entire grand finals, we're only looking for 5 teams to represent APAC in general, and you still are looking for those kind of respective spots coming in from whether if it's partner teams as well. So this is going to be a very daunting task for these teams to try to keep up to the pace of what the rest of Sharper Esports have been offering. I think like they haven't really shown any form of weakness that other teams can exploit, and even in those early challenges where teams are going to be looking to hunt out, it wasn't an easy task to strike any of these members down. So far, they've been unpunished in the early game. There was only that one instance where even they got taken down, they still walk away with like 5 to 6 eliminations before bowing out, which that's crazy.
Insane, by the way, because we still haven't even mentioned the fact that Sharper Esports is playing with a substitute, is playing with a stand-in. They do not have Thunders right now. They have 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 subbing in for this tournament, and they're still first place, consistent across the board on all of the maps, looking like one of the teams to beat in this tournament. We'll see whether or not they can maintain that level of standards, or will we see a bounce back from some of the Titans of Thailand who we expected to do well. Forest Natural Gaming across all of the 6 games day 1, 13 points. It took 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝑒𝑗 until game 5 to get one single kill on the board yesterday. Surely there's going to be a bounce back performance from some of those other teams from Thailand and put up a fight to try and claim that PGC finals spot where they can play on their home turf of Bangkok later this year. But it's all going to start here, starting off on Miramar. Match 7 of the finals. Game 1 of day number 2 is underway.
Oh, I just can't wait to see what kind of action will we get from the initial point of drops. And it seems like it's going to be a very balanced flight, as it starts off from Porto Paraiso to hit into the corners of La Corberia. So options are plenty. eArena, they usually start out from the south side, but from yesterday's performance for certain teams, Buram United tend to have struggled in this particular map. Hopefully they've been able to see what exactly they had to really improve on for them to get better runs, because they went out before even being placed in the top 10 for most part for 2 maps in a row. So hopefully they've been able to find a form of solution to really get things done this time around.
Now what's going on here? Sharper Esports and Alter Ego getting dangerously close to one another. It is just one man all by himself, but it looks like they will just be hopping into the vehicle and making their exit out of here quickly. Zone. Picking favorites, are we? Sharper Esports looking like they're going to be holding on to their spot. Although, realistically, if we do get the full El Pozo urban ending, just because you drop there does not mean you're going to win the game. Those urban endings, particularly on Miramar, where the cities are so dang large, maybe, yeah, it gets you into the later stages of the game, but sometimes if you have a full urban ending, you can be in Phase 7, Phase 8, and still have above 10 teams alive. You can get to Phase 8 without having any placement points yet, so just because they're getting fed right now doesn't mean that they're going to be fed for the rest of the game, although it's still an option. It's still possible. So we'll keep an eye on how things progress. But right now, Sharper Esports, they've got some priority. And Alter Ego as well, another team who really, on the PAQ standings, they've been looking extremely good as well, particularly when we consider the fact that all of the regional qualifiers, the national qualifiers for the PAQ, have the same amount of PGC points available to them. Alter Ego has finished in 1st and 2nd. They're looking really, really good right now in terms of those points. Unfortunately for them, there's no direct spot to the finals of PGC, but either way, they're looking extremely good to qualify for PGC, regardless, really, of how this tournament ends up for them. Although it would be nice for them to make it up towards the top 3 and get the chance to play at PGS as well.
Yeah, if we really look at the entire 2025 circuit for Alter Ego members, it's been an incredible run so far. I think even during the PNC, I mean, the Nations Cup have really shown that they're absolutely capable of taking on some of the finest in the world. I think, like, overall, 𝐏𝐿𝐴 have always been the brains for the team for quite some time now over the years. And hopefully that be able to really put Alter Ego eventually back on the global scale once again. But there's a lot of work to be done, not only for Alter Ego, but even for a team like HAPPIE Squad that also played very well in the PUBG Nations Cup. But it seems like they are having some signs of struggle, of survival once you battles. I think that in bots yesterday has shown that they are capable of really challenging teams in a close cooperative combat. So, I mean, like you said, a lot of the teams, they have super sharp firepower, so it's all about the difference of decision making at this point.
eArena certainly not lacking in that regard either. Made one little change to their roster with Zizzy departing the squad, making his way over towards 𝐻𝐿 Esports and being replaced by Opons coming in. He's a man who spent 3 years playing for 𝐿𝐴 in Thailand, although sadly he started playing for 𝐿𝐴 after they won the PCS all the way back when. But 𝐿𝐴 is back in action for CERBERUS, another return, but they've gone directly into the waiting arms of AG. They've got a crossfire set up, but doesn't get the catch onto 𝐿𝐴 initially, but that nade looks good.
Oh boy. A little too close for comfort, and some able to survive, but not quite yet for 𝐿𝐴 as another one into the Kurt, finding elimination with the second time. And now down to him to find it. And there we go. An eye for an eye. As Finhay CERBERUS needs to call for some backup.
Waiting for the squad to come back in, but it's AG who's going to get the re-breach into the compound first. 𝐿𝑀T has made his way over, but he can't get an angle from the warehouse. Shanks uses their smoke that CERBERUS dropped against them to make the push up with the double barrel. Is that a Panzerfaust in the corner? Boy, I hope not. But regardless, double barrel shotgun gets the job done. 𝐿𝑀T almost gets his head ripped off as well. 𝑈NQ, he's putting some damage down. Finhay CERBERUS, they're really getting pressured now. Oh, they gets caught out as well by 𝐿𝑀T. This has gone from bad to worse from Finhay CERBERUS. Starting off the day in 3rd place, but looks like they're going to be starting off Miramar with an early exit unless 𝐿𝑀T can find some way to try and get that survival time back up. He was in the top 4 for survival time, but I would be surprised if he still makes it to that level this time around. Oh, well.
Yeah, I've been staring at the mini-map as massively capping over the top end of the hill, and just like that, Finhay did match much done. At least they walk away with 1 point, but this is one of the worst performances coming from Finhay, judging for the fact that yesterday's run sees them really make it into consistent top 5s, as well as a couple of rounds in the top 10 as well. So just a little bit of a rough start for Finhay CERBERUS, but we know that they could do so much more in the eventual rounds to come.
Did manage to pick off 1 singular kill. Oh, now 2025. Armory Gaming has a very solid chance of just bringing him back again. So we'll see whether or not they're able to grab that blue chip and get the revive. Might have to tank the blue zone a little bit if there's no tower available to them right now. But it is, of course, anyone's legend more than happy to steal away the kill from former teammate and get the final kill down onto 𝐿𝑀T. It's a little surprising. It will definitely be surprising to a lot of people that a team like Anyone's Legend would enter into the PAQ Phase 2 finals and make the decision to leave Tycon out of the squad, put him on the bench. But I'm telling you, man, Destroy and 𝐻𝑠ℎ𝑑, they are both equally cracked right now.
I certainly agree with that. I mean, they're insane.
That's the thing about Vietnam, man. You put down one 19-year-old fragger, and there's 4 more waiting for you to just put them in and let them run. And, well, Anyone's Legend spent a while just collecting all of the premium ones when Unicorn Cyber shut down, and yeah, they're looking to reap the rewards now. A little bit away from the top 3 positioning that they need. They actually might need to overtake Team Flash ahead of them, because it is top 3 that will qualify to PGS, plus the Expendables and eArena with the GPT buff that they come into the equation with. So right now, teams that will qualify: Sharper, TE, and Team Flash. 𝐿𝑀T looking to put some pressure down so his team can grab that revive, knowing that 𝐿𝑀T is up there lurking, just putting some suppressing fire down so his teammate doesn't get into any unnecessary danger.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of these teams to be holding onto those high ground terrains across the creative fields, hoping to have a little bit more of a ground control when it does shift deeper over onto the hillside. Not too many teams to actually challenge Sharper Esports inside the city of El Pozo, though. So I guess like a lot of all these teams would prefer to have, you know, plan B for an exit if it does not really end up in that township whatsoever. Well, when you did mention about the partner teams as well, I mean, TE, they've been doing incredible for the past day. So naturally, this allows some of the teams to also maybe have a little bit of leeway if they could basically secure either the top 1 or the top 2 spot in essence. So right now, Anyone's Legends, they just have to do good maintenance throughout all these upcoming rounds in order to qualify yet again.
But they've got to be careful, as the teams behind them are definitely capable of putting up a solid performance. The team next on the list, directly after Anyone's Legend, Full Sense, former Day Trade. Yeah, that is a team that, oh, they've definitely got the juice to be able to make a push and get up into those top positions, which they're going to need to do now, no longer having the GPT safety blanket. Although Kurt does manage to make his way back into the game, so Armory Gaming back up to full strength. He should be able to loot his own body with a couple of additional ones left behind by Finhay CERBERUS after their unfortunate attempt at making a crash early on. Buriram United with slightly late timing maybe on the emergency parachute, but on a zone shift like this to the south side of 𝐿_𝐻𝑜, they can take that thing and go directly on top of the mountain flat top rock to the south of 𝐿_𝐻𝑜, and they will be so difficult to get down from that position. And it looks like they're just going to use this to have Can scout forwards a little bit, check the rotation is safe for the rest of the squad. He might choose to go up there alone, but that's risky. If he does get knocked, there's no getting him back, but he's checking it out. He spots no one up there. He's going to go for it anyway.
Oh, we really love how well they've been executing this kind of scouting plans. Meanwhile, Team Flash spots some movement coming from Windy Esports. A couple of attacks landing over on the vehicles, and I'm wondering where exactly does Buram United end up? Do they want to go inside 𝐿_𝐻𝑜, or would they actually opt for a closer to city like Montenegro, which is still pretty much in the portion of the zone? Whereas Shopper Esports, they've hunkered down. They have not really moved an inch out of the city, so perhaps they're just waiting for more and more teams to be arriving over the corner to eventually look for even more of that huge funnel. So far, no points just yet. I mean, same could be said about the majority of the teams, other than 𝐏𝐔𝐁 that's been able to really win out the trade up against those members of Finhay CERBERUS early on. So Shopper Esports holding it down. Well, that does not exactly stop the rest of T5 from breaching into the city, so we expect more and more of these teams to also follow suit.
Yeah, Shopper Esports is holding a very aggressive wide split. If any one of those individual players just gets full 4-man breach, there's no way their team can support them. They're just going for the power of peacocking and just the idea that shooting at someone puts enough pressure on them to prevent them from breaching onto you. And so far it's worked out. T5 did manage to sneak their way past, avoided going into the city itself, but found himself under a lot more pressure into a bit of a crossfire between Full Sense and anyone's legend. �սկ𝐻𝐵𝑖e, elsewhere on the map, has found himself a pick off onto Aya, and he might get a little bit more as well. Needs some support to come in from the rest of the squad. Has line of sight onto a couple more of the Happy Squad boys, but they are up on the high ground. This is the west side of 𝐿_𝐻𝑜. Looks like Happy Squad made a big wide wrap rotation to come in late on the edge, and maybe just got a little bit too far forwards. �սկ𝐻𝐵𝑖e caught them off guard, but he has a vehicle so he can get out of there if he needs to.
And in that formation as well, it's going to be hard for us to really go for upwards up against a lot altogether, since they planted Olympus across the street. Or be only coming in with the long-range support. J-Dat, so far, have always kept onto the members of Theerathon 5. And it looks very likely that Theerathon wants to take a little bit more of that space away from Shopboards. It's done, though. There's going to be a potential shift. Teams are just waiting for it to pay, and they have a clear idea from then onwards. But this back and forth trade so far, not yielding any earns, not even for Full Sense, and have received so much attention that they're absolutely surrounded the other squads. I mean, they're in the dead center. They should be able to benefit from the upcoming shift.
Everyone's just waiting to see if this is going into 𝐿_𝐻𝑜 or not. It looks like the answer might be no. That's good news for the likes of anyone's legend. They were maybe a little bit premature. They were definitely feeling a lot of pressure from the high ground to the west of Power Grid, where it is slightly higher elevation than their current position. So they've had to use things like their deployable cover, their triangles falling from the sky early on. And when there's a big chance that you're going into the field on the eastern side of 𝐿_𝐻𝑜, you would really much prefer to hold on to those later on, especially now after this shift has taken us a little bit away from the likelihood of Shopper Esports copping the 9 zone in 𝐿_𝐻𝑜. So they are going to have to just hold their back, regroup, and look how to make a push as well. But that's one little bit of utility not going to be available later on. This might be a player not available for eArena, because that is not the place where you want your vehicle to be spinning out under a lot of pressure. John's already on the move with a grenade in hand. This is so aggressive, but he's got the freedom to do it. He's got cover from the rest of his squad, and the smoke grenade will provide no cover from the shrapnel. Opons will not be able to regroup with the rest of eArena.
Great read coming out of TDT, and now one member down from the side of eArena. Don't see a chance where they could also afford back at the as there's also playing from the far northern terrains. 𝐿𝑝𝑥 found Can, and it's been a lot of back and forth trades going on. The rest of Happie's out on the hunt as they manage to spot those members right across the corner. He's now being tossed out. Happy Squad loses one as Rossi Ted Jr. closes the line. And even more involvement coming from Forest as well as Sharper East. Everybody's getting their hands busy this time around.
CJ's getting aggressive. He's the last man standing for Happy Squad. He's going to try and find another grenade. He knows roughly where T5 will be grabbing this revive. He got the grenade down onto Patapong. It looks pretty good. He's going to get a double with it. It's more than pretty good. What a well-placed nade. Blind as well. Just aimed for the smokes. Gets a double. And the blue zone might just clean them up as well. CJ, what an effort from the solo.
Oh, he got to claim it quickly, though, before he gets taken away. And now he's only left with 7 HP. And can he find any form of cover? Pelmoff now trying to see if there's going to be any hitters right around those shacks. As he's also finding it difficult to play around the hillside. A couple attacks coming in from the side of CJ, while T-Doi looking for Scappy. He will be able to confirm it. Forest Natural Gaming have been going out there to steal points away.
Was getting a little bit aggressive, but there is still a lot of high ground in play. Can still just about hold on to his mountain, and then there's the eastern Pozo mountaintops as well. If anyone's managed to grab themselves a parachute to get up on top of those, yeah, it's UNQ who can put pressure down from all the way on the far side. Actually, Buram have vacated that mountaintop. Team Flash have kind of backfilled into it, and now everyone is going to have to regroup. You can see why the likes of T5 and Happy Squad were scrapping so heavily over this position, because all of the high ground, unplayables, the zone was always going to shift directly on top of them. CJ just, he did a good job as a solo. It's going to be tough to survive from this, because you already saw when Belmoth made that push. If he tries to go for the shack, everyone's just going to throw a grenade at that, assuming that that's where a solo would be lurking. But he can try and lurk somewhere else, but there's a very good chance he gets spotted. But decent work as a solo. Full sense, though, looking in a very, very solid area of control. A 2-2 split, practically dead center of the zone. It's looking like a good game for them.
Yeah, all they really have to handle right now is the pressure coming in from the south side from both eArena as well as Anyone's Legends. Sharper Esports finally pushing right across the city, and they managed to find a couple of catches against Armor Gaming, who were defenseless. That's going to be a quick tag coming in from the side of Urzapaloy to be able to score a couple for the side of Sharper Esports. And they're probably going to be thinking about trolling right behind Armor Gaming. CJ, he's up for more shenanigans. Well, he's also being hunted down. Those nades dropping very closely, and barely enough for him to hide out. A perfect lob was all was needed from 𝐏𝐿𝐶 to send him out.
Well, that's the problem. He cleared the shack, no one in there, and then, oh, there's a suspicious vehicle over there by itself. Throw a grenade towards that. Fortunately, had the folded shield in place, so the grenade didn't kill him, but he still had his ears ringing enough, didn't notice the car was on fire. 𝐴𝐿𝐶 claims the point regardless, and Armory Gaming make their kind of reckless send just along the eastern tip of Pozo. They didn't really have much of a choice. Lose a couple to Sharper Esports along the way, but they still managed to get themselves a position, get into the zone. Mortars are flying in now. Himas has to duck, try and find some sort of cover as explosions going off all around. Mortars raining down, grenades left and right as TDT putting the pressure on as well.
Yeah, they need to find a way to breach right through. It's going to be hard to really crack this one up against the rest of Anyone's Legends. And keep in mind, eArena are also pushing at the very same time. Who that finds one up against Jun. And Anyone's Legends, you're seeing this as a grand opportunity to go for that full collapse. But they're taking things nice and easy for now.
Well, they have to
deploy
now.
The covers.
Yeah, they're going to come in clutch now, the deployable covers they called in earlier, because Alter Ego, they've heard all of this fighting going on. They've started to creep up behind, looking for third-party opportunities. eArena doing the same thing down south, but TDT 777 with the M249, 777 bullets is more than enough to take down eArena as they make the push forwards. Bombarded, dealt with immediately, and now TDT can fully focus on their north, but they're going to have to make a move once again to get towards the zone, so maybe they call off this push, just wait for him to grab that airdrop crate in the compound. 777 is going to grab that one, and then we'll see whether or not they look to try and finish off on this engagement with Anyone's Legend now that Alter Ego are here for the third party, or are they just going to go for the zone instead?
Yeah, massive effort coming from 777, like you said. And now they could basically clear a little bit more of that passage over the south side. But there's still a bunch up in between both Alter Ego as well as a couple of teams around those vicinity. It's going to be BRUM United now needing to find that space. Blue Zone's creeping in, and they really have to sort out Team Flash. They put a little bit more pressure. It doesn't seem like they've been able to really get a good glance with all the smokes now being deployed. And Tigger gets a hit over onto the Hughes. Team Flash, they got to make this push work. And perhaps they could capitalize once those members over the north gets involved. And there we go. Wendy, that was out. But Team Flash, they're still being pincered over onto this corner. And Tino can't even afford to peek.
Forest is doing what they can to be oppressive. There's only 2 of them still left standing, but they're watching over the top. So as Team Flash try to make a push forwards to try and find any sort of weakness in this hold of BRUM United, they're getting peppered from across the road as well. But BRUM United, even if they successfully make this hold, have to make the move forwards. Mortars in the chat. 𝐿 has gone down. UNQ removed as well. Thunders claims his mortar kill from miles away. Love to see him. Now, Team Flash finally forced to make a push. 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘱𝘰, big IGL father. May he rest in peace. He has fallen. This Team Flash might just be following up pretty shortly. The smokes are blocking the line of sight from BRUM, but Belmoth still has angles towards this. Folded shield goes up, but no heals remaining for 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘱𝑰, and the zone is still encroaching. They've got to shuffle forwards, but there's just nowhere to go.
Oh, the smoke subsides, and instantly he gets popped. Now it's only down to Tito. He's only trying to heal up to see if he can just buy a little bit more time. DRU now gets a lot more of that space to work with, but now has to settle it up against Forest Natural Gaming. Still see some straight shots coming from the side of Tito. Khan tries to wiggle his way out, and 777 is still on this demolition mode with his M249, deleting out members of TDT.
Team Flash just living up to the phrase, if you can't beat them, just annoy the hell out of them. Just not letting BRUM take any moment of respite and forcing them to use utility. They can't grab the revive on Dynasty yet, and they still have to make a push forwards. The blue zone grenade does not clear Kiss from the rock that he's holding behind, and that's going to be the death of Khan as he was trying to creep forwards. Riz has gone down to the blue zone as well. BRUM United dropping like flies. It's the 2-man of Forest Gaming, up to 6 kills. They really had a shams day on day number 1, but even down as a duo, looks like there's going to have some impact in the remainder of this game.
They're doing so well gatekeeping these 2 teams. As once they settle out the scores up against BRUM United, they can have a really firm chance on scoring a potential dinner. But there's only 2 members remaining. Kiss gets the job done up against Edie. And now we're into the top 7. BRUM United definitely had a little bit of a struggle to really get by. And like I said, that blue zone grenade, if that one landed coming from Khan, it might be a different story altogether. The Expendables also had to really clear out the rest of TDT right from the southern end. And now we'll have to take that fight upon those members of Full Sense eventually. They've been looking around to see if they could get the catch onto Tanadol. It's going to be a really dicey, close quarter engagement. Delvin's got a P90 in hand. He might be able to make a difference with this. Spoke too soon.
Tanadol. Old meta still dies hard. M4 gets the better of Delwyn. Oh, that's a fragger versus an IGL. But Delwyn's a fragging IGL, but this time Tanadol just gets the better of him, and now he's on the move, pushing forwards, and needs to maybe avoid overstepping as 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘱𝑰 has the AWM in hand, takes down Tanvu. Tanadol is still lurking, pushing forwards, trying to put pressure on. Trick looking for the toesies as mortars fly in once again. Molotov doesn't quite reach. It's Flash from the backline to finish off the Expendables. 𝐴𝐴 just going to opt not to take that fight against Full Sense. Full Sense, one of 2 teams who are yet to take a loss in this game. Surprise, surprise, the other one is Sharper Esports. They're still going. But unfortunately, Trick will have nowhere to go. Crashes the bus, hops out directly into the line of sight of Tanadol. He's taken out for Full Sense's 4th of the game.
Tanadol's been so efficient on his engagements. He's been able to single out picks after picks. 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘱𝑰's got an op in his hands, though, so we'll have to see if he could actually put it to good use, but not in close quarter combat like this. Tigger now lobbing those nades. He still finds the angles to try to trade right back. He's got a couple of all these flashes. to try to flush him out. And this should be sufficient. Tigger goes in with the M4 and gets the job quickly settled. Now we're in for our top 5 skirmish. Still relatively healthy for the side of Full Sense to go in for the full engagement up against Sharper Esports, as Sharper has been dominating over at North Point.
Well, Newhouse has got himself a little setup down below. 2 folded shields and a smoke grenades. Well, no such cover available for Thunders. 2 of Sharper quickly picked off. Just as we said, they hadn't taken any losses yet. Flash makes us eat those words. Dragunov headshots from distance as well. And turns his attention back towards Newhouse. Once they clear out this last remaining player of Hoi-An, and that just gives free reign of this eastern side of the hilltop for Full Sense to make their move. You've still got Flucky lurking towards the middle of the circle for T5. He's picking up some placement points. He's not really able to have much of an impact, and highly unlikely he wins the game, but it's still better than the nothing that it looked like they were going to get, although might not last too much longer because Full Sense once again are creeping up, and once they've cleared out behind, Tigger AWM headshot. Yep, that'll do it. And now they can look to go and clear out that shack once again.
You gotta thank Chimoy for giving him that massive weaponry. And now, Full Sense, they get a 50% control over onto the zone. Sharper Esports might find themselves bunched up against those members of Forest Natural Gaming though. So it's going to be a little bit of a tough space for them to really work it out. Tigger once again landing those shots, this time up against 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆. It's going to be a really tough save. They have to deploy a couple of smokes. Forest wants to take things steadily, while I'm kind of surprised. Theerathon 5 is still in the game. Fluky just waiting for the right opportunity to see if it can score even more of the placement points.
This is actually bad news for Sharper Esports. Yeah, they're gonna make it into the top 4. They might not make it much further though. Baron gets taken out, rescued by Flash, but Kiss still picks up his 7th kill of the game, by the way. That's sneaky. He's been crept up on us with that one. But it's still 4 Thai teams in the top 4. Sharper Esports just about holding on to first place for now, but this is all of the teams that had a bad day on day number 1, starting to make that comeback, and this is exactly what they could not afford. The likes of Full Sense starting to close that gap, picking up a 20-point win. Sharper Esports, their hold on that top, their hold on that direct spot to the PGC finals, getting a little bit shaky, and we've still got so many more games to go. Anything could happen, and a team like Full Sense of this caliber, you're going to expect they're going to go out with a bang. A big win, 20 points on the board for Full Sense in game number 1.
Yeah, that was beautifully played out. The way that they've been able to really win out those duels over the south side, it was only the members of TDT that puts quite a firm challenge on them. And the moment that they've been able to get a little bit more of that space, slowly and steadily, they've been able to really close it out in a great fashion. And it will shake up the leaderboards overall.
Great work once again from Full Sense. Holding down a position towards the center, an aggressive, confident 2-2 split. So many teams were lurking up on those hilltops around the area. They did not let that pressure get to them. They held their own, they defended what they had, and they rode it out to a lovely 10-kill win. Composed and calm and confident are the 3 things that this team has in absolute spades. Thanks in part, once again, before they headed out to EWC, now, if you don't know, I have moved to Bangkok. I live here now. Yay! And I got the chance to go to meet with all of the Thai teams at the airport who were heading out to EWC. I spoke with their coach, Rushy. They said they've been working with psychologists as well. They took one with them to EWC. They have one that goes up to their team house frequently and talks to the players to make sure their mentality is on point. They don't let bad games get to them, and they get into situations where they need to remain calm and composed, and that's exactly what they can do.
Wow, they just went all the way to really get a great chance to really speak to them. And, you know, with that form of insight, it kind of makes sense on how Full Sense have been able to really improve so much over a span of, you know, a couple of weeks or even months out of what they've been able to really offer us today over on the form of their grand final. So I think, like, it's absolutely necessary that teams will have to invest on all these coaching staff as well as any psychologist to also help them get into shape, because this is the biggest tournament of the year. If they crash out, then you're gonna have such a long off season that you're already planning out for 2026 in essence. So I think like full sense, if they continue on this steady pace, we may very well see them really playing for their hometown in the PGC.
It's a stressful job. It's a stressful thing to have to do, to go out there and compete and be at your best constantly for lots and lots of money. And if you come in sort of 8th or 7th, it's a massive drop off. So the pressure is constantly there. Even teams the likes of Twisted Minds, like teams that have been in the game for years and years, mentality monsters who for so long they were always pushing winning international tournaments but could never quite make it. Last year, they picked themselves up a psychologist as well, having signed to Twisted Minds, providing that to the team, and look at the transformation that they've had. Like, they are internationally unstoppable, champions multiple times over. They got over that hurdle that was just a mental block whenever it came to high pressure scenarios like finals. So it's really good to see a lot of teams putting a lot of focus onto the mental aspects of the game beyond things just like analyzing other teams and rotations and strategy, but actually just the mental side of just being a professional esports player at its very core. Really cool to see, and it's good to see those rewards being reaped as well. It's also very cool to see more teams from Thailand. Maybe the news yesterday of Thailand being the hosting and that international regional wildcard slot directly to the finals maybe lit a fire underneath a few people, but hey, 𝐾𝐲 picking up 7 kills in that previous game. Forest, across all of yesterday's games, all 6 games, they had 13 points. They've blown that out of the water on game number 1, and they are currently the team that has the 2nd most points of all of the Thai teams for PAQ. So if they start getting it working together, that's scary for everybody else.
Yeah, I think like it's about a great notion that they've been able to really get themselves into a form of flow state, right? Because yesterday they didn't really have any form of that rhythm. Things weren't working out in the early game. It's also good to see that, they've had some great plans. That gatekeeping technique to hold back Buram United as well as Team Flash, that was just brilliant, right? On how well they've been able to accomplish that. And now they can basically solidify their standings once again. So looking at the list of Thai teams, it's kind of really hard to tell who's really gonna end up representing their nation by the end of it. But when you look at the rest of the rosters coming in from the PVS in general, right now the Expendables is still looking very likely to be able to, cause some dent over onto some of the teams up there. But they are a partner team, so that kind of guarantees them to see if they could defend the title once more. But even so, you could already see that they have struggles of their own. A couple of times that we've seen from yesterday's duel in Miramar, they kind of had this same problem of really getting into a good position on like stage 3, stage 4, and they got punished for it. This time around, pretty similar case. So still, they gotta go back to the drawing board to fix some of these problems.
Well, I am actually, the one thing I do like about what the Expendables has done recently is it's such a common thing in Vietnam to have 5-man rosters. I mean, look at Anyone's Legend, Cerberus as well. They've got some really good players on the bench. Tycon has not played in any of the games so far. You've got Zest sitting on the bench for Cerberus. He was one of the top in terms of time survived, getting them the placement points all the way through the Vietnam series. And it's interesting that they come in and they just opt to go for the full fragging approach, but the Expendables had the same thing with their 5-man roster. They won PGC, they've done really well internationally, but that has come to an end. The era of 777 and his miraculous 4-man spray down against BB team all those years ago on Miramar, that's come to an end now. He's moved on. He's with TDT. We saw him doing horrendous things with an M249, which is another thing we'll talk about later on. Vietnamese teams have really liked picking up M249s, especially in the late game as well. But right now for the Expendables, just locking in on this 4-man roster so you can just focus on these players and how they work as a team is something that I think is going to maybe be a little bit of a struggle. 777's a very experienced player, definitely contributes a lot in terms of the game plan and strategy side of things, but in terms of their execution over the long term, having 4 players just consistently play together, no one getting subbed in and out, I think will do wonders for this team. So I'm glad they get the chance to get the practice. They have the safety net of being global partners, and already Tan Vu and 𝐿𝑜𝑟𝑒𝑠 are like international MVP level players. So if they can get a little more consistent and get the team to work as a little bit more of a well-oiled machine, hot dang, they could be on for another championship.
Yeah, I said myself. I mean, overall, I think like even if they utilize their substitution, we already know that they've had that proven record as well. I mean, you've already mentioned about Zez. I still remember very well when we're casting like the past couple of PAQs, and there was that clutch moment where they started to win back-to-back chicken dinners during the past year, and that qualifies them to the PGC. And look where, and so far they're not hitting the brakes just yet. So it will be pretty interesting to see if other teams can match up to the tempo of all these teams, as 𝐿𝐴𝐿 were to stash chicken dinner bar in the grand finals, as they scored 10 points in this round by doing so.
Something tells me perhaps Belmoth was killed off in the early phase of the game and then revived, maybe. But that's definitely not the amount of time he actually survived in this game, because he was still there standing at the end when the game was all said and done. Consistent damage across the board for all the players. A solid 10 kills as well to get their win on the board. Game number 1 of the day. Just controlling the zone exceptionally well for 𝐿𝐴𝐿. And this is the team that last year they had the safety net of being a global partner. This year, they do not have that luxury. They have to play to their standard. And it's good to see they really haven't lost their identity of being the team from APAC, who was maybe the one who doesn't fit into that quote-unquote APAC team mold, which is very aggressive, always pushing for fights. They were more than happy to control their space, control their area, play a little more defensively, and wait for the opportunities to present themselves without taking the risk. That's exactly what they've done here. It's a pretty low-scoring stats man of the match compared to some that we've seen, but it does not matter because they've still got the 20 points on the board. 𝐷𝐷𝐻 takes it this time around, 581 damage, 3 knocks, 27% points contribution. Like, it's just so even. Everyone pulling their weight on the team is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, I really love the way that 𝐷𝐷𝐻 has been able to really control certain areas so well. You saw that push over on 𝐿𝐴𝐿 as they've been able to really clear out so much of these angles for 𝐿𝐴𝐿 to eventually take over. I think that out of all the Thai teams, each respective ones have their own core identity. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 is kind of like a mixed bag. Certain games you see them play a little bit safely on the course of the round, and there are the rounds that they just suddenly churn out those double-digit kills. So this time, 𝐿𝐴𝐿 is getting into the pace and the groove for them to be getting more and more points. So that might be able to salvage the situation where yesterday they had those tendency of struggles. So it's actually great that they've been able to get rounds such as these in order to recover.
I think 𝐿𝐴𝐿 in all of yesterday's matches had 10 kills total across all 6 games, and I think 6 of those came in Game 6 from 𝐾𝐻 himself, just doing all he could as a solo to get some points on the board. This time he's added 7 more to the equation, and that's got his team all the way up as far as 13th. Still a long way to go, but in terms of the PAQ points, they're looking very good for PGC. Still got a bit of a mountain to climb to get back into that top 4 as it currently stands, as one of those teams in that position is the Expendables, a GPT team. So that does push down the qualifying as far as 4th place, which is once again now Finhay CERBERUS. They had managed to get the overtake onto Team Flash ahead of them. Team Flash more in terms of fragging, but CERBERUS longevity, ability to survive in these games, just about giving them the edge. Now tied on points with 𝐿𝐴𝐿 after their 20-point victory, took them from what tied in 9th place with 𝑎lter ego into the top 3. Still a long way to go, 17 more games yet to play, but that's how quickly a team can make the jump from the bottom half of the table into PGS qualification slots. And it's scary, scary news for Sharper Esports.
It's really, really scary. I mean, look at the points. I mean, consider for even team from United could actually into the top 4 as well. So I think it's relatively safe that they're still around that 69 to 70 point margin in that essence. So they really got to be on their guard, and that round 1 didn't really work to their favor. Same could be Finhay CERBERUS, where they got by Armory Gaming, all the try to rotate the city of 𝐿𝐴𝐿. So Miro bar has been pretty interesting on how it win game 1. We're gonna before we hit to Tago.
The final Miramar of today will be the last Miramar of day 2. It will be the halfway point of Miramar across this tournament so far, and there's been a few teams that have already had a bit of a turnaround from day number 1, where the performance on Miramar was not great. Buriram United only picked up 2 points across both Miramar maps on day number 1, so good to see that they're able to get a little bit more going for them. Still not really enough to compete for pushing in towards those top level positions, but it's better than what we saw from them yesterday. Windy Gaming only had 1 single point on Miramar yesterday, so that is as well something that they can easily look to improve. However, the likes of eArena picked up 76% of their overall points, 22 of 29 points on Miramar. So the fact that they haven't really come out and shown anything crazy explosive, it means doubly so that the rest of their day is going to have to be a bit more of a step up than what we saw on day number 1. Again, they have the safety blanket of being a global partner team, but it's not what we want to see. We want to see the global partners, the teams that will be representing internationally, come out and show their strength that we know they have. This was the team that won their regional qualifier. They came in as their first place seed, so we got to see them step it up, stack up some points. We're going to start it off on map number 2, Miramar once again.
Yeah, and it's also for them to upkeep to the pacing, or else they might end up day trade over the past year where they start to lose that partnership spot. And when that is removed, and you still have all Thai teams that has been improving season after, it's good to see old guards like Sharp Esports now sitting at the top, because when was the last time you see them play on the global stage? I mean, it's been like, what, since 2022 or even before that. So I don't really want Sharper could still pull over on that spot, because we still have so many more games to go. It could possibly be a rough day for them. I mean, game 1, they've been able to at least get some decent top where they've been able to make it into the top 4. So I think like all we really have to do is just maybe garner about 5 to 7 be safe round after round, and it should be good enough for them to finish the top 4 finish.
That was weird. The blurring in the background of that camera made it look like Big Orcarin just phased through the wall, just teleports in. Wow, that's crazy. But I mean, I would also love to see Sharper Esports do well, because we love the story where you drag the old man out of retirement for one last ride, and then 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 comes in and does something insane for one last time, and then he can hang up the sticks for good. I would also love to see the team that we just saw, Alter Ego. I mean, they've had some international performances. They were there for PGS 4 and 5 last year. Nations Cup. Indonesia is a region that over the years has had some decent representation. Right now, players the likes of Trick are doing crazy things. Teddy, he's not even here. He didn't even make it to PAQ, but in the open qualifiers, he's dropping 65 kills in 12 games. There's definitely talent there to be found in Indonesia, and Alter Ego might just about be the team who gets to put that on display at the end of the year. But they've got to make sure that their performance now is not leaving anything to be desired. They want to make sure they get to PGS. They've got to stack up those points. It's Miramar once again for game number 2 of the day.
Yeah, I think like the story of Alter Ego is definitely very inspiring for all these up and coming talents coming from Indonesia, since, you know, they've been able to really have such a good representation in the PUBG Nations Cup and also all the rest of the tournament. The same could also be said about Happie Squad. You know, the past couple of seasons ago, they usually have struggles moving from the playing stage into the grand finals, and this year they've been relatively consistent, and we've seen this roster from so many different iterations where they're known as Archangel Predator, and from time to time you even see CJ or even Elgin Bots take a little bit of a break, and then they come back stronger than ever. This has been probably one of the better seasons coming in from the team hailing from the Philippines, so hoping to see more out of Happie Squad as well moving to this round of Miramar.
They've been around for such a long time as well. Go back for the Continental Series like 2021. You're looking at teams like Archangel Predator, The Colony, all of this. And then the same for Indonesia as well, where, I mean, Trick was making his first appearance PCS like 4, PCS 5 with teams like CERBERUS and 𝐿𝑥traordinaire. They've been in the game for a long time. It was just a little bit easier maybe to get to that stage where that really wasn't internationals over COVID, where everything was regional. Then they were really making a name for themselves. But ever since things have come back to international, true international, globals, it's been a little bit more difficult to get that representation. But the talent is definitely there. They've just got to put it together at those right moments. And that moment starts today. Once again, full sense, our victors of game number 1 boosted themselves up from the bottom half of the standings up to top 3, currently in PGS 9 and 10 qualification slots, but they have not yet booked their tickets to Malaysia for that tournament. They've still got a whole lot of games left to go to confirm that position for themselves. But Sharper Esports sweating a little bit as their hold on first place dwindled slightly, especially as the rest of the Thai teams are starting to close in.
Yeah, for the moment, there's just about 8-point gap between place as well as the second seed right at this moment. And that could easily change in the span of the round, right? If it's just one round with Sharper ending up with 0 points, then all these teams are going to be super eager to look for an overtake. The Expendables sees that chance. I think like they've been able to really find a lot of all these great timings to really get themselves into phase 6 onwards. And from that point onwards, I guess they always find themselves by tucked into the rim of the zone, needing to really outfight all the rest of the teams. And they did manage to win all their duels so far, but once they do, we see big numbers being churned out. I did talk about Happy Squad, and now this time it's 10 Trip getting a little bit of visitation coming from Edie, and the nade looks pretty good. But Eddie has rolled even better to dwindle his health bar down low.
Eddie Rock up on this with a Panzerfaust in hand. He's only got one gun right now, and 10 Trip, he's trying to find a way to hide, get out of the way. Dymasty's got a Panzer, but he doesn't. What? He didn't see him. There wasn't even a smoke. He looked around the edge. There was a smoke. Okay, I got baited. There was a little bit of a smoke, and he just crept through. He was looking the wrong way. The big Panzerfaust blocked him as 10 Trip came lurking out with a shotgun. Dymasty sat down. They do get the trade, but this is such an early fight. Can's running up on them with a Vector. And now the third party has come in from behind the southern side. Newhouse putting shots in with their real, actual weapons. Can just about dodging out on bullets long enough to keep himself alive. 𝐿𝐿𝐵ots should be able to use this hill for enough cover to grab CJ, put him back in the vehicle, and exfiltrate. But they're not going to be able to get the revive onto 10 Trip. But he got his one. He got his 1 point. It's not the end of the world. Newhouse, though, are still looking for opportunities. One headshot on CJ. It might just be game over him as well.
Yeah, I just love the fact that Happy Squad's been able to really form such a quick run to find that trade once again. So, pretty much a equal footing for both BRU and Happy Squad now, walking with 1 point each. And that attack, that ambush coming from NHE was quite timely to also hold the rest of BRU United at the same time. Rossitet now finds a firm opportunity with one pretty much stuck over to the corner. Happy Squad so far has run into multiple fights already. Pat now dropping a big grenade. That puts him solo. Ia doesn't really have much of a space for him to work with, and Patapong lands the second order to put him down on his knees. So is the rest of Happy Squad going to respond to this? I feel like too much of a risk to take at this moment.
Oh, there it is. APAC throwing grenades. Rossited JR putting down the 3D ping marker on the rock. Patapong just goes a little bit further along the ridge, tosses a grenade out over the top, and then tosses a second one to get the job done. Flucky with a little bit more of a flank, just swarming this area. Happy Squad getting into that early engagement against Buriram United. Buriram maybe initiated with the pull-up early on onto 10 Trip, but it's not really them who are bearing the brunt of the damage of the third parties coming in, but they have the compound. They got the low ground. Happy Squad, they've got the warehouses to work with and fall back to, but if they don't make it all that way, then it's just a whole lot of wide open high ground, and the teams are really looking to take advantage of that. eArena back to their roots. eArena, originally the team that would always loot down in Val del Mar, Puerto Paraíso, all the way down towards the southern corners of the map, and they take these long rotations for fun. They almost ended up winning PGS 4 by doing that all the way back when, but then they kind of overcommitted. Got a little bit too afraid. They were too slow on their rotations. So ever since then, it has been a case of, look, don't let pressure get to you. Keep yourselves playing your style. And just do not be afraid. And that's really... you got a little rabbit as your team logo. That's maybe what people expect. They expect you to run scared, but you just can't afford to. Hey, what's up? What's up, everyone? How are we doing?
Hey. Oh, I was kind of concerned. Are we gonna get a remake or something? But thankfully not. We're still in the game. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of contrary when they play.
Just checking
inside.
you still had your shirt on, Contra. That's all they were doing. It's warm out here in Southeast Asia, man. You got to check.
Well, yeah, thankfully I got my AC on. I don't have the need to really strip down a little bit. So
That's cool.
nah.
I have AC now that I've moved to Thailand. We don't have that in the UK. I'm living the life.
You guys
out
have
here.
heaters, right? Well, it's great. Now you get to adjust accordingly on what the temperature is. But of course, going back to eArena, what I really like about the approach is that by playing around those edges of the zone, you can be pretty sure that there's not going to be any form of ambush coming from the back. They can basically gain intel by maybe going for E pickups as well, but most often than not, these kind of late rotations give them just about enough of that spacing to really go in for the wide wraparound, and especially with this zone moving all the way up north, there was that clear passage for them to eventually sweep into El Azhar. So now the only thing that eArena needs to worry of is to breach into the city or even play over the hillside where Buriram United has been planted here for the longest of time. So we might actually see these two Thai Titans kind of go at each other's throat eventually.
It's going to happen. Maybe it won't be today necessarily, but those Thai teams there's going to be a civil war coming very soon. I mean, just the announcement yesterday, the PGC regional wildcard slot directly to the grand finals of PGC. That's so valuable. And there's really going to be a whole lot of pressure on any Thai team who's up at the top. Might even call in the Vietnamese mercenaries to do some damage if Sharper Esports is holding on to this position. Maybe get the likes of Cerberus or the Expendables to knock them out of top spot, because they need it. They need top spot, and they also need a few other teams to struggle. And those teams have struggled so far today, but we've seen a little bit of a turnaround. Again, Forest Gaming, T5, full sense. They're starting to creep their way back up in the standings. If eArena can do the same as well, that's a problem. The only teams that, even with first place, do not have the chance to qualify for the PGC finals, Armory Gaming and Buriram. They're a little bit too far behind. They can't get that direct spot. Just in the same way that Clories can't get that direct knock, as Tanadol just keeps his head down. One more bullet would have got it done, but a little bit of pressure coming from the north. And the Expendables look for their early pick, don't find it. They're not going to overcommit. They're going to run back, and Duck Juice has an MG3 already?
Oh, that's rather
Where did you
early.
get that from?
I have no clue. We haven't seen either packages drop from the sky, but hey, it's definitely going to be coming to be pretty handy in these kind of circumstances where we're seeing so many teams already planted close to the center. Now with that zone shift as well, it goes further into Cruz Deval. And Happy Squad, they were there from the get-go, but they've already lost a couple of members. It's going to be pretty tough on them. But Full Sense, as well as T5, they're going to be pretty happy about this current circumstance.
I'm sure might be. I think there might just be a little more problem as well for Happy Squad, as they are down to a two-man. TDT doesn't know their position, but there's a good chance they might just end up dropping on their heads regardless. And there's the Expendables putting those MGs to use. Clories getting the flush onto T-Doy. Duck Juice finishing off his kill as well as Team Flash goes gunning straight past, but they just were not expecting an MG3 at 9 minutes into the game. Even with vehicles flying past, there's no way out of there. But now, TDT, they have managed to touch down. They did not make it all the way to the ground. One has fallen. Two made it into the shack. It's just about get the door closed, but Newhouse is keeping a close watch on that doorway. See, any time that TDT starts to make an appearance, they're going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, those members of TDT is in a really tough predicament, though. Right across the top of the hill is going to be members of the Expendables, and we're seeing Clories looking to close right in. And they're going to trade right back. Hongnam also soaking a little bit of run. That's coming out of what's seeming to be Hong Hoyan from the other side of the corner.
I wonder what is the reasoning that they didn't just simply close the door? Oh, well, there you go. Now he can't. Never mind. But 𝐿𝑔𝐻𝐹, they can't do anything. Excuse me? Van just dropped his grenade. Was that intentional? I can't tell. But 𝐿Wind tried to push in and clear up those kills stolen away by Newhouse. Maybe it was intentional. Maybe it was an intentional team deny, and he's using Newhouse to punish the guy who comes to try and get the points. Maybe that was the play. I don't know. That's chaotic if it is, but I like it.
Yeah, it's a real big jumbled up mess out there. Even CJ18 gets involved in the skirmish, and they got perfect bird's eye view up against all the members of the Expendables, and this is not good for them. I mean, they've been able to a couple of points out of the members of TDT, but now they're in a worse position to even consider going for any form of pickup. And I believe that even for the ones holding over on lower ground, they've been able to really get the bird's eye view onto that ship. Really, they're going to be stuck here for a long time.
I suppose if you make me think about it for more than 3 seconds, it could have been the flashbang that went in that blinded Van, and then he just missed the window with his grenade. That could be what happened. But regardless, it's resulted in TDT going out early on, and the Expendables picking up a couple of the kill points. Newhouse was putting pressure down, but not enough to prevent them from getting the revive. Just had one hop in through the window to grab that. And like you say, the Expendables are stuck there, but they do have 4 points on the board. Marcus isn't going to get any such points as Dynasty's over here in truck stop by himself. Marcus thought it might be safe to nip inside, look for some meds, but certainly not. He gets caught out.
Not safe. And take a look at that kind of line that Room United's active taking by the very far of 𝐿 as well as truck stop. Really cheeky maneuver. While is Norin's now get his ruse, and that could be an instant punishment to Lawns and 𝐼𝑟𝑒NA separated in order to even find a way. So that's one snapper you are.
It's crazy how players like Norin's in that situation, you see exactly why they're separated. 𝐵𝑢𝑟𝑎M picks him off because they are separated. They had a player on the south giving the information, forcing him back into a position where he's not ready to take the gunfight. He couldn't get himself set, couldn't find any cover. He just had to try and run, and then 𝐵𝑢𝑟𝑎M sneaks up behind and gets those kills, but it's the exact same separation that's the reason why no one can help Norin's. It's such a tightrope that you have to walk playing split like this, and unfortunately, 𝐼𝑟𝑒NA fell off this time because 𝐵𝑢𝑟𝑎M was holding at the kind of pair of scissors at the end, just snipped their rope, but they managed to get themselves the point. Lambeau, however, has a big pair of scissors in the form of a lynx, and he just rips a man in half. A headshot with that and one bullet to follow up. That's an easy point for CERBERUS.
Yeah, it feels like a deja vu moment. I mean, yesterday they won out of chicken dinner and they were hammers on the lynx, so it was Lambeau, and I believe there's plenty more damage to be offered coming from those servers, but looking at their position from the map as well, I don't think they're in there, so to speak, because last I checked, it was up that they took themselves into. Slowly now tries to hold the line up with members of Alter Ego, and they got multiple avenues. It's gonna be a ton forward of Alter to wiggle their way out of stairs.
Lambeau just fired all of his Lynx bullets. I guess he just doesn't want that thing anymore. Now he's got to go grab himself the DMR that he left behind. He was he was left behind at one point by CERBERUS Esports. They kicked him off the team at one point, and then they brought him straight back when they realized, actually, we've let way too many young, cracked mechanical fraggers go from this team. And now 𝐼𝑟𝑒NA and Tycon play for our #1 enemies, and then they stole our IGL, and we have no team left anymore. So they've got to find someone to pick him up. They brought Lambeau in for a while. He left the team, and now he's back. And you can see why. He is looking pretty darn good. The other one that they let go, Hwanglong at the time, who has now changed his name to 𝐿𝑔𝐻𝐹, playing up against Windy Esports right now on top of this hill as he plays for Team Flash, looking for the grenade to try and land. Not quite going to find it, but they do manage to maintain their high ground hold for the time being. 𝐿𝑔𝐻𝐹, helmet damaged, half HP, still taking the peaks. But No real pressure going to come through from Windy. Expecting the zone shift to come through. It will shift away from the rocks. It's gone directly north. And what do you know? Full sense. Directly dead center in a compound once again. They're going to be patient. They're going to bide their time. They can't get aggressive. Too much high ground on either side, north and south. They just got to stay in those houses, but they've just proven they're more than happy to do that. They will wait for their opportunity to get aggressive, and even if it means they only get a 4 or 5 kill win, they will take it because that's still points they wouldn't have had if they just simply go out and die.
Yeah, there's no point in taking unnecessary risk for the moment. Well, you could just basically wait for all the teams to really run the course of the field, and with the ending being in between the junction, you expect teams to struggle to even get any form of across the hillside. UNQ demolishes 𝐿𝐷𝐼's vehicle, and that's another member out from the side of Alter Ego. They had a really tough run in. I mean, they were kind of forced to really just full send it into the center, and hence why Alter Ego kind of ran out of options. eArena, though, this has been a really quiet round for them. Still, you have 16 teams remaining. Norrens, of course, we saw what went down as he got singled out by the rest of the members of Brave United, and now they're hoping that they could just slowly ease on the tide from the southwest. And Delvin got a beautiful headshot upon Trey.
To take a few to try and lock in the bullet drop from that sort of range, but if he gets that flush, that might be a contender for our longest kill of the event so far. I think the longest that I saw was from one of Sharper Esports. It was about 430 meters, and it wasn't a kill steal either. It might have just been a final last member standing kind of thing, but it's still pretty impressive. Decent. Well, 𝐾𝐁 is back out in the blue zone looking to grab himself his vehicle so Buram can start making a move. They're trying to hold on to this high ground, just put pressure onto eArena as much as they can, but time is running slim, and the zone is going to start hurting very soon, just like the grenades from Pattenpong are hurting Sharper Esports. They're pushing forwards, and it's Sharper trying to make their way into the zone, but T5 have already shown in this area they've got the grenades, and now they've kind of figured out how to use them. It took them a few years, but they can get some damage done. One player down for Sharper Esports.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐷𝐼 has a massive duty right now to hold anyone's legends behind, or else they could be close upon tucked in between both teams at this moment. And 𝐿𝐷𝐼 also soaks a couple of bullets hitting over on his shoulders. 𝐼mas finally gets a knockover onto one member out of Sharper Esports. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 down, and now they are also looking to single out 𝐿𝐷𝐼. Barely actually dodge all these grenades as they look to close in. Two-man push, not enough to take him out just yet. The zone is already closing right in, and he's running out of space for even high.
Oh, look at that send from CERBERUS as well. Straight down, across from one side. They've got some high ground. They're still under a lot of pressure. Full Sense can still see them. Lambow does get taken out of the vehicle at the same time, but anyone's legend is still committing to this push. They want Sharper Esports eliminated. They know that's first place, and they know that they can overtake them if they can wipe them out. Then they've got to get over the road and survive as well. It's a risky play. It's dangerous. Destroy gets tagged down from range. Earth pops up from behind his folded cover, takes the free kill. 𝐼mas is blinded, but he's run out of bullets. Oh, he had him for a moment. Maybe if 𝐿𝐷𝐼 could have just peeked up and got him, might have caught 𝐼mas on the sprint, but no bullets in the gun. Job finished off, but Theerathon 5, now they know there's another priority target in a bad position, and they have the chance to wipe out 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, they got the high ground advantage as well. 𝐷𝐼, I thought he could have actually clutched that situation, but like you said, great usage of the utils. Got him blinded off, and now BRU, they suffered once again here in Miramar, bowing out really early on. The rest of anyone's legends hoping to go with a grand reset, but Arbor Gaming is showing up strong. A couple of members of NHE taking out Cole as they breach right through the compound, looking for one isolated target in the form of 𝐿𝐷𝐼. What more can he do right now? He's just trying to play a ring around the rosy, but there's barely enough space. And just like that, with a grenade, they managed to clean all the members up, and Full Sense is going to be able to take out Finhay CERBERUS as well.
Shanks of Armor Gaming. We all witnessed him, Shiny and Chrome in the background, just sending it into the compound of New House. C4 taking down. He got taken out on the mission, but took down 2 of New House, enabled the breach for the rest of the team. And then 𝐷𝐼 in the background elsewhere, just putting mortars in, just taking out Finhay CERBERUS. And T5 just couldn't find a way to get over the road. They had the chance maybe to get the push onto AL, but they'd already used all their grenades. They didn't want to overcommit to the peak, and now they got caught as AL made the move over the road. They had 𝐿TeRigo lurking as well. AL cleans them up as well. 6 kills on the board for them now, as the Expendables have done enough. Their 8 kills that they picked up, including 4 earlier on, taking out TDT from the shack. Sharper Esports' early elimination. TE is in first place right now.
Yeah, and right now, the rest of Anyone's Legends is looking to also challenge them eventually. But dealing with another situation right down under. Armory Gaming so far, hot on their pursuit, scoring 5 points for themselves as well. The only problem is they're only left with 2 members. And looking back into some of the action that we have overall, 𝐶𝐆 once again, just like yesterday, he swooped in, lurking from that blue zone to take out a team. And it was definitely quite the scene that he's been able to make overall. 𝐿TeRigo did manage to walk away with only 2 points out of that effort coming out of 𝐶𝐆. Happy Squad, they've been here for the longest time, and now it's only down to 𝐿TeRigo.
You could have caught a glimpse a little bit there as we were looking at 𝐿TeRigo on the northern side. There's a good reason why there's a big area of the zone up towards the north on the high ground that no one is playing. I mean, look at it. Like, everyone on the south can see you if you go over there. So 𝐿TeRigo, he's got to try and bide his time, but Anyone's Legend is starting to push up towards him on the north, and there's still pressure from every team down south. They're just looking to shoot at anyone and anything that moves right now, because when this zone starts shifting in, they've just got to get over that cliff. And who's waiting at the bottom but Full Sense? Patient as ever, waiting for their prey to walk into their trap. And now Delwyn is trying to do it with no smokes, no vehicle. That's probably not going to work out all too well, but the Expendables, they've cleared themselves a potential spot that they can make the move into, using their opponent's smokes against them, but driving face first into a tree is not going to do them any favors as 𝐿TeRigo is looking to scrap.
Oh, he got dented with that beautiful nade being tossed out by 𝐿TeRigo. So there will be a little bit more of that wiggle room for the Expendables to carry on fighting. Needing to go for that reset. Meanwhile, we focus our attention back towards the side of Anyone's Legends. It's going to be 𝐿TeRigo needing to hold down the line up against the 3 members. And he does get the catch. But quickly, Destroy responded immediately. And now that's going to be a total of 8 points. Happy Squad gets taken out in the top 5. So that's a respectable run for Happy overall.
Now Anyone's Legend has the time to grab that revive because no one remains on the south high ground. They've all made their move. Tanvu's got the chance to repair his level 3 gear as well. So that's a big boost for him. 𝐼𝐼𝐻, long distance taps to get the knock and the flush onto Olympus as well, almost clearing their entirety of the northern high ground. This might just come down to a 3 versus 3. 𝐼𝐻 once again showing signs that he is in fact him. 6 kills on the board. 𝐻𝑝𝑒𝑑𝑎t not going to be present for this end game, but Anyone's Legend still with 3 standing, still got a very solid chance. About 50% of the zone control. Destroy's got the the taser in the back pocket as well, so if you can pick off anyone with that, that would be fun. But down below, they've got someone who might be a little bit outside of tasing range, but the DMRs and the AUGs with 4x scopes might just be enough to wipe out TE.
Yeah, they're just sending nades after grenades. That's barely enough room for cover, but 𝐼𝐻's got a little bit of tension right across the kill side. Still finds a little bit more of the range for them to really close it right over onto the members of TE. And somehow they've been able to make it work, putting more of the damage over on the 𝐼𝐻, leaving with only 20. And over on the other corner, it's going to be a little bit more of a back and forth trade out. Down to Tanvu. They got a couple of smokes deployed, but I don't think that's enough for him to really hold whatever space that he has currently, as another grenade gets sent right in from the side of Anyone's Legends as they look for that perfect tender.
Full sense. They're getting active. 𝐷eLMoth has crept up on the eastern side. He took one with him. They've cleaned out Barra, and they're just going to sweep this now because AL and TE are going good old-fashioned Vietnamese PUBG esports. They're just slaying each other for fun. And Full Sense is going to be more than happy to sit back and take the victory that is presented to them. They still have so many grenades. They've had no close range pressure. 𝐷eLMoth can just go for the taps, secure the kill points. I said it might only be a 4 or 5 kill win. It's going to be way more than that, the way that things have gone. They've just cleaned up at the end. 𝐼𝐻 lurking behind a folded shield. 𝐷eLMoth, he's going to call in the boys. Look at that. 3 grenades thrown out towards him. and 𝐴 stands no chance. Belmoth gets him down. Belmoth gets another down as well, and the Expendables 1 versus 4. It's not looking likely.
Yeah, just
it's over.
Biding time, and that grenade will seal the deal. Instead, I think it was a form of denial that he's been looking for. While full sense, like you called it, all they really have to do was hold it out till the very end. And now, with a back-to-back chicken dinner, the first ever in the grand finals.
And all they had to do was hold on to what was already theirs. They didn't get over-aggressive. They didn't go pushing out for any crazy aggressive moves or look for third parties. They knew they had to stay in that compound as long as they could, because the high ground all around them, they would have just been picked off had they left their house. And you saw him there, the coach Rushy in the background, the man who posts all of his thirst traps on TikTok with his beautiful sexy six-pack. He's got a good brain up there as well. He's not just abs. He is a very thought-heavy, analytical mind, and he's done great work with Full Sense ever since signing to this organization. A back-to-back victory, almost another 20-point game for them. That's 39 points in 2 games on Miramar. What an insane turnaround for them.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. And speaking of crazy, I think that the Expendables have a wild ride throughout this Miramar run. You saw even from the get-go, they were already assigned into multiple battles, and they've been able to win every single duel without any member taken out. Surely they had that struggle when they were bunched up inside that shack, but after that, they plowed through one after another like a demolition squad. And Anyone's Legends was almost having a perfect run until they kind of funneled all of their attention towards the side of TE, and Full Sense absolutely took their opportunity to close it out.
Take the opportunities that are presented. Don't try and force anything. That works for them. That's their game plan. Does mean that they're not going to be the highest fragging team in the lobby. That is almost certainly going to be the Expendables, who had 11 kills earlier on. They picked up so many in the early phases of the game. 13 towards the end as well. Still getting a fight down onto Destroy. Did he manage to get that last kill? I don't think he did. But still, 13 plus kills for the Expendables. Even if they're not getting the win, they get the deny at the end. It's a stack of points for them. It's those familiar faces once again. It's those teams that we expected they were going to come through directly into the finals from their regional qualifiers, but Full Sense is putting on a show so far today. Their Miramar has been almost immaculate so far. 39 points in just 2 games. Outrageous. And they might just about be contending for first place right now. They've almost definitely overtaken Sharper Esports. I don't know whether it's enough to overtake the Expendables with the amount of kills they had, but to go from bottom half to potentially first place in 2 games is unreal.
Yeah, it's absolutely absurd, right? But judging for the fact that Tanvu's been really shining in these kind of particular moments, that last stand which we saw him basically 1v3ing those members of Anyone's Legends was absolutely sublime. He's been able to just isolate targets after targets, and I do believe that even if with Full Sense securing this round, the majority of the damage being put out in this span of the match in Miramar was coming out of the Expendables, and I think like it will be really, really close when we make that comparison altogether.
Yeah, when we get into the leaderboards, we will see exactly how things have shapen up. But so far, it's been a fully Full Sense kind of day. 2 Miramar games, 2 chicken dinners on the board for them. Really, really good stuff. Sharper Esports just hasn't come out with that same level of wow factor that they had in game number 1. Thing that we've really credited and praised them for so far across all of day number 1 was their consistency. They were almost certainly on every single map between 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe even 11 or 12 points per game. Game 1 was pretty okay for them. They had a really favorable zone, but game number 2, not quite so much. Just weren't able to get anything going for them. Got held out on the eastern or western side of the zone, rather, by Anyone's Legend, by T5. Just could not find a way to get into one of those pesky Miramar shifts that's a little more open than what they had earlier on. So maybe some areas of improvements, maybe the first sign of a crack potentially showing that could be the reason why they're not going to be able to claim the championship. But this is all speculation. We've still got so many more games left to go. 4 more today, and then 2 more full days of games. So plenty of time to get back into the rhythm of things.
True enough, and by the time that we end all the matches for today, we'll be reaching the halfway mark where teams be a quick adjustment. And I don't think that Sharper is too shabby. You know, the past. It really feels like rather the other team able to make massive improvements overnight, and now we are seeing Sharper Esports maybe struggling to also adapt to this new kind of tempo where the Expendables is just blowing people out of the park with this results. Like, what kills did they manage to get in the last round? I think it was 14.
Yeah.
If I recall, so I think like itself might be able to top what Full Sense was trying to pull up, where they just have to play and look for great opportunities to close out the game, which they managed to do. But I still think that the Expendables will still hit when it comes down to the overall results of this round. So, out of the many teams able to really good, I would say for Miramar, Happy Squad, they got good reads on the zone, but if and only if you could keep all 4 members alive, then that could have been such a massive opportunity for them.
So Full Sense is one of those teams that it's a little bit dependent on how the other teams perform in terms of their APAC qualifier points directly to the PGC, the group stages. Although the addition of the wild card slot to regions has kind of thrown a bit of a weird thing into the mix. Not really had the time to do all of the exact math depending on which team goes through and how that affects PGS and PAQ point qualifiers. That's going to be a complicated one to try and figure out. So we're just going to leave that and see exactly what happens. But regardless, Full Sense being up towards at the minimum top 2 after this game is going to do wonders towards all of their chances to getting back to the international competitions that they had that just handed to them on a plate last year with their global partner team. Daytrade stepping away from PUBG as an organization after losing, but moving over to Full Sense, it's another really solid, really strong org. A lot of support for them as well, and a lot of resources that's been poured into this team because it's nice to have an organization that believes in you as a roster and knows you are capable of going and representing at the international stage, and they're willing to sort of put that trust into you to come out and perform. And it's got to feel good to be able to pay that back here on the PAQ stage with 2 back-to-back victories on Miramar. Again, against a lot of very stiff competition. Not only the teams from Thailand, the teams from Vietnam, but the PMS teams as well have really been showing up big as well. Alter Ego, Happy Squad as well. Still struggling somewhat to get up to the level that we know they're capable of playing of, but they've had some difficult zone shifts to try and contend with. But we're still waiting to see, really, like, I'm waiting to see the big trick come out and just show what he's capable of doing. And the teams from the Philippines, I know you really want to see them do well. Big PMS guy, you want to see them come out and get some big performances. So maybe when we switch over to our next set of maps, we're going to have Taego and Rondo before we get over into Erangel. That could be just the shift that is needed. A bit of a mental reset, going into some new scenery, teams going into sort of different drop spots, different locations, a bit of a break. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance that that's just what they need.
Yeah, perhaps so. I like that you brought that up as well, because in Taego as well as Rondo, I believe this will be a kind of momentum shift that some of these teams absolutely needed out of, you know, journeying through those rough terrains and get caught out in between, unable to really trade back. And most often than not, you see likely eArena to also gain massive success in these kind of rounds. So as much as they've shown some tough runs here in Miramar, I think that they could bounce back up. But going back to the boys of Full Sense, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and so far they've been able to convince me that they can actually find pretty much a similar notion of how they could just consistently take over, just like how Sharper Esports did back in the first day run. And this has been the total of 3 chicken dinners so far for Full Sense.
It's been a really solid day for them so far. They've done really, really good work. Almost back-to-back 10-kill chicken dinners. This time, just a 9. Okay, no big deal. 3rd winner-winner chicken dinner of the grand finals so far as well. So they've been really looking strong. 3 wins out of 7 games is crazy margins. Tanadol getting it done, as well as Belmoth, who just, ever since Puchil stepped down from the roster, and they had a bit of a struggle originally last year and maybe the year before as well, with Norins stepping in originally as the new IGL for the new look day trade. It went horrendously. It did not go great. And they kind of played around a little bit, tried some things out, eventually settled on having Belmoth as their new team captain, their new IGL, and he is just molded into that role so well. He's such a smart kid. I'm gonna say this. He is probably the one Thai PUBG player who I can have a full conversation with in English. Like, he's the only one who's like put in the time and the effort to learn English. The rest of them, they can get by. It's all right. But Belmoth is the one who he just studies so hard. He works so hard. And it's really good to see that that is paying off here as well. Not just in terms of IGLing, getting the team to perform, but ever since he stepped up as the captain, his confidence has really come back. And when he first came into the scene, he was on the day trade bench and then moved over to Sharper Esports. He was like their star fragger for a while. Like, he was a really good mechanical player. And we're really starting to see that come back once again, a little bit further down the line in his career. And I love to see that.
Yeah, it really feels like year after year, Belmoth's been leveling up. And right now, we take a quick glimpse over on the top 4 results, as we did expect TE to also surpass Full Sense's results with a total of 14 kills acquired, as they've been able to also offer plenty of damage throughout the run. Anyone's Legends, who's been controlling the northwestern corner map, has been able to also match up to the tempo of TE with a total of 9 kills of their own. And this has been a surprising round for the side of Armory Gaming, where they're also starting to take really good shape, scoring themselves 10 points in that round of Miramar.
Very solid stuff. 20 points on the board for the Expendables. That is going to mean that they're going to be holding on to first place. They were a little bit ahead of Full Sense coming into that game regardless, but Full Sense, they were not 19 points behind Sharper Esports, and Sharper went out with a 0. They're just not quite enough to hold on to that first place spot. We're going to see exactly how things have played out. Still there on their 69 points, but the gap has been officially closed, slammed closed even, as the Expendables, with all the kills they picked up in the previous matchup, has put them up to 81 points after 8 games, averaging more than 10 points per game from that previous game. And Full Sense right now, after the day that they've had so far, is right there with them. Although, I mean, that's 40 points they've picked up in 2 games. What a crazy day it's been so far for Full Sense.
It really is.
The momentum's going to stop at some point, surely. Because if they're getting like 20 points a game the whole day, like just send them to, just let them go to Icon, to Cyan Paragon now and just wait for PGC to start. Like, they might as well just go now. But it's going to stop eventually, but so far it's already been a very successful day for them.
I mean, if they can basically run with another couple of chicken dinners, they could just celebrate a little bit early with a Mukata dinner right after the show is over, of course. But, you know, this might be a little bit of a shift, and we'll see whether if Full Sense can continuously get a couple more chicken dinners to go. So I'm definitely eager to see if, you know, other teams that's been trying to shake off the rust, Cerberus Esports as well as Sharper, 2 rounds back to back, they didn't manage to get much done, and it is definitely looking a little bit more concerning because we've mentioned before, Sharper, they don't exactly have the leeway of, you know, stacking those points from the previous PAQ, and they're the ones needing to do so much more as compared to all the other teams who's been able to at least get much done in the previous PAQ. So now we'll have to see what can they actually form once we move into Tego, where we expect a lot of all these teams to be setting up a couple of traps in the midst of the field. It's always lovely to watch all these mortars flying around. So we gotta see if they're absolutely prepared for that.
Well, coming into this tournament, Sharper Esports was sitting on 70 APAC points in 8th place, tied with a couple of others, Alter Ego, Expendables, Happy Squad, and Team Flash being their main threats or teams that they need to outperform. So far, they've been doing a pretty solid job of that, but today has been a little bit of a step down, a little bit of a slight slowing in momentum. Maybe they went out and they were celebrating a little too hard, a little bit on the Mukata too much, as you mentioned, 1 or 2 too many sniffs of their Yadom, or whatever other Thai references we can squeeze into this one. But Sharper, they're going to bounce back, I'm sure. This is a PTS Spring champion. Again, they fell off a little bit towards the center of the year, but now they're back on day number 1, and they've got to get things turned around to get their grips back on first place, 𝐷𝐿 will be the battleground where they get their first opportunity to do so. Yesterday, they picked up 12 points on the 𝐷𝐿 game, or 16 on 𝐷𝐿, 12 on Rondo. So the wildcards were very successful for them yesterday. So let's see if they're able to replicate that as we head into game number 3 of the day. Match 9 of 24 for the final stage, just over 1/3 of the way through. Let's see what we've got in store.
It's been absolutely lovely to witness all these teams go on the duke out. Yesterday's run in 𝐷𝐿 was absolutely wild, where we saw the kind of high ground, low ground battle, and there was a couple of moments where it got a little bit hairy. And what I could recall was Man playing from the low ground, barely have enough space, and he almost took out, I couldn't be certain, was it BRU or was it Sharper Esports? But hey, he almost took them out in that scuffle, and we had CERBERUS hiding in those BDRMs. But today, it doesn't seem like they got their hands on the BDRMs at all.
Not yet, but if there's going to be a place where we're going to see it, it's either here or Rondo. Those are notorious maps for having wide open, lots of fields in the late stages. I mean, look around 𝐷𝐿 right now. There's about 2 houses and everything else is a wide open field. That's the BRDM playground where people just straight up cannot hide from that. Sorry, I got shouted at yesterday for calling it a tank. It's an APC, okay? Yeah, we get it.
It's an APC.
Armored personnel carrier, okay. Doesn't matter. Shoot it with a Panzerfaust and it gets them blown up. Just ask CERBERUS about it. If anyone's being weird and cringe and sitting in a BRDM, just blow them up. It's that simple. It's that easy. There's been some questions about, you know, can he just sit in the BRDM and survive? Realistically, if you're a team who's in the lobby in the late game and someone's BRDM camping, it's not worth the bullets to shoot them. It takes so long to blow that thing up. You're better off looking to try and get some points. Like, as soon as they come out of that thing, they're in danger. So they're not going to be a threat to you regardless. So just let them get to their second place and then deal with that problem. But we mentioned slightly earlier on that we would come back to this point, so let's do it now. The Vietnamese teams have started to pick up M249s. We've seen it a little bit so far today. Those LMGs have really played an impact. Oh boy, well, they also pick up scars sometimes, and that's not good news for Trick, as 𝐻𝐿 gets a double headshot from across the road, gets the first nice easy pickup, but no doubt if he sees an M249, he might consider dropping that scar, picking up the M249, because in the late stages of the game, M249 Panzer, especially CERBERUS, they've been running this so frequently in the Vietnam series. They love holding those two weapons specifically in the late stages of the game because they are the counters to BRDMs. And BRDMs are so strong, just having the ability to just hold down mouse 1 and blow it up, have so much ammo, plus Panzerfaust. It's nice. It's good. It's good to have. So that is the one benefit of having so many weird new additions to the game and things coming to the competitive side, is those meta shifts. We've been seeing AUGs and MKs for how many years? Like ever since they really got introduced as ground spawn and esports capable. So having things be switched up a little bit, it's good to see.
Yeah, it's absolutely great. I mean, we're also seeing teams picking up either Lynx and time to time an AWM or even Kar98. We did manage to see some of all these bolt action rifles to be pretty much involved on those rounds of Miramar, but now we probably would expect, like what you said, those a lot of all these SMGs if they were playing inside the city, or if they were to actually go on an open field. You see teams like BRU love to equip themselves with the Panzerfaust as well, so they pretty much have the same idea as Finhay CERBERUS, where you just want to equip yourself with, you know, a tank buster. Well, oh, sorry, it wasn't a tank, right? What do you call it? APC?
APC.
Right.
Or we could go with the other one, where they'll be crowdsourced from Twitch chat as well, the BRDM. We looked it up, we went on Wikipedia, a Soviet APC. So you know what? Big Russian dummy mummy. Let's go for it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just go with that. Because so many people call it the BDRM, don't they, Aaron? And that's just not what it's called. It's the BRDM. So we need an acronym for this. So, Big Russian dummy mummy. It's also what I call Batulins when I see him on LAN, because, like, the facts. But we'll see. We'll see whether we get to see her later on in the game. For now, everyone's just got their boring normal vehicles, like the Pony Coupe. They go fast, but, I mean, you can blow them up pretty easy. You don't even really need a Panzerfaust. Late game is where we really get to start seeing just how much of a presence she can truly have.
Yeah, and speaking of playing a little bit pesky as well, I think like we probably might see some gliders to be involved in this matchup as well, which we've got plenty of it back in the days where BRU usually get scouts out around by doing so. A potential Famas for to pick up for the side of Full Sense, and there's plenty of options for them as they got themselves pretty much spoiled for choice. And Rum United already looking for a quick catch up against Newhouse Esports as they go side by side. Hoyan soaking a little bit of attack, but they will be pretty much getting themselves away as far as they could from BRU.
It's probably a good idea. When this team is on form, you probably don't want to be lurking around them for all too long. They're up to 46 points, so a little bit above the middle of the pack, slightly over halfway towards the points that the Expendables have got. But they've got themselves a glider as well. They're under a little bit of pressure, but 𝐏𝐲𝐵S does not hit these. All he does is hit the buttons on his keyboard in chat when he's talking smack, especially to Pivy from JFT. He's got it out for him. But thankfully, 𝐏𝐲𝐵S is playing the game today, so he doesn't have time to type. He's just putting bullets into a glider, which is now on fire and smoking, so the Expendables might just be losing out on their free information, but they're angry. They're mad. They want to come back and get revenge for their fallen glider.
And there's also a raid zone going on over on this corner. The Expendables might need to sit tight into those compounds. Happy Squad looking to challenge them over onto that edge. They're split into a 2-2 formation, so perhaps 𝐏𝐿BS could basically relay that so they could just form up to take on the rest of the Expendables. And this team so far has been able to really plow through squads after squads. So it's definitely no easy task for Happy Squad to be able to really go charging at them. So it's going to be a little bit of a technical battle. If they do see an opportunity to find that first contact, then perhaps that flush can go through.
Well, Borough United,
BRU's also moving by.
Pretty close. Going into the red zone right now. If anyone gets knocked, that's an insta-flush, but T5 is corralling them. They're not going to let them stop in this area. They might have been somewhat tempted to stop and see if maybe they could find some picks for the third party, hearing the shots in the town, but they're just going to be forced to go on their way through. A combination of T5 and the red zone is going to mean, yeah, they're just not going to get the chance to stop and look for points, so they're just going to have to move on, find themselves a position instead.
Yeah, forming the planet over the hillside, but it was Team Flash that calls first dips, though. Now they play it a little bit slowly. They would expect teams to also be looking for that position, as this usually is a very highly populated area. And this being in the dead center of the zone doesn't exactly help the case in point for the side of Rum United. So they would expect more and more teams to also be moving towards this destination. Happy Squad have yet to settle the scores with the rest of the Expendables, though. But they've been having a Mexican standoff for a little bit. Now, both sides just hoping to maybe burn some time out of phase one to make a better decision on where exactly they need to be. But of course, when you have one squad locked into the city with you, you still need to really hold down the line before you make a maneuver out of that, say, territory.
Yeah.
Well, Unit's plotting something up against the rest of Shopper Esports.
I'd say 1 minute before the zone shift is probably not the ideal timing to hard commit onto a fight in an urban setting, because those things can go on for a long, long time. So makes sense that they're not really going to be putting too much of an aggressive move on from either side between TE and Happy Squad. And then on the far edge of the map, Newhouse, they've wrapped about as far as they possibly can. Any further to the east and they're in the river, or maybe even in the mountains of instant death. So they're just watching. They know there's a team in here. They see the vehicles, looking for picks, and then maybe just going to try and take the opportunity to rotate in front of them or grab the point if they can. Just like 𝐿𝐵𝐿 is going to try and grab this point. Another headshot onto 𝐏𝐷𝐿𝐵𝐿, and that's just classic 𝐏𝐷𝐿𝐵𝐿, looking for information, scouting a little bit separated from the rest of the squad, and he's unfortunately crept up on once again. It's been a while since he's fallen victim to that kind of thing, but man, this time there to finish the job. 𝐿𝐵𝐿 gets the long-range taps on the vehicle, and he just can't exfil quickly enough.
I've been pretty impressed with 𝐿𝐵𝐿's run so far from yesterday till today, especially in those Miramar lurks that they've been able to really pull up against those teams. Yesterday was Anyone's Legends that had received the full brunt, 4 kills, all being claimed by Chipper alone on his last stand. Now, the zone shifts further and further towards the southeast corner of the map, and majority of the teams are already inbound, so not too worrisome for that portion. But Windy, over the far west, they might have to go up against the rest of Forest Natural Gaming as well as Finhay Cerberus in order to get by, and that is just a really scary thought if they were to really look for a little bit more of a feisty situation. Well, Newhouse Esports, they've been here for a very long time, and they're sending you there to really creep up close up against J-Die. So we'll see if they could basically crack the case open.
Sharper definitely knows something's up. They've been keeping their eye on that ridge line for as long as they could. Tridoy was looking for an angle on the man lurking in the warehouse, but didn't quite find anything. Finhay Cerberus now just sending it straight through the middle, and in classic fashion, immediately lose 2. Can and Dynasty just shredding Lambao and Dukmai out of the vehicles. Tridoy trying to just put some pressure down onto Buriram and prevent them from maybe getting the flushes so they can try and steal one away, but 𝐿𝑌𝑛𝐺𝐵 just got ran over somehow in all of this. He landed the glider in front of them.
What?
Is that what just happened? There was a glider smoking in the sky. He just landed and 𝐿𝑌𝑛𝐺𝐵 just rams into him. Okay, well that's free. And he immediately gets punished. Van, you heard the M249 ringing off in the background as well. Stolen away by Tanadol though. So 𝐿𝑌𝑛𝐺𝐵 taken down. It's it might just be the end of the game for Finhay Cerberus, but a lot of teams are feasting on those points.
Man, teams after teams, they were driving into that meat grinder. And just like that, we lost out so many of all these members out of Finhay Cerberus. Only left with 1. So we'll see whether if he could actually get those recalls out. But I think at this point in time, it is rather difficult to even get to any form of a tower for now. As for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming, they're happy where they're being placed, but they've received probably a little bit more of that attention coming out of the Windy players over on the hillside, and hence why they're just sitting tight for the moment. Still relatively early, as we've got Buriram United, Team Flash, as well as Anyone's Legends to be in such a good position in the direct center. But now, back towards the side of eArena, they're looking for that final pickoff. It's only down to Simon. He's always been the final member to really make miracles happen for the side of Finhay Cerberus. But now, he's got to pull all the stops. And there's just barely enough of that space for him, relying on those smokes. And somehow, that is just sufficient for him to get out of harm's way. Jacob's going to lose sight of him.
Just dipping down for now. Just got to try and survive, keep his head down. Norin just pushing out, maybe to try and find an angle for a grenade or some kind of way to get up that point onto Simon T. But he's got a lot of smokes. He can buy a lot of time for now. He's got the smoke launcher as well, just to buy a little bit more. But he is almost dead center of the circle as well, a little bit to the south. And he's kept in as well. So both AL and eArena are going to have to encroach on his position eventually. So he will be cleaned up. Quite likely he's going to be taking down Cerberus in 16th place when he is removed from the game, but might just be able to get 1 point as Chibarit just rolled by in front of him. Just no, not a care in the world. He could have risked it. He risked it all for a rotation, but he made it. 777 though will not be making it. Riz picks him off from distance.
Oh, yeah, we talk about all these kind of opportunities, but then again, I don't think that Chibarit wants to be in the mix of all these other teams eyeing for that position. Somehow he found a couple of bushes to set up shop, but Axe now connected coming from Norins. Barely enough space for him to even get out alive, and finally got that perfect glimpse. A straight shot to the dome, and Finhay Cerberus once again bow out super early. This time only with 1 point. Better than nothing though, but still a far cry from what they've been able to accomplish coming from the past run of yesterday.
Yeah, just haven't really been able to put it together today. And hopefully they get the chance to take a little bit of a break. Go back for a bit of a reset before the next one. Team Flash landing shots from decent distance as more teams are looking to make rotations. Wide wrap around up towards the northern side of the circle. It's 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐻 and the boy 𝐵𝑖𝑛�Ｈ𝑒𝑘. I'm so mad, man. Where is BinBlue? Why did he have to be born so late, man? BinBlue was such a freak in the Vietnam series, and every time he wants to play in these and they hit him with the no, he's too young. Brother, grow up. We need you in the play, man. I can't wait. I can't wait till Team Flash gets BinBlue back in action, back on their squad. He's such a good player. He's one of those. He's another one from Vietnam that's just like, he's a 16-year-old. He put a mouse in his hand. He was probably born with like a razor death adder, and he's just unreal. He's really, really solid. A big part of the reason why they were able to pick up the victory in Vietnam Series Spring under Buffalo Esports before they got picked up by Flash. But now they're going to have to do it without him as 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐻 finds a cheeky angle, almost lands the knock down onto �սկ𝐻𝐵e. Got a headshot in, but just couldn't quite find the angle. 𝐿ONGX taken down by the blue zone grenade, though. They're getting overrun by 𝐭REST. 𝐵𝑖𝑛�Ｈ𝑒𝑘's going to have to try and put up a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be 𝐾𝐻 on the push, and he does find 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐻. And he's been able to pin not only one, but two on the far end. Wow. That spray transition was just phenomenal out of 𝐾𝐻. And just like that, of course, Natural Gaming, they claim to have even more to go. And the rest of Team Flash, they have to just concede on this area. And they want nothing to be dealing with this. While that grenade comes in the perfect timing, as �սկ𝐻𝐵e will be able to secure it up against the final member of Team Flash.
Well, 𝐿𝐴𝐻 is Vietnamese for champion. 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐻 this time around might have to consider a name change. They're not going to be winning this one. Taken out by... Okay, taken out by 𝐭REST. And much in the same vein, 𝑊indy just taken out before they can even get into the zone. 1 kill point going over to destroy and anyone's legend, but the rest just driving directly into the trap set by Buram. I don't even think they intended this position to be a trap. This was just where they were forced to move to, going past the fight earlier on under pressure from T5. They stopped here, and everyone just keeps driving into them. They picked up 5 kill points from this position. Still 4 alive, still in the center of the circle, and there may still be more to come as the zone is still continuing to close around them.
Yeah, potentially so, and now they've also find themselves directly in the center of the zone. They also have to thank anyone's legends at the very same time, because they kind of withered down some of the passerbys, and then the rest of Brum just went in to finish the job. So Cerberus Esports, the first one to be the casualties, and then now, oh, it's just more and more names added to the list. And for the fact of the matter that anyone's legends hasn't really gone in for that full contention up against him, kind of baffles me, because at a certain point in time, they were kind of trading a little bit, and they decided, nah, it's not worth it. You know what? We can get this to enjoy the spoils between teams who are just cutting by.
They're still going to have to shuffle a little further forwards now. Norin's dropping a smoke so he can scout forwards. Gets a little bit of vision on maybe something. Might have had to think twice about whether or not that was a player he saw in 𝐴𝐻, but for now, shots from TDT will force Eddie back into his little plateau. And this is exactly one of those reasons why BRDMs come in so clutch in the late stages on a map like this, because anytime you peek up over anything in this area, it's so wide open, it's so flat. Just having that safety of being able to maneuver without having the pressure of someone just picking you off from distance. 𝐻𝐿𝐴𝐻 crouch spamming a little bit too much to land the shots on the flush of the player that he's able to knock. The bush maybe providing a little bit of visual cover makes it a little difficult. They're still going to push forwards. They know Armory Gaming are below them. They know they're weakened. They're going to try and grab the revive. Anyone's legend might just look to try and push the initiative.
And Armory Gaming, they're kind of pinched in between both Anyone's Legends as well as eArena. But I believe there was a couple of attacks being sent towards the way of eArena that got them a little bit more occupied, and hence why the rest of Armory Gaming are allowed to also re-aggress towards those members over the hillside up against Anyone's Legends. And now deploying a couple of smokes, but he's already soaking so much damage from the outskirts. Little attacks over on the side of Sharper, but I don't think he really wants to draw their attention right now. He's got to find an entry point. It doesn't seem like he's got enough resources to do so.
No, it's going to be tough. And there's also Alter Ego trying to make their way in just to the south of them. They're going to get caught in almost the exact same situation, creeping forwards. T1716 manages to get the grenade knock onto one from AE, instantly stolen away, and now losing Hoi-An out in the blue zone as Sharper has just set up a defensive line. There's just no way forwards. No matter how many smokes they're throwing, there's blue zone nades there to answer, ready to catch them out. Thunder's now turning his attention elsewhere, trying to pick up more players. He's almost crept up in line with Newhouse, almost behind them to an extent, with Bryant just down over the side. That smoke launcher is going to cut off the line of sight, though, make it a little bit more sketchy if Sharper are going to try and make the push, but he's out of there. 𝐷𝐸𝑚𝑜y caught in mid-air. The headshot from Thunders as the vehicle took a little bit of a jump, but he's answered back with a grenade up over the ridge from down below. A Newhouse. They're trying to find a way to get this fight over Sharper Esports, but it's not easy.
Yeah, you can see how tough it is. They're just creeping by the bushes, and they're now pulling an engagement as they manage to find Thunder's weapon. He does actually blow up the rest of eArena in the midst of that rotation. Opon's left as they try to trade right back. And Sharper Esports still needing to settle the scores up against the rest of NHE. United, out of that, they managed to land another point added to the table. But they now need to deal with Forrest, who's approaching up ahead.
A whole lot of players just got bombarded and exploded and sent back to lobby. I saw Shanks in there killing himself with a Panzerfaust. My guy. I respect it. But he did at least take one down with him. But so many grenades just picking off kills in rotation. People just trying to find a place to pull up, and just simply nowhere is safe to do so right now. Just not enough space in this zone. And any space that you do find, there's all line of sights from all angles. 𝘚𝑠 just has to lurk and keep his head down behind the tree as 𝐹𝑙𝑢𝑘y is watching closely with that MK trained in. Bullets are looking pretty low, though. Could do with picking up some additional ammo, but he's got the barrel in the main slot, so he's not sharing between weapons. So might be able to get a bit of a trade from the teammates. Tigger still looking to hold the line. There's 3 teams ahead of him. Whether he knows exactly how many teams there are, but that's a different question. But Forrest and Buriram might start making a bit of an engagement between themselves. But right now, Full Sense pushing up, getting grenades in. They've spotted out AL heading in towards the shack. They've got the blue zones to deal with. If they've got 2, this could be a big play for them.
Yeah, it's setting up pretty nicely with the grenades being tossed into the shack. And Anyone's Legends need to dance it off. Bad enough cover. While they also spot out some of all these pushes coming from the rest of United, they try to get as far away as they could, while Full Sense also trailing very closely. The grenades do connect. Now they deploy those smokes. Not too sure if that could actually buy enough space, but Tigger on the assault finds one. Might be able to actually take a glimpse into the shack, but there's still no chance whatsoever for Himas to really go in for the pickup just yet. J.Dot next one to falter his new home. Tries to put a little bit more pressure over onto the members of BRU. And Tigger, he's not really checking into the shack just yet. Perhaps he thinks that it might just be cleared out. Gonna see if he could find anything through the smoke, though.
No need to risk going and pushing for it when you can simply just throw grenades. Looking in the corner. They tried to get the follow-up with the blue zone grenade with the frag, but it wasn't quite close enough to fully finish off Himas. So he is still lurking in the smoke. That is dangerous. They've left Flash out here to try and deal with him. He's got the FAMAS in hand. He's ready and waiting, but Flash dodges away from the flash. Himas around the side will lose the engagement. He hears the shots coming in from ahead. Okay, there's another team here. Better turn around and run because he's 60 HP. He does not want to lose that 3 gear and the FAMAS. And 𝘚𝑠's got an MK14 as well. So Full Sense are looking equipped and ready for a scrap. 𝑢𝑑irt over on the opposite side finishes off Sharper Esports. They got a bit of assistance from some long-range DMR spam shots as the edge of the zone started to encroach. And a double nade from 𝘚𝑠 as well. 3 teams eliminated in the span of seconds as the zone continues just to be brutal for this squad.
That was massive out of 𝘚𝑠, and Forrest, they just got instantly annihilated with that. Happy Squad now spotted out by Edie. There's just about enough room for cover over onto those compounds as they've been having that back and forth trade between the Expendables, and it seems like they've never really left the scene so far. It absolutely paid out for them to really play on the late phase of phase 6 right at this moment. Rostet Jr. Now looking for those picks up the hillside. Challenge up against the rest of Full Sense. And look at Full Sense, they're not stopping anytime soon. Another 6-pointer, still having 4 members. Out in bots now, going for a trade up against BRU, while Edie looks for those picked up against Happy Squad, who's going on a 2-2 formation. And Brum United. Now, just seeing so much of that tension, it's kind of difficult for them to really get much done. Now that with the phase 6 zone closing right through, and that's going to be a big one coming out of 𝐿𝐵, as he will be able to blow that vehicle apart. And Dimasty's been looking for that rescue. He managed to pick one up, and eventually he got himself in trouble as well. 2 members down for side of BRU, and Full Sense arrives in to put them out of this match.
Big problem for Eddie. Just the ride height on the truck is just too high. Can't get away from the shots underneath from Happy Squad. As soon as they fully focus their fire over the side, really put the pressure on, then Full Sense makes their play on the far side of things and wipes out the remaining Buriram players. They've done enough to get 10 kills on the board, 4 players still standing, and they've overtaken the Expendables into first place. They started today in the bottom half of the standings, and right now, third game in a row that they're above 10 points minimum. Insane stuff from Full Sense, but this is still going to be a bit of a difficult one to close out the game. It's looking like, in hindsight, it was a really good idea for the Expendables and Happy Squad not to commit to their fight in Gangneung earlier on. It could have been a fight in phase number 1. 7 minutes into this game, these two teams were occupying these same buildings and looking for angles to try and get a fight on towards each other, but they opted to go their separate ways. It's worked out well for both teams, and now they can sort of bide their time. They've still got the utility to work with. 𝐿𝐵 can push out and look for prospective grenades, maybe try and find Renox. He's going to almost get them down. If the blue zone ticks just a little bit further, they might get these kills.
It's so close though, but thankfully they've been able to prevail. T5 desperately hanging on that space. Full Sense is not going to be overlooking over onto that stone as well, and View Home does not seem to have any form of space to work with, and that's quick work coming out of Tigger to be able to take him out of this top 5. The rest of the Expendables, now that they've been able to really open a little bit more of their space for their own, they're going to see whether if they could basically take on a fight up against the rest of Full Sense, who's still lurking around the top end of the hill. And it isn't going to be easy. But if this shifts over on the open grounds, then it will be trouble up ahead for the rest of FS.
Hey, my bad. I said Full Sense's momentum is going to slow down at some point. I was a little early on that. It looks like they are not slowing down at any point so far in our first 3 matches. 12 kills on the board, their highest kill performance of the day, and another top 4 minimum, likely more as well, as now finally, after 21 minutes of staring each other down in the city, Duck Juice finally opens the engagement between themselves and Happy Squad. They've still got blue zone grenades as well to toss out to prevent any chance of getting the revives, and maybe even lock them into that warehouse, as the phase 8 blue zone is now pushing. They've got the Molotovs to try and block off the doorway. There is a little bit of a gap though. Tanvu's picked himself up a Lynx as well, and Tanadol feels the full force of that into the forehead as well. Tanvu, huge, big pick.
Yeah, and I was kind of concerned that when the rest of the Expendables were aggressing towards those members of the Happy Squad, that they would leave themselves susceptible to all these angles of Full Sense, but Tanvu now answers back with that Lynx. Kind of forces the rest of Full Sense to fully hold back. Tigger sees this angle to try to get a couple of attacks done. But they can only go so far. They bump into each other. This is going to be pretty rough for the rest of the Expendables. But they try to crash towards the direction of T5, but that's not quite enough. They are now stuck in the center of all the commotion taking place.
Bruh, they drove into the crate. The small crate that came down, the secondary airdrop crate. They were not ready for that thing to be lurking in the smoke, and that is game over for the Expendables. It might have been game over regardless. It's a risky send. They were kind of running out of options, but they just sent it across the road and came to a dead stop because of one of the Tego crates. That's so depressing. And it's going to be another win for Full Sense, it's looking like, with any potential chance of another team to compete with them just completely brought to a halt. They've wiped out Happie. It's going to be their biggest win of the day, never mind 3 in a row. This is unprecedented stuff. They had 39 points in their first 2 games. Why not add another 27 to the mix in game number 3? This is absolutely unspeakable scenes. Outrageous stuff from Full Sense. Friday squad confirmed. My goodness, they're looking unstoppable.
I don't know what kind of words can we actually describe this dominance that's being shown to us right before our eyes. Full Sense now secures their 4th chicken dinner, and it's 3 back-to-back. And they've just found that god angle through the hillside, and for a moment you thought, oh, with all these pressure coming from Tambu, it might just be enough for them to maybe find a couple of picks up against Full Sense, but instead, that run out in the open really cost quite the shamble for the rest of the Expendables to even get anything done from that point onward. So rather rough for TE, but hey, Full Sense, they take any form of misfortune of the other squads at any given day, and now it makes it so much harder for everybody else to even give chase.
When we look at them on the player cams at the end of the game, there's not even celebrations coming from them. It's like they're not even phased by this level of performance. Like, yeah, it's just another Friday for us. Man, so calm, so composed. I've glazed them enough. That's a word you like to use yesterday for some sort of composure and the way that they've handled themselves, conducted themselves as a squad since signing with Full Sense. The addition of having those mental coaches and psychologists working with them, it's paying off massively. What a massive, massive day this is. They could just all go to sleep now and we would still say this was a great day for them, but they've still got 3 more games. This is nuts from Full Sense. Absolutely crazy.
It's so crazy. I think like somebody's got to give a call to Crafton or anyone out there. Is like, do we get our partnership back after such a crazy run? You know, like it is something that we least expect, especially in grand finals with all these stacked teams, and they're absolutely showing up huge today. And I don't know what kind of destruction can they offer in the other portion, because right now I think these teams definitely need to catch a little bit of breather for them to really think, how do we stop these guys?
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that right now. Maybe shoot them? I don't know. It's such a difficult thing. They looked like there was a few points in that game where it looked like their position was a little bit sketchy. We saw Tanadol hiding down behind trees, the push that they made onto anyone's legend. If Bororam United was a little more proactive from the top of the hill, things could have fallen apart there, but it's just measured aggression. It's working out in their favor. They're biding their time. Can't stress enough. Wait for the opportunities to present themselves, and when they do not hesitate. It's working so well. It also helps when TE drives into a box that shouldn't be there, but I mean, that's just so unfortunate. But realistically, their only option was to get in the vehicles and go for a send. It's likely that play would have resulted in the same thing eventually. Maybe not quite so quickly as just coming to a dead stop in front of 3 other teams in a Final Four end circle, but it's still very likely that from that position, Full Sense had already won the game. They'd cleared everyone else from the high ground. Everyone else had to get across the road, hide behind rocks, and just getting into that position 3 times in a row. It's unbelievable stuff. It really is.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to allow all these teams to catch a little bit of their breath. I mean, it's been accelerating rounds back and forth, but Full Sense so far, dominant 3 matches. We still have 3 more, so we'll catch you guys after a couple of minutes of these ads rolling your way. So, catch you guys soon.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will
So I'm bringing this static. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝑔𝐁𝐆
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
easy very easy Miramar
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
very easy because the red building is only in Picado
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
this easy too this school Irangel
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
it's because it's only in school have this stats too
เอ้ยเป็นไง
still Miramar this like this power grid I think
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's Power Grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego Fishing Camp.
Diego
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
this Rondo
นี่ชัดมาก
still very easy
แข้งนี้มีแบบเดียวอิรังเกลครับข้อ B
this was only in Irango
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
this easy too I choose Diego
โอ้โหอันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตัวนี้
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันพลิกลอนโดครับลอนโดผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D
Feeling a little bit better.
Rondo
Yeah.
easy game
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the
That
fans
snort out.
in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami.
3 games, 3 wins for Full Sense, and probably like 50 kills at this point. What an insane day it has been for them. It really has been ever since the announcement came out about PGC being located in Bangkok this year with a collaboration for PUBG United with PUBG Mobile. 2 malls in the center of Bangkok. We're going to be in Central World and Siam Paragon for the grand finals. Crazy stuff. You can walk in there, you can see like all your Chanel and Cartier bags, then go up to floor 5 and watch Full Sense absolutely kick booty cheeks on the global stage if things are going anything like they're currently doing. What a performance. What a set of motivation that is to go out there and get the chance to perform in your home nation. And if you can perform like this, man, it's going to be insane. 5 kills apiece for Tanadol Tigger and Belmoth. Crazy stuff from them today.
Yeah, they're definitely in their championship form right now, and this is by far their biggest run. Tenadol has been able to really cause destruction with a total of 890 damage from the span of run, with also 5 other knockouts to also follow suit. So that being said, Full Sense are just making our screen light up in red for 3 rounds in a row. So you will expect pretty much a similar fashion coming into our upcoming run inside of the Rondo. But what really impressed me is not only the level of aggression that they display, the discipline that they've been able to really display on so many of all these risky positions is something that teams can actually learn from, because they were at times being placed into multiple angles of teams shooting right back at them, but they've been able to really hold firm on their ground.
Yeah, the other thing to note on the graphic on the screen, 28 frag grenades. Remember when I said a couple of years ago APAC just never used grenades, and now there's one team dominating and they've thrown twice as many as the rest of the lobby combined? Crazy coincidence. Although, to be fair, some of the other squads probably did their explosions with Panzerfaust and mortars. We've seen a few of those used out through the day, but we've really not seen anything like this level of dominance in APAC since LG Divine, PCS2 2020, not even 2021. This is the last time we saw a team like this. Like 5 winner chicken dinners in 8 games was their strat. Full Sense is doing that, but they're getting a whole bunch of kills to go alongside it as well. Over 100 points with 9 games played, and they started the day in the bottom half of the leaderboard. Absolutely wild stuff.
Yeah, I don't think that any other team could actually replicate this kind of run. Even if their streak stops here, they're sitting pretty comfortably with this current lead, despite having TE to still be upholding what they've been doing for the past couple rounds. I think like it is absolutely chaseable for even the likes of Sharper Esports if they can finally lend themselves a win, but the rest of Sharper today just wasn't exactly the day. A couple of rounds back in Miramar, they've been taking out Cole, and at the very least, in the previous matchup, they've been able to find a couple of catches of their own. But moving into Rondo, I guess this is gonna be another round where they've been looking for, you know, a certain formula to be able to really take another big round for their own. So Full Sense, they're gonna have a lot of all these targets aimed at them right now, or perhaps this is definitely a big case study by the end of the day. This Full Sense roster, of course, you guys may have known them for day trade, and they've been one of the most winningest teams coming in from Thailand, and I think like it's about damn time that they get themselves back on the global stage.
That's an American word you just used. We don't say winningest in the UK. We just say most successful, which is more syllables, but you know, we've got to hold the sense of superiority somehow. But no one is superior to Full Sense right now, and it might not get any better for anyone else, because if we look back at yesterday's performances, Full Sense, Rondo, 16 points. Uh-oh, that's not good news for everybody else, apart from maybe Team Flash, who also got 16 points. Sharper got 12 yesterday, and Finhay Cerberus got 13 points. Those are a few teams that could really do with stepping it up, getting back into the swing of things, find some of their day one form, because all of those teams did pretty good on day number 1, but so far, it's almost impossible for us to talk about anyone else. Because
really,
everyone has been so drastically overshadowed by Full Sense. There's positives to be found in a few places. Players like Kiss for Forest Natural Gaming have had really solid individual games. Himas as well on Miramar, picking up 6 or 7 kills for his squad, but it just pales in comparison to the teamwork that's been put on display. And it's not just one player carrying, it's the whole squad contributing consistently for Full Sense that makes this so impressive.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of teams hoping to give chase as well. In the past round, I believe that Theerathon 5 has been able to make an advancement. But if we take a look at the standings as well, a lot of the teams are sitting around the 30-40 point margin. And at any given moment that any team slips up, they're going to be go all the way down the charts if that's going to be the case. Hopefully not. I mean, when Full Sense is so activated in this current time frame that they're showing us, it's kind of difficult for them to find any form of pickups of their own.
PMS debated, Vietnam overrated, full sense is fully activated right now, and oh boy, they look difficult to stop. We'll see if anyone's able to find a way to do it. Maybe Panzerfaust, maybe BRDMs, maybe that would help up against a full sense, because if they're trying to play out in the open fields, there's just no way. Everyone's getting blasted before they even get the chance. So maybe someone needs to get a little bit of RNG on their side, get the flare gun, especially on a map like this. We touched on it before. There's so much wide open area, a lot of field endings, possibility on Rondo. So BRDM value goes up and up and up, and any little advantage you can get when you're up against a team who's on this kind of form, you've got to grasp with both hands and fully engage every little advantage that you can take. And we're going to start with one advantage in about 10 seconds for somebody on the map. Somebody's going to get a good zone for them. Who's it going to be? Let's find out.
Well, so far things are looking pretty good for inside of full sense once again, being smack dab in the middle of the zone. Well, slightly off the center, but they could always drive across into you in any given point in time. So maybe it takes more than 5 teams to eventually contest for that spot for that to happen, for them to crash out early. But hey, they also fancy that to be also a fancy opportunity for them to also farm those big numbers as well. So we'll have to take a close look as to how long will they be able to hold out in that territory. Whereas Team Flash, I think we've seen massive improvements step by step as they are inching closer and closer back into the top 5. Currently sitting with a total of 52 points. They just need a couple more to topple out both BRU as well as Finhay CERBERUS.
Oh, I hope that's not true. I hope the leaderboard, we're just testing the graphics, I hope they didn't just get eliminated, because that's not ideal. So we might have to give that one a cheeky restart and get CERBERUS back in play, because they are still alive. They're lurking over down towards the southeastern side of the map. Now, what's gone on here? Why is Delwyn lurking with a pistol and a gas can set up, surrounded by Windy and shuffle stepping to try and not make any noise? How's this situation occurred, and how will it play out? Tanvu is on his way over, maybe just looking to come in and help his IGL, or maybe they could just be trying to bait them into making the push, and he's going to do some freaky stuff with a pistol and a gas can, kind of setting a trap. Not sure how that's going to work out. Let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think that the rest of the Expendables have been playing a very cheeky run after all, especially back in Miramar. That 14-pointer kill streak that they've gotten was astounding. And they're just hoping to find a little bit more of that activation, but no baits whatsoever coming out of the same teams just yet. Windy, they don't really want to get too involved over onto this span of the round. It just seems like it's going to be a standard start for all the teams across the field. And last we saw throughout the flight path as well, a lot of teams, they tend to go towards the far stretch over onto the edges of the map. So it kind of leaves this kind of scenario right now with a lot of space open up over on the direct center.
Delwyn's got to be having a laugh. He's clearing the building, running around with that pistol in hand, climbing on the roof with no helmet. Like, this guy's fearless, absolutely fearless. But I'm gonna say it takes a certain kind of person to be born in Vietnam. You definitely get molded into a fearless individual. I've tried to cross a street in Ho Chi Minh. It was the worst 30 seconds of my life. I can definitely see how growing up doing that as a child could turn you into someone who doesn't afraid of anything. And Delwyn proving it there, running around with a pistol and no helmet. He's clearing corners. He's got the teammates. He's got the boys for backup. Unfortunately for them, no one there to be found. Windy had already exfilled from the area. eArena heading down a little bit south, maybe looking to try and camp a bridge compound. It's rare that we see many bridge camps on this map, particularly in this area. But I mean, Nora's got the Panzerfaust. He's ready for it. If anyone does try to make that wide wrap, then they could be in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, and that could potentially be Happy Squad if Jadida CD is not going to be part of the equation later on. But we have to see whether if those kind of cheeky stands will come to fruition for those members of the arena. And we've seen quite a lot of those Panzer plays yesterday. I guess there was a few attempts coming into those rounds of Miramar, but other than that, we always love to see them get a little bit more explosive in that sense. Theerathon 5, I think last round they've managed to move up 4 positions, and they've managed to outlast a lot of all these teams, and somehow kept themselves surviving to the top 3 in that portion of the match, or should I say top 4? Gotta recall of how that one played out between them as well as Happy Squad. That's gonna be Scappi now, getting a good hard look right across the corner, and they might be able to find perhaps a great nab. And Scappi, this could be the chance. Not taking it.
Well, I don't know if he meant to jump there, or if that was a classic Counter-Strike player who has his jump bound to scroll wheel, and that's him just taking a knee just to change his settings quickly. Maybe that could have been what happened. Who knows? But opting not to take the shots, I mean, maybe there was an opportunity to get a pick there, but it would be risky. I don't think they're too worried about giving their position away, but maybe if Flash were not really on full alert and holding their back line, they could look for a chance to backfill. Don't want to force them into a defensive position and risk giving up the potential to take that position for themselves. Windy trying to park the bus. This is going to be a tough one to get out of there. If they need to leave in a hurry, they're going to get a little bit wedged. And 𝐏𝐷𝐷 cares not for distance and cares not for bridge camps either. He's spotted 𝐿 on the far side, so they're not going to be driving over face first into any Panzerfaust. I'm pretty sure I just saw a bright pink square in the river. So I think someone from 𝐿 is swimming, and it makes sense on the minimap. There is a little hint of an airdrop crate about halfway across the river, so maybe going for that. Maybe that's what dragged Aya over here in the first place to start taking a look. Who knows?
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see if they did manage to really amp up their firepower with maybe a couple of these good guns to be equipped. Well, Khan, back to the usual duty of scouting out ahead on the glider. It pays a perfect passage for the rest of Grim United to swerve into the city of Jadena, hoping to also bypass Happy Squad, who's a little bit more occupied by trying to pretty much deal blows up against 𝐿 potentially. Norin's seemingly very eager to unleash this Panzerfaust, but I think he's got to wait so much longer. For the moment, we've had quite a number of teams already planted into the zone. Wendy now draws an exchange, and quickly 𝐸POT realizes, okay, it's not really worthwhile. Don't want to really lose out some of all these armory in the get-go. Well, it will definitely take a while before we actually get to see a full-on fight between all the teams. The rest of TE also joins in pretty closely. So 𝐸POT's going to go for another attempt after getting a little bit more of that recovery. So still got 3 more first aids to go. Theerathon 5 is playing it really slowly. I think the last we saw, they were leaving across the stadium grounds, and they're just going to go blindly into the zone. There's still a little bit of wiggle room coming from the northern portion of the map, but Windy so far, I think they've been doing pretty all right, but somehow they just couldn't find that top 5 finish for so many attempts. So hopefully, if they could just hold out their position, they should be good to go.
Let's see how it goes. It's been a slow early game. No one has been picked off this time around. Tends to happen on this map because it's just so gosh darn big. This is the only 8x8 map where the actual playable area extends pretty much all the way to the edge of the 8x8. All of the others, sorry everyone, Erangle's kind of technically more of a 6x6 because there's a kilometer of ocean around the outsides. Miramar, you've got all the ocean, you've got the mountains. So this map is just physically bigger, just so much more space for teams to spread out in the early phases of the game. That kind of slows down phase number 1 a little bit. Does mean that we're going to have more players alive, but it also means when we get to the later stages of the game, it's way harder to find positions that are survivable, especially if you don't have a compound to hold down for yourself. If you're exposed from some sort of angle, there's probably going to be someone there. Let's see what angles we're working with. We're going fully southwest of Jadena City to the eastern side of Tin Long Garden. This little peninsula all the way down on the southeast side of Rondo. Not an area we get to see in play all too often, but do not be fooled if you are a fan of seeing people parachute onto those big, giant, tall mountains. There is one just outside of Tin Long Garden that someone could opt to use and get some long-range shots, get some scouting information, and, of course, Rondo, hard-spawn gliders. That's why we're seeing so many of them being used to gather information. So the likes of Buriram, who have still kept theirs alive and well for now, they can still look for avenues to try and get into this zone, keep their squad alive and healthy, and see if they can make it to the late game.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting that Buriram United, they tend to actually take the compound instead of playing over the high ground where they could have actually gotten first tips on it. So that area has now been held by Full Sense. Esports managing to get a glimpse of it, so it's going to be a lot of long-range attacks coming in from Earths on this Mini 14, hoping to see if they could actually maybe take out their vehicles or so, cause a little bit of disruption up against the rest of the and also spots out a member out of Forest Natural Gaming from United. They don't want anyone dropping anywhere close by their territory right now, and Happy Squad hoping to find a little bit more of a situation where teams would drive towards that direction of Tulane. CJ, Pufferfish to support a little bit more. And then once Legends, they took a wide wrap over onto Jeddah City and found themselves into the fold, and should be able to at least secure some good grounds over on the south and portion of the map.
There's a headshot landed, long distance onto Destroy. Surprises me a little bit, actually, that when you see a team like AL picking up the gliders, that it's not Haisaki who opts to go for this. You see them used very differently in a lot of different regions. Okay, well, Destroy got bodied. The old man has done it again. The sharpshooter comes out of retirement, sits down the young gunners and says, "This is how it's done, kiddo. Get ready to learn." AL might be looking for a little bit of revenge. It's once again Sharper Esport, very widely split, leaving 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 to just do whatever he wants, and what he wants to do is slam Destroy out of the sky. No information available for you anymore, anyone's legend, and you've lost a player as well. I think they're trying to find his box, maybe, because there is a respawn beacon right here, so if they can find his box, they can get him back. That's just one free point to Sharper.
Yeah, beautifully executed as well. And managing to hightail out of that area, so won't be punished for it. Oh, finally. It's like, okay, there's no way that they could actually retrieve it all to say. From United, it's also the other side of the corner.
They got it. They'll get him back. Flucky. And this is what I mean when they say different teams use these in different ways, especially in Europe and America. We see a lot of teams, they have their IGLs sitting inside the gliders. You see a lot of the likes of a Doozy, maybe 𝐿𝐴𝐿. They're the ones that like to gather the information for themselves. In Thailand, Vietnam, they like to put the fraggers in there so they can just shoot people from above. And sometimes it works. Sometimes they get destroyed by retired old men like 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐿, who's now gone off all the way down south by himself again just to try and pick somebody else off. But it's not him who gets the pick off. It's 𝐿𝐴𝐿 who will be picked off. 𝐴𝐿 finally managing to find a shot. And there she is, Svetlana. Lurking, but she's gone face first into a rock. And the grenade just a little bit too far to the side. TDT out in the blue zone. They're going to try and get out of here, but Team Flash has the full surround. This BRDM, I don't think is going to make it to the zone. It's on fire. The momentum's too much. They can't stop. They got to get out.
Oh! There's just no time to do so, Tino. Shredded them apart. And that's how you do it, even without the Panzer. The full force soaked right in. And, of course, it took an entire team to really take out, what, the big Russian dummy mummy, you call it? Yep. So that's out of play.
Unlucky. Hopefully we can get another one by the end of this game. That would be cool. Someone could call in another one. And maybe they have a chance of doing something against Full Sense, but unfortunately TDT, they tried. They had the idea. They had the play.
Oh.
What kind of drifting strategy is that? Rossited on the 2x can't land the spray, but thankfully Patampong is there to make it not look quite as embarrassing as it was about to look when Baron just dominated him. But spinning out right there, not ideal. But they pulled up directly underneath Sharper Esports, and I don't know if they know that Sharper Esports is on the move. It's 𝐿𝐴𝐿 leading the charge again. He's got nothing to lose. One final ride out with the boys. He's leading the charge, but Rossited almost catches him out. That 2x gets a headshot. Not quite anymore. Spots way too many people there peeking over for him to be interested in committing, though. And both teams just going to fall back.
Yeah, thankfully you saw that proactive play coming in from the side of Ross Tetsuya to really alleviate a lot of that pressure coming out of those members of Sharper who's hoping to really full send it. And now they really have to respect that territory right now. They fall back into the same compounds, which they don't really have to really do anything too drastic, as Sharper Esports realizes that this new zone is still going to be played around the high ground terrain. So they're happy to actually go back to where they came from. Whereas for the side of Finhay Cerberus, yesterday we've seen plenty of all these plays are really bearing fruit for the entire team as they put their zone. This time they find themselves tucked pretty tightly over onto the northwestern terrains, and they're hoping to find any forward pickings up against Windy Esports.
Big tags from Marcus. The 3x MK is more than enough to catch Trick as he's making a move across the open, but the rest of the squad is just trying to punish. They get the answer back. It's actually 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 who finds an answer onto 6, 7, 8, 9, trying to hold on to this northern side of the zone. Shift will go over towards the west, away from the water. Man just swinging by Marcus and just knocks him out with a haymaker on the drive-by. Answered back once again by Jacob. This fight's just back and forth constantly.
Yeah, them from moving into the zone. Meanwhile, Lord Nate, he tossed right across. Team Flash doubles down, and that will just cause plenty of destruction across the fields. And they got such a great vision upon Sharper Esports on the tail end of it. Still one more to be dealt with over onto the shack, though. Finhay Cerberus, they got some space to actually play around, and they will find out the rest. Windy sitting pretty tightly, unable to move too far off from where they're currently at over on that dip.
That's how you know Cerberus is expecting to make it to the late game this time around. They've already got the M249s. They're ready for us to see our next BRDM in play. They're just going to blow that thing up immediately. They're just ready and waiting for it to show up to them. But for now, they're just going to control their side of the zone. I've seen a few of the Vietnamese teams experimenting with a few different weapons. M249, obviously, we've already touched on, but then there's a few 9mm warlords, like 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 has really been rocking the MP5 recently, and now Duck Juice as well has got one in the back pocket. These guys definitely not compensating, but they're just rocking up. They're just getting the frags with these guns. They're just... Although this time around, he's going to lose out to a grenade, down to 1 HP, and unfortunately picked off by the frag grenade on the finish, as Happy Squad looking to commit to this push up towards AG. They're being tagged down from distance, though, as UNQ with an off angle, making it a little difficult, but not hard enough for 10 Trip. He just sits down, 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, and then UNQ goes down to the blue zone. Nothing more he could do from that kind of distance.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for Armory Gaming to go in for that kind of execution. They look a little bit disjointed on their positioning as well. So Happy Squad, they were pretty much in a better place, hunkered down, alongside with a couple of attacks that comes from the side of Grum United to also help out, to which they are now finding themselves in the thick fog of the smoke as Team Flash. They're hoping to push upwards, but Sharper Esports is making it rather difficult. Axe after attack, Evian Khan secures it as Sharper Esports, they look for different avenues. They saw another team right underneath these, and it will be Team Flash. It's deterred instead with the rival of Brum just swinging directly at him.
T5's going in on this as well. They were watching. They weren't really able to third party too much because they were under a lot of pressure from Sharper from the compound. And now they're just getting in the vehicles. They're going to go and try and clean up onto Burrow, but Flocky gets dropped immediately. Patampong brought a Panzerfaust to a gunfight, though, but that evens up the numbers. Blue Zone will do the rest. Rossity JR, last man standing. The rest of his squad is picked off. Of course, it's Full Sense. Who else but Full Sense is going to claim those points? And now Rossiti's put himself in an awkward spot. Pushed out aggressively, tried to find a way to get some points on the board. Vehicles have now been blown up. He's got some smokes. He can loot the bodies. He can sit back and heal in the blue zone for a while, but no way he's getting past Full Sense.
Yeah, there's just no possibilities whatsoever unless he could just continuously heal up. Pawns now getting a catch. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 depleted outside of the zone. 𝐸𝐸na now finds himself in play as they look even more of these teams from breaching into the upcoming phase. Battle gets a great vision upon those members of 𝐸𝐸na across the fields. And Smokes are kind of giving away any form of info to make Finhay Cerberus. CJ now on a desperate attempt. See if he can actually cut right through him. What? User just blew himself out.
Yeah.
Although he wanted to clear out the rest of anyone's legends, this kind of put them in a worse spot.
No, he wanted to get the opening pick so the rest of the boys could follow up. He trades his life for one knock. They've still got the numbers advantage, but Brian drives into a tree in the background again. The second time this has happened, but now they can go for the breach before the revive comes through. And he actually got out of the car as well, so he was technically revivable, but Simon T stole that away. He's taking down Brian as well. Simon T is doing great work for AL, but not enough to stop T1706 from just sending it straight forwards. Destroy, though. Beautiful play. He was hiding on the opposite side. They swung the door. They turned left. He was just standing on the right, watching the doorway. They run in front of him. Brilliant mind games from Destroy. And that push from Newhouse shut down. It started off with the C4 play to get the opening knock, and even with numbers disadvantage, the support from Cerberus, Simon T, is enough for them to survive.
Oh, that was quite the clutch, I must say. Troy really thought it true. And T17, he was just through members after members, and it was difficult for him to eventually get that trade back since that mate got knocked right in front of him. So it kind of halts his maneuver to try to take that swing. And, you know, that was a big clutch coming from the side of AL. As much as case, it was 2 points so far accumulated by anyone's legends. Just a close bit about Sharper Esports, as they've been spending a lot of time in the zone, really finding much of a return. Meanwhile, bad news for everybody else, because full sense, they still have a full stack with them.
Just going to point out that at 12 minutes into this game, we were still talking about how none of the players had died yet. 10 minutes has passed, and we're in the top 6. 44 players have died, and 20 remain. It's been a hectic 10 minutes, that's for sure. And would you believe it, Full Sense is still standing 4 men strong, with no pressure on them. Flash grenades over the top. Tentrip is getting himself prepared, got the Panzerfaust out, ready for the push to come over, but he hits the car, blows himself up, and now Sololzy has an easy job to clean up. And they've just gone over and delivered a whole bunch more ammunition over to Finhay Cerberus as well. Some of them were looking a little bit low. Don't get fooled by Lambao, though. He's still got 150 in the M249, but he doesn't even really need to share that out with the squad anymore. Happy Squad's handed them over. No pressure on Cerberus for now. They will still have to move into the zone a little bit, but Sololzy is looking to clear them an opening on eArena.
Yeah, thankfully, Sololzy wasn't exactly punished in that situation. And now, after that recovery, they also get a really firm chance to eventually go in for those long trade-outs with eArena. But instead, they opt to take a wide wrap around onto the other edge. It seems like they're plotting something up against the rest of the members of Sharper Esports eventually. Who that now all alone? Well, not exactly alone, it seems. Still a member inside that shack together alongside with him, but Sharper Esports cannot afford to really close to throw in that final frag coming in from the side of J-Die. Well, Finhay Cerberus now have to play a desperate attempt to just try to claim some spot in zone as they move on closer and closer towards the direction of Sharper Esports.
Their back is completely cleared for now, so they feel confident enough to make the move forwards. They're playing at the bottom of the hill. Everyone else is going to have to try and fight for the high ground. FCE, they're going to spread themselves out along the ridgeline. They don't want anyone to try and make a move up to their north and potentially threaten their backline. They also find a freebie along the way, taking down Whodat. A free steal away for Simon T. And Destroy cleaned up as well. Anyone's Legend down towards the south, no longer a threat for FCE. Finhay Cerberus can just hold on, control the northwestern side of this zone. The only thing they need to be aware of is eArena maybe trying to find some sort of low ground push. But if they do that, they expose themselves to the Full Sense, who once again are top 4 men standing. Could we possibly see the 4-peat?
Yeah, and this is the rare instance out of the many rounds where you have 4 healthy squads remaining in the top 4. Usually you see maybe a couple of members being napped away from all of the instances of fights that they've been partaking in. And Sharper Esports they got themselves in the tough pinch. If they move further down towards the western end, they're going to be met by the rest of Finhay Cerberus. So they really have to make a decision whether if they were to take it up against the rest of Team Flash. Doesn't seem like this could be a good opportunity, but full sense. They're on the approach as they're dropping nades after nades, and that will clip over on the side of Sapaloys. Will it be another one to connect? And yes, it will be. Trigger now makes that confirmation. And with all of that fog with smoke, it is rather risky for them to also send a few of their members of their own. So, full sense, this could potentially be a play where they are just going to be holding back since 𝐿_ARENA is on the other side of the corner, and they also have to shift their way into the upcoming phase up north.
Well, the question now for Full Sense is how much of their utility do they commit into this hold against Sharper? They've got the first one with a few grenades, but Sharper now has the choice. Do they either try and push through Full Sense and then take the fight to 𝐿_ARENA, or just swing the low ground and look for an avenue to make a push onto Finhay Cerberus? But they're aware of that. They've pushed down, they're ready, they've flexed themselves out, but 𝐿𝐿 has found an angle to make a brazen run straight across the plateau. He's going to catch 𝐿𝐿 climbing up onto the rock. No knock has come through, though. Didn't land it, and 𝐿𝐿 gets the drop onto Thunders. It's 𝐿𝐿 that was on the off angle on the side, though. Simon T's taking down another. Spotted him out. 𝐿𝐿, he's on it. 𝐿𝐿 has stepped up so much ever since the departure of Tycon and Himas. 𝐿𝐿 was the original guy on Cerberus, the big fragger on this team. He took a bit of a backseat to play support. They won themselves a global championship. He was humble about it, and now those young gunners have gone, and he can step back into the driver's seat as well. Big performances from 𝐿𝐿, and now there is a knock onto Flash. Could this be the first time that we see weakness from Full Sense in the end of the game?
Perhaps so. Oppon's managing to capitalize on the repositioning of all the members of Finhay Cerberus. Now there's only one left. Tando now taking claim, and it's going to be one after another as they fall to the hands of 𝐿_ARENA. And this might just be the end of the streak. 𝐿_ARENA looking to claim their first chicken dinner of the day.
It just went down. They tried to get the flush on the points, claim the points that they could, and then give it up to the blue zone. Tanadol's Molotoving himself, and it will be the final kill of the game, going over to 𝐿_ARENA. So no 4-peat. 𝐿_ARENA will claim the 4th win of the day. They needed these points to start getting themselves back into the contention for the top half of the leaderboard, but it's still 2nd place for Full Sense. First, second. 36 placement points in 4 games is absolutely criminal, but 𝐿_ARENA is the team that put a stop to their reign of terror finally at the final hurdle, tripped them up right at the very end, and claimed the win for themselves in match number 10.
Yeah, 𝐿_ARENA, we've seen so many brilliant games coming out of them, even back in the day 1 runs where they've been able to find level of consistency. Today, not so present, but finally, they've been able to land in here, denying that out of the team that's been able to take 3. And I would still consider this a very successful run coming out of Full Sense. They were just trying to progress to claim those knocked out of Finhay Cerberus. That kind of puts them into that risky position. If they didn't make that play, maybe they could just play it slowly up against 𝐿_ARENA.
Tridoy, or 𝑈Dirt in the highlights, getting a Dragunov shot from very long range. And if that one will show up in the stats towards the end of things when we see longest kills. That was probably the shortest Panzerfaust from Pattenpong as well, but C4 plays to try and open avenues to get into the game. We're seeing every little stop pulled out, every potential advantage, every piece of utility being put to use, but still no one is able to prevent the run of Full Sense. And there was that play from Destroy, lurking in the corner on the left. So when they come in, they swing the corner, anticipating the player on the right-hand side of the shack. He just gets to stand there and just spray them down when they walk through the door. Huge.
Yeah, really big plays out there. And overall, it's been a very satisfying round where we see so many of all these back-and-forth fights. Finhay Cerberus is starting to show off the fangs with plenty of all these kills. When they were going up against Sharper Esports, you saw how well they've been able to really hold out just by having that member to be able to hold firm through that rock. So we're seeing massive recovery even from the likes of Finhay. So perhaps the race is truly on from this point onwards.
It really could be. It's such an insane situation to be in if you're really any of these teams, because it was just full sense. Yesterday, 35 points. It's nothing crazy. Today, they're well over 100 already, and potential to get even more. I think, are they already over 110? Is that 80 points that they've had today, and we've still not even started on Erangel? This is unprecedented scenes, and they're very thankful that this is a 4-day series, so that they've still got 12 games when all is said and done at the end of Friday to try and close the inevitable gap that has been built so far over the games today. But we've started to see things out of a few of the teams. CERBERUS made it into the late stages of the game this time around. In yesterday's Rondo, they picked up 13 points as well, so Rondo seems like a good point of the day for them. They can get a little bit of a reset and maybe use that to build some momentum and positive vibes as we're heading into the last 2 games of the day, which will once again be on Erangel.
Yeah, and moving into Wrangle, I think like a lot of these teams have definitely fancy, you know, some of all these opportunities out there to play maybe a little bit more aggressively, having, you know, favorable positions once they do. So look at Full Sense. I think like they've definitely found a very comfortable formula for them to work with. So even if they do drop a game or so, they won't be all too concerned now that they've been able to accomplish what many teams have not even in the top was possible. So the worst run being a top 2, I think like that itself is already saying so much about how well this team dynamics has worked out for them to achieve such results. So if you look at the rest of the field as well, I think like the teams who are currently looking to once again regain that tempo, Sharper Esports have been able to at least get closer and closer back into a top 5 shape. So they're definitely showing some signs of life. But of course, they want to go back into how they were playing back in day 1.
Yeah, and eArena as well, a big turnaround towards the very end of the day. So far, we've still got 2 more games to go, but it's a much better look from them to be picking up a win here on Rondo than in yesterday's matches. They got 0 points on Tego and 1 point on Rondo yesterday, so even being able to pick up a win does wonders for them. They got 29 total points overall in yesterday's games, and 22 of those came from Miramar. So finally getting some success on another map is very nice. This zone this time around, it was unorthodox. We're not really used to going all the way down to the southeastern side of Rondo. We're getting a lot of frequently these days we've been seeing a lot more of the north and the northeastern side of Rondo. So going all the way down towards the southeast, teams were trying to pull out some crazy strats. eArena at the very start of that game was ready for a bridge camp out of Jadina City. Like, when do we ever see that happen? Unfortunately, they were spotted out early on. It was Happie squad that was the potential victim, but they avoided falling victim to that little play. But it's good to see that people still have room to kind of experiment and try and catch each other off guard, because so many of these teams have been playing for such a long time that there is a film out there. They can just go back and VOD review, and they can look at how they played in PMS and then how they looked in PAQ and then previous tournaments. If you play at a global, all of those things, you can do research on teams. So just being able to switch things up and do things a little bit differently, catch people off guard, is very nice. And eArena this time around, from a position that maybe isn't the one that we see them the most comfortable, still being able to pick up a win, thanks in no small part to their new pickup of Opons. 4 kills for himself on the game, just under 500 damage. A very, very solid pickup.
Yeah, so far you could see how well he performs even individualistically when teams were actually putting pressure upon his corner, but he doesn't flinch at all, offering plenty of damage to be done. I think like overall they've been able to really back each other up for a most portion of the play. eArena, we saw all these big set plays like you mentioned. Even towards the tail end, they make good use of the terrain to the best of their capabilities, and they just have been able to really spot all the other teams that's been running pretty much out in the open. So great work coming from Opons and Co to finally back a big one home.
Really good stuff. You can see the average player data, those little pink bars on the underside. Player data looking much better for Opons. A good pickup. He is maybe a player that wouldn't have been the first on the lips of many who expected eArena looking for a new pickup. I think a lot of people, particularly after the early parts of this year, said if a global partner team is looking for a player, why not 𝐾𝐲? 𝐾𝐲 had a really solid start to the year. He looked pretty insane. You had Tiggleton in interviews saying that this guy is a mechanical freak at sort of PGS and EWC towards the start of the year, and just hasn't really worked out for them so far this time around. But 𝐾𝐲 definitely still has been putting on a individual performance, that's for sure. But it goes to show that there is more to the game than simply just being able to click on heads better than the next guy. Opons, a lot of experience. 𝐾𝐲 relatively new to the game, only really 2 or 3 years at the top level in Thailand, and still being able to put up a good performance. Definitely good stuff for him, but not what eArena was looking for. Went for Opons, and it's good to see that they get to reap the rewards of that decision.
Yeah, and this round is seemingly very top heavy, but all the way down to that 6th position, you are seeing them really partaking in a lot of all these fights. Sharper, they were prioritizing on that position. Maybe they don't really get all too much of that avenue to really farm out as in comparison to Team Flash. So we're definitely seeing a little bit more of that shift happening through the mid-table right now. 𝐿 still unshaken at the top, while we take a look at Buram United to also draw closer and closer towards anyone's legends. And now with that chicken dinner, eArena finally find themselves back into the top 8.
And maybe it's time, let's say the end of the day, it's time we really start looking at the top 4 rather than just the top 1, because top 1 is cool, top 1 is very nice, but it's the top 4 right now that are looking to lock in their spot at PGS 9 and 10 in Malaysia. That's thanks to the fact that TE is a global partner team, currently sitting in 2nd place, so they push the qualifying down. If for any reason the Expendables falls out of the top 3, then that slot goes with them. Then it will only remain the top 3 teams, unless of course eArena push themselves into the top 3, and then it pushes down as far as potentially top 5 if eArena and the Expendables are in that equation. So there will be a few teams who might just be looking to say, eArena making the comeback, okay, it doesn't really affect our chances of qualifying. If anything, it makes it a little easier because we can get in as top 4 or top 5 rather than needing to be top 3. But there's still a decent margin away from that sort of position. We've got a lot of games still yet to be played, but they've made good progress. It closed the gap by approximately half from where they're currently standing into the top 4. So another good game to round out the end of the day on Erangel, or maybe just a little more consistency across the rest of the week, and they could definitely be right up there, which would be good to see because we know they're going to be performing at international. So this is the best practice that you're going to get to go to an event like that, is an actual competition where everyone has an incentive to play their best. It's not like scrims where some people want to leave early or some people want to try trolley strats. This is where everything culminates and where you've got to put everything on the table. So it's good to see that they're taking the opportunity to get the reps in while they've got the chance.
True enough, and there's still a lot to play for in the form of PGC points as well. Those that have been able to really stack points throughout major events throughout the year, they could still maybe squeeze by so long as they upkeep themselves over onto the top quadrant of the leaderboard. So right now, it's not just about that top 1 position. So surely 𝐿 will be feeling rather comfortable from this point onwards, since the day is about to end, and then we'll go into the halfway mark for tomorrow, where teams will really have to really make some quick bandit decisions on what really was holding them back in that sense, because last round Forest Natural Gaming didn't really have those big results as they really wanted. When we look into those rounds of Miramar, it is also kind of concerning as well, where they've only got maybe just a couple of drop of points. So I definitely feel like Forest Natural Gaming, they're not all too happy about this current position. So perhaps they might just double down on whatever they have left back in this run in Erangel, where yesterday they've been able to at least find those big double-digit elimination points.
There we have Armory Gaming playing from the kitchen by the looks of things. It's UNQ. Got some dishes over there. Get them things cleaned up. We'll clean up the gameplay while we're at it. UNQ, come on, Armory Gaming. They are one of the teams that this is an interesting version of Armory Gaming. An organization with a lot of history, going all the way back to what, 2017, 2018. We're really seeing when the game was young and players like Duckmans were in their prime, doing crazy things on the international stages, and then going to Nations Cup and absolutely humiliating Brazil. Fantastic stuff, and that was all under Armory Gaming. Also, the team where 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 was starting to make his sort of appearances onto the stage. Tanawat as well, if people remember him.
I do.
A lot of history, a whole lot of history. But this time around, they're coming in with a roster full of very young players, young fraggers, relatively unknown. Similar to what they did actually last year when they went to PGS 4-5 in Shanghai, and it was really the first outing for a few of their players who now have moved on to other teams, and we're getting to see them perform. Dynasty, Riz, both now on Buriram United, got their international debuts with Armory Gaming. So a very good team for developing talent, and being able to qualify to events like this definitely helps. And then you have teams like this where they've had pretty much the same roster for 7 years. Maybe there's a few players bounced back and forth around in the Philippines between Archangel and Predator and the Colony. But all in all, these players have been gracing screens with their presence, especially the gorgeous 𝐏𝐿Bs down in the bottom right, looking locked in as ever in his gamer bedroom with zero light, which is exactly what we want to see. Where did Rossiter go? Where's he gone?
I've got no clue. I think it's a good time for him to quickly use the loo as well, because once you get into the match, you can't afford to even snooze for a second. When we take a look at all these rosters, and I like that you actually brought out Armory Gaming. Right now, they have to form a brand new identity with all these young players, and even those veteran players that we've seen so far coming from Thailand across all these squads. I mean, they've been playing for years, and the average age is like, what, only 22, 21, so to speak? And on maybe the elder players, they'll be still within, you know, a very competitive age of 25 at max. So far, there's just so many hot prospects coming in from, you know, this entire nation that's going to be hosting the PGC eventually. So I'll be happy to actually see whichever teams is going to be able to really make a good showing over onto the grand scheme of things. Meanwhile, for Vietnam, I think like they have like the youngest talent pool across all the other regions across APAC, right? Like we're looking at 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds still telling me that, hey, we got some monsters that's like currently 15 waiting for 2026 to hit and they'll be legal to play. Man, I can't wait for what unfolds later on.
Yeah, even Windy, that's where Bin Blue plays for with. It's just waiting for the day until he gets to hit the screens. They've still got Sapao over there, bottom right. Looks fresh out of elementary school, but he's actually a veteran of the game. He's been around for a long time. So getting some experience onto that team. But they've got the same thing. Those fresh, young fraggers just waiting for their time. I remember maybe 3 or 4 years ago, young Patampong, who plays for T5, he just barely passed the qualification to play in a PCS event. His birthday was something like 2 days before the tournament started, so he was given permission to play in the qualifiers. They qualified, they went out and performed really well, and so there's just so many young talented players still out there in this region, thanks in big part to the fact that there's a lot of third-party tournaments, a lot of smaller organizations that run tournaments as well. Academy leagues have been a thing for a long time. Some of the bigger name teams had academy rosters. That's where you see a lot of these players that have come up and really started to make impact in the scene come from. Players like 𝐿𝑌𝑛𝐺, the IGL for TDT. He used to be on the Expendables Academy team. The likes of Brownie, Ninja 2K, Hoang Long, all of these are Vietnamese players who played for academy teams and are now really having some impact. Some of them qualifying here to the APAC qualifiers, some of them having really good impact in Vietnam series. It's just good to see that the progression and the pathway is still always there, and I just want to see more of it. More people coming in, getting involved in the games, especially out here in this region. We're getting all the big events. PGC out here as well. Surely there's going to be some 13-year-old who's out shopping with his mom in 𝐼𝐶𝐁𝐆 and being like, Mommy, what's this tournament? This game looks cool. Can I play it? And then in 5 years' time, we've got ourselves a new 𝐼𝐼𝐻, you know? Like, it could just happen like that. That's the stuff we love to see.
Yeah, I mean, some of the, young dads who are already, having like a good gaming gear setup and, by the time that they started studying, and they'll be able to also hop on to the PC and start playing PUBG all together. So they start maybe as early as, I don't know, 5, 6 even. So you could just really have them practice on those recall control from that age. And by the time that they hit their teenage years, they're going to be in their prime position to really look for, maybe some big orgs to pick them up. And that's what really makes it so beautiful. This APAC scene is just so vibrant, where you get that very different sort of mentality of play style, where you have, teams that love to play a little bit more controlled, like full sense, and then you have all these in-your-face kind of plays coming from the PVS region altogether. And it really does help that they also have a very healthy Tier 1, Tier 2 scene, and arguably even in the community level as well, where everyone's just so into the game, and that's just super lovely when it comes down to how much support they get from their hometown crowd.
It looks like we might be a little while away, as no one's looking particularly locked in, but it's good to see it in the background of TDT. You can see it in the background of Hwangf's camera. 777 just scrolling through Twires, checking the replays, checking out people's strategies, getting themselves fully prepared for the next game. I think it's fair to say we saw earlier on when we were looking at T5, 𝘆𝑗r not in his seat. Okay, fair enough. He has a daughter. He has real life stuff you got to take care of sometimes. Fair enough. He's not the only one here. It's 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘠 from Team Flash. He also is a dad. He's a parent. That's a real thing for some of these teams. If you are talking about teams that have been in the game for 7 years, they started when they're 18, 19 years old. They've been playing the game for 6, 7 years at this point. They're getting to that age where it's like you have a real life, you have other commitments and things to sort of balance out, and still being able to come here and perform at the game at this level, commit to practicing every day, like working with the team, VOD reviewing, and then potentially even traveling. That's got to be tough. That's got to be so mentally difficult, not just for him, but for like the family, everyone involved. So big props to them, like everyone who can do that kind of stuff. The support that they have at home. I've met the families of some of the players, and all of them are so sweet, so lovely, and so supportive of their kids and the stuff that they do. Even if some of their kids are like older than me at this age, that's still going to travel to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, calling him kids. Russell did, yeah, I don't know about calling him a kid anymore. Although, to be fair, he shaved the mustache. He looked like a kid for a while. We had to convince him to get that one back. But we got to get ourselves back in the game as soon as we possibly can. Just waiting for everyone to be up and ready. I don't think anyone is itching to go quite as much as this team, because they've got the momentum, man. 4 games, 3 wins, a 2nd place, full sense, has been locked in all day, and Tigger, don't you dare start yawning now. This is not the time, buddy.
This is not a good sign, but hey, I guess like at the very least now they get to stretch out a little bit.
Zoom in, check the notes, zoom in.
Well, they got it all printed out. Now it's all about making sure that they got the checklist pretty much installed.
Wait a minute, what's that behind Flash? There's a strategy board. Quick, zoom in and hands. I see the word Plan B. Wait a minute, there's a Plan B? I thought the plan was just kill everyone and win the game. What do you mean Plan B? What do you need that for?
I got no idea. I mean, it kind of looked like some professor has came into the lab for a little bit to really make some really good case study overall. I don't know, like perhaps some math is involved, because I see like some quarter of the circle is being sliced and it's being grayed out. So yeah, pretty interesting on how teams actually have certain ideologies of how they actually maybe take over spaces in zone, or even the way that they actually take fights. So it's been super impressive coming out of full sense. And the same could be said about Sapaloy's that's been able to have certain pop-up performance for today. So when we take a look at all these teams, right? I mean, back in the early years, a lot of them had to, like you said, everyone's got a story to tell. Certain teams were studying with both studies as well as playing full-time with an organization. And there are those that have to play or work a 9 to 5 and play part-time. So right now in this scene of APAC, a lot of them really double down on just making their run worthy to be crowned champions in the PGC. So everyone's really spending pretty much day in, day out, either practice on scrims, doing bot reviews, or playing in the tournament. So it's been a long year, and this is going to be a life-changing event if they could get their spot into PGS 9, 10, and of course the PGC.
There's also, as well as all of those real life things, there's also some of the players that were born about 10 minutes ago that they just shove on a Cerberus shirt and say, get in the server, sunshine, you're on your own. Which, also, side note, green Cerberus shirts, I'm still not convinced. I just can't.
I miss the red.
Cerberus is like, they're red, they're orange. Like, that's their thing. It's like the fire. But hey, you got a sponsor, man. I hope they're bringing in the bags. Finhay Cerberus, sure, why not? Green Cerberus, let's go. Let's see what they can do. And fun fact, I've been to the Cerberus office. They have a cat in their office.
Oh, do you remember the name of the cat?
I don't, but I remember they said, hey, you want to come and meet the boss? And I was like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not dressed for this. I'm not ready to meet a CEO. I walk in the room, there's just a cat sitting on a chair. I'm like, I get it. I understand.
Yeah, cats do be like a boss, though. Like,
they sure do.
Yeah, you don't get to tell them what to do, and looks like we're finally getting our hands onto our first matchup in the Wrangle for day 2. So can't wait to see if this kind of slows down the tempo of Full Sends. Perhaps that break was absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
Whether it's a tech issue or not, but hey, teams, they want to see if they could really put the full stop to Full Sends really stealing all the points away.
Thank goodness for that, man. I was completely running out of things to talk about. So let's talk about the game instead. Match 11, game 5 of the day, back on towards Erangel. Yesterday's game saw a disgusting zone, west side of military base. Horrible, nasty, not good for anyone. This time around, the flight path is teasing a similar outcome with the flight path that starts on the southeastern tip of Sosnovka Island, heading up just about 500 meters to the east of Zaki. So relatively neutral, lots of potential. This could go really anywhere on the map, but just a big, lingering, looming cloud over that tower where Alter Ego is currently making their home around Novorepnoy. If they get this phase 1 shift, they're in for a treat.
Oh yeah, and we saw even for certain teams that did manage to get first dips in the Sosnovka Island, didn't manage to really find those big conversions because it was just densely populated. There was still all 16 teams on board for at least phase 4 if I could recall. But hey, those kind of wonky zones probably would. Well,
okay,
can we just jinx it? Well, it's a 50-50 split, so this makes it even worse. At least yesterday was pretty much one objective. So long as you get to the island, you're kind of safe. Now, you gotta make big decisions. I think like Milta Power or even the factory grounds would be a really good call.
Yeah, this is one of those zones where it's like, this should go north. It should. It really should. But maybe. Just maybe.
But why should they, right?
There is a chance that we go straight back. So right now, Alter Ego, they've got a tough call to make. Do they try and send over, maybe commit into Milta? If you get a zone that ends in kind of the field to the north side of Milta, if you can lock down the houses there early on, you're in a really valuable position. But at the same time, there's a chance that if you make that play, you've kind of ruined your own chances and you've given away a potential 9-zone feed by staying on the eastern side of military. Maybe the play is just sit in Novo, keep a boat ready so you can make a rotation, but by that point other teams have got in front of you. It's tough. It's tough to make these calls. I'm glad that we get to sit here and watch and don't have to play from their perspective, but we saw everyone checking Twires, doing their VOD review. They've got all their little notes. I'm sure everyone's come into this game fully prepared.
Absolutely. But then again, even as much as they're prepared, I think this is going to be a zone where you either take a lot of fights, whether if you're going to be spending a lot of time in the blue zone or otherwise. As for Alter Ego, they could basically spend a lot of these minutes just preparing for any form of arrivals, whether it's going to be e-pickups or so, for them to really double down on to securing the area where at any given point of time, maybe in Phase 4 onwards, they might just have that circle benefiting them in that territory. Else, everyone else would just think, maybe it's better to just stay back in the mainland, maybe play around the farm territory, find that big funnel, and see how much they could basically farm out those numbers.
Someone's called in an emergency parachute early on. That looks like it's coming from up in the northwest, maybe around South George, if you've got the map stream open. There is a map stream, by the way. PUBG Thailand official _2 has the map stream, not the PUBG Esports map. Unfortunately, that one's only for Europe and America, apparently. So, PUBG Thailand official _2, you can get up the map. You could have seen about 7 seconds before me that Cerberus was the team taking the emergency parachute, and now they've got a choice to make. I reckon if you're e-pick-upping, you're going to commit to the mainland here. You're probably not going to take the e-pick-up and then take the risk that this goes onto the Millie Island. Unless you have a spare e-pick-up in the backpack, then maybe they would. Maybe they would take the risk. AE has already made the move over the bridge as well. They're all the way over on the eastern side of Milta, so they completely gave up on the idea that this could even shift back towards Novo. So they would find themselves vehicles. They would find loot. It's a very early move from Alter Ego. So there is potential that if Cerberus opted to make that play, it could work out in their favor.
Yeah, and we're already looking at Finhay Cerberus looking to land directly over onto this quarter. So the rest of Alter Ego absolutely prepared to take them on. Brum United, they were on the course of Milta Power. They would also see perhaps a little bit of the action as the rest of eArena are making a journey towards the hillside of Lumber Mill. As much as we are hoping for some of the actions to take place, I think these teams, they really want to deck themselves out at least with enough smokes as well as first aid kits, because they would expect to be taking a little bit of damage.
That timing on that was kind of crazy. Sketchy for Can for sure. If he was 5 seconds slower on getting out of his compound, he would have been directly driving into the middle of a convoy of eArena. That wouldn't have worked out well. The other thing that I noticed, Eddie, he's one of a few players that I've seen so far that has the grappling hook in the back pocket. Still yet to see anyone actually use it, but well, he can use that pretty well. 10 bullets fired. Opon sat down. That was a disgusting little spray over the wall. We've got the backup coming in now as the rest of Buriram converging on this spot, but Dimisty's trying to prevent the breach from coming through, but 𝐿𝑟𝑖𝑐 just pulls up wide in the open. They're not watching the door. Dimisty swings it. That's 3 down. And eArena, after picking up the win in game number 4, their game number 5 has fallen apart. It's over before it even started.
Yeah, now it's only down to a member left. I'm not quite sure whether if Jacob can actually hightail out of this situation. Itty on the lookout. One more tack will do the trick, but somehow he survives. Oh, barely though. He's making another swing as he returns back into this position, and Khan's on the hunt.
He's checking for nades. He's got 2 as well. He's 10 HP into the vehicle. It bounced off the car. Just missed the tree. He got the heal off just in time. That was so close. But he's still not out of the woods yet. Danger. Still 1 more headshot and he's gone. And he's going to try and find somewhere to survive. There is the underground bunker that if Jacob could rock up on there, he could find somewhere somewhat safe. He's going to try and go for the Harry Potter instead. Just sit in the bottom floor of that, and he's probably staying here for the rest of the game, or at least until he dies. Unlucky.
Yeah, if he were to be driving for another extra 2 seconds, he might be blown up as well. So thankfully, he's been able to rock up to this Harry Potter tower. But not too far off is going to be Finhay Cerberus as well as Windy across these other compounds. So I guess he's just going to sit still and wait. This is still a very playable area, but the moment that teams are going to be looking for any form of space to play, they might actually send a couple of vehicles towards that direction, and he might just call it quits by then. So right now, phase 1, we're seeing some form of casualties from both AG as well as eArena. And what really was baffling me was that upon arrival around that factory area, eArena were looking into different locations instead of like focusing on, oh, who's inside the building, and Dynasty just got that free pickoff, and just like that, it just crumbled to bits.
See, it's the fact that it wasn't even that Dynasty was like unknown to them, that they didn't know there was a player in there. He was actively shooting at them. They just pulled up right in front of him and just didn't look back. I don't know whether they thought maybe he was on a higher floor so he wouldn't be able to just swing the door like that. Not entirely sure where the miscommunication came from, but at least they didn't accidentally run themselves over and have 𝐿𝑜NG𝑥 sprinting forwards, grenade in hand, mortars flying in this area as well. 𝐿ONG𝑥 just trying to get the angle on these rocks.
Beautiful.
First one will get it done, and unfortunately doesn't get the flush on the second kill. 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝑥 technically denying the point there as his car blows up and just slides down the hill, runs him over. So 𝐿ONG𝑥 only will claim the one. A little bit of pressure from distance though. Might be able to get back to his team relatively unscathed, as Team Flash has good control over this area.
So unfortunate for Armory Gaming as well. They've tried to really book some of all these locations, and everywhere they go, it was preoccupied already. Now back towards the side of Happy Squad. They finally moved out of the islands, and they're the ones to take over 𝘍𝑭𝘓𝘳 after Alter Ego shifts over across the river to get to a better spot into the south side of Mylta. So they kind of need to pave a passage with Elgin bots across the bridge. And I believe that he suspected that there are members of these TDT squad just across the gas station.
Come back. Let him in. Well, 𝐴𝐴 has climbed up the side of the bridge, so he had an angle over the top of the wall. So if Van was sticking around there much longer, there's a chance that he might have just started taking shots, possibly getting him out when they got into the driver's seat. There we go, confirmation. We will be sticking to the mainland. The zone is not going to be weird today, but it does leave a whole lot of vacant space on the western side of the zone. A lot of teams anticipating this would go further east to the eastern side of Mylta. We've kind of hard shifted back towards farm. That leaves a whole lot of room for the likes of TDT. They're just going to give up on any bridge camping. They were maybe expecting to play a little bit from the edge, but now they're just going to more than happily move forward to take a more central position. It's a strong compound, difficult to breach as well. A place where they could have a very successful game.
Yeah, same could also be said about the Expendables. These PVS teams, they're locked and loaded with their M249 at the ready. But it's going to be Ruse on his AUG, looking to shred apart NHE. A successful convoy, as they won't be picked off for the meantime. But where exactly do they find themselves docking upon these other open areas? I believe that there's a couple of all these shacks that they could actually take claim. Meanwhile, eArena still having struggles as Jacob in flames right now. He's got no other option but to hop back over onto that vehicle, and now he's got the digits. newhouse Esports now takes claim, and eArena is being shredded apart. Only good for 15th spot.
Actually got the knock onto Brian on the way past, and he will get the flush as well. Windy did some tags into the body, but just lost line of sight. So Jacob does claim the kill point at very least, get something out of it, and now newhouse might just pay for it as well. Just go send it off the cliff, goes 𝐷𝐷𝐢 straight into the fight, but New happy on the drive-by. 𝐻OI and T17, 2 quick knocks, and now suddenly things have turned around.
Oh, there's
third as well.
Wow, that's absolutely huge for the newhouse Esports. And it's just a big recovery as well. I don't think that they will be able to save point on though. 𝑠apao constantly tagging all the way from across the coastal shorelines. And Windy Esports is hoping to eventually form a B line to slowly march their way across. Well, there's just so many teams hoping to get right in the zone. Now there's only these 2 Vietnamese teams looking for that brawl. But Finhay CERBERUS, they're holding back ever so slightly, so that kind of allows Windy to slowly find those alternate angles, but 𝑠apao's getting tagged! Oh! A perfect catch once again from 𝐷𝐷𝐢. And 𝑠alalzi finally put them to sleep.
Finhay CERBERUS, they were holding the buildings just to the north of this. They heard all this commotion and thought, we can get some points here. So they've just drove over, taken the ridge, cleaned up what they can. Simon T did concede one knock, but he'll be revived without much issue. And then 𝐿𝑝 dropping off the cliff earlier on, so 𝑝ow just kind of lost track of exactly where he was, just trying to get out of there. Had the chance maybe to take some shots, put some pressure onto CERBERUS as well, but knew that would have just really resulted in him getting pulled up on next. But caught out from the low ground. I guess if you're going to give points to anyone, it might as well be the team who's currently holding last place. So not the end of the world, but still not ideal. TDT, or rather Windy, really could have done with getting some more points on the board. And there is that zone up towards 𝐿𝑝. Next zone has to shift away from water, so we're going to be going north. And if a team does manage to take hold of the northern side of 𝐿𝑝, there's some buildings there that are extremely difficult to push on, especially when the hilltop to the north around the field is occupied. Just no real safe angle to push up on. Wide open areas around. Can't get into grenade range either. It's a very powerful spot to keep hold of it. So whoever gets hold of that, in for a good game. But more emergency parachutes still in play. 𝐹orest looking to try and use one to make their move out of farm as T5 trying to put some pressure down. Maybe trying to catch them out before they can connect themselves.
Yeah, they really have to find perhaps a pickoff before they could actually leave the vicinity. Plenty of teams surrounding farm as they've expected the circle to be popping towards the left. But now that it goes back into 𝐿𝑝, there's a lot of unclaimed compounds inside of the urban city that is absolutely playable. But over onto this field, though, Happy Squad has got a lot of work to do. And it starts with 𝐶𝐿𝐝s getting a catch over onto 𝑉anney. Looking to secure it eventually, but there's still more and more of these teams over onto the ridges, and it's going to be pretty hard to reclaim as Theerathon 5 finds the rest of 𝐹orest.
You see those little bluey squares up in the sky? They got 2 knocks as they were picked up by the e-pickup, just floating in the sky. 2 instant kills. Lovely stuff. Good sprays from T5. Patient, biding their time. 𝐹orest moving on as a 2-man, and now a solo as 𝐶𝐝ie picked off as well.
Happy Squad looking to close in. They shoved a couple of all these deflates across, but they couldn't really get too much of a great glance. As much as they were trying to hold back, TDT forms as a response, finds one by the walls, and now tags after tags, it does connect, but it opens a little room for CJ to get the catch over on the Jun. The Alpha also finding another member inside of TDT, so right now, they're having the attention of 2 teams over on the corner, and I'm wondering if TDT could somehow go in for that big reset.
Got to get the revives one way or another. Maybe when the revive comes through for Happy Squad, knowing there's 2 revives yet to be picked up on the other side for TDT, they might actually see that as an opportunity to push forwards. There's not going to be many opportunities to get into this compound, but 𝐻WangF will be revived. She'll be able to grab the revive again, but not before frag grenades are unleashed from Full Sense. They pushed in on this. They're feeling no pressure from the west at all. And they're free. A complete wide open field. They're just sprinting across it, going for the plays. 777 with the M249 though. He's already done some crazy stuff with it once, and he's doing it again. Tigger and Tanadol taken down. Full Sense, they are human. They can bleed.
Yeah, and he just unleashed every single drop of bullets. It's just spraying and praying, and he's been able to really hold down the line. TDT, they only lost 1 out of that exchange, and it could have been so much worse if 777 wasn't exactly present during that moment. Reclaiming a little bit more of that space as Full Sense now needs to hold back. It's only down to 𝐿𝑝 right now, and there's another member infiltrating, but he's having his back turned, and Flash with a drop shot gets the full claim, and nobody gets to shove around and have a say up against Full Sense.
Well, they're just flexing right now. Pushing in, getting aggressive. 777 does some good defensive work, but then Flash with the fancy feet, the drop shot on the second rather. Just getting the wrong angle, pushing through into the room, thinking that he was on the left, but It was their own flashbangs, their own grenades that cut the hearing so they didn't hear the footsteps, and Flash's little reposition, and then the drop shot to finish it off. Beautiful stuff. Seeing Man running around as well, another 9mm Warlord to add to the list. It's kind of the perfect opportunity to use an SMG, that's for sure. When you're in a scenario like this one, fighting in Milta, close range, in the buildings, high fire rate, high damage as well now. And the aim punch as well. It's a pretty crucial factor of SMGs. So maybe this could be the time to put an SMGs to some use.
Yeah, perhaps so, especially for Alter Ego, where they could have leverage of swapping out weapons since they do claim a lot of real estate for their own. Can't say the same about those on the outskirts, though. Happy Squad finally making that big decision to drive directly into the city. 10 trip. Now, gets to really open up a little bit more of that space. Trick now being withheld by the presence of Tanvu. And the Expendables, they've had pretty much the same idea with Sharper Esports. They don't want to be inside of the township. They rather just peek from the elevated point of the hillside. So it's going to be a very slow and steady pacing for those safe teams. Happy Squad soaking a little bit of pressure. CJ18 so far over the years, he's always been impressive on his survival rate. And there were certain clutch moments as well, but this time, I feel like there's not much that he could actually pull off. There's just so many teams lying in wait. Any misstep is going to cost either side of these parties.
The zone could be a costly one as well. Shifting in just a second's time. And once again, it's that northern side of Milta. It looks like anyone's legend is going to be the team claiming that really difficult to push compound, and it's dead center of the zone. Open fields to the north, a little bit of an urban playground to the south, but anyone pushing towards them is going to be under threat from all of the high ground that surrounds the field on the northeast and western side, as well as AL themselves. They're in prime real estate for the potential chance to pick up a win in this game, unless the zone says otherwise. It could hard shift north back-to-back times and force them out of their position. There's still time for some shenanigans left in the zones, but for now it's Tanvu looking to hit the shots. Patsampong taken out as the wide split of TE springs the trap, catches two. Clory's taken down by Ranger X, but it will be answered back. And the grenades of Delwyn. Duck Juice, look at the HP. How has he survived that?
Wow.
Well, he hasn't now. The grenade from Ranger X has cleared him up. Delwyn's grenade cleans up Clory's. Okay, that's a mistake.
Yeah, and at least that was a point denied. I guess as much as it's a mistake, it's at least you're not giving the points away. So the Expendables, they cut their losses. They now refocus onto the other members of Sharper Esports that's been waiting around the high ground compounds. That blue zone grenade just forces Theerathon 5 to move out of the way, and perhaps that will leave them susceptible to some tags being shot from across by Delwyn as well as Tanvu. For the moment, there's just commotion happening inside the city of Milta. 10 Trip tries to trade back and forth. Ooh, that was a little too close. Only left with 43 HP. Broome United, they need to handle this situation up against Happy Squad in order to make a deeper cut into the city. They don't really have to really force anything at all, but the dates are dropping closer and closer, so they kind of need to retaliate.
Is this guy serious? He's climbing onto the roof when there's this many teams in the vicinity. He's climbing onto the roof. Algen Bots, you're a psychopath, but he's got tree cover, I guess. I mean, that's something. And he can actually get some crazy angles onto Trick and the rest of AE. Lines up the headshot. Oh, no. No, he wiggled. He just moved, but he hasn't noticed. He hasn't noticed where the shot came from. They're still committing to this angle. Tanvu getting one knock as Sharper try to make their push down onto the low ground, going from the garage building above, trying to make their move back down. And now the rest of Happy Squad trying to commit to taking this fight, holding out AE. They're still not out of the zone yet. In 20 seconds time, it will shift once more. That might be the end of their presence within the safe zone of the circle, and start to really force them to think about making a push through Milta, trying to figure out which team they want to take the fight to next.
It seems like the Expendables are looking for that commitment up against the rest of Theerathon 5 as well. And oh boy, like you said, it's shifting north side of Milta. And Sharper Esports, they managed to somehow squeeze into the warehouse building to be just side by side next to anyone's legends. And we'll have to see between the scramble over the south side, Happy Squad, they've been holding the rest of Alter Ego at bay. And it's going to be very difficult for them to come by. And 𝐾𝐲! Oh! Massive one coming out. Algin bots as well to answer back. And finally, he puts him to sleep. That was just too much for him to take. But Happy Squad, they managed to stand tall.
Oh, but not for long. Buram heard all the commotion. They're coming in. They're coming for the cleanup. And there it is. SMGs in full display. You don't even need to right-click. Just hold down mouse 1. Dynasty with the MP5. And there was Can sprinting around with a UMP as well. He switched over. He wants the MP5. That thing is a pretty disgusting weapon right now in current meta, current patch. Eddie's taken down, though, because T-Doi, he has the AUG. That's still just as capable, even from a little bit of a further distance. No smoke grenades, but Eddie's able to crawl inside. They might be able to get a defensive hold. Nope, man, lands a nade, and Eddie's removed. Drake at the same time gets a knock onto AL. They're getting breached from the northern side by T5. That could be big, but this is the problem. Trying to breach onto AL's area of the map. The entire lobby can see you, and T5 will not be able to make it inside the buildings.
It went from 0 to 100 real quick. We saw those late surge. These teams were preparing for that hard push. And hence why you saw so many teams. They were in that big scramble of a fight. Brum United did manage to have majority of them to be able to claim just about enough space for them to work out over onto the southern corner right now. 𝐿𝑉𝑒𝑧𝑎PALUI fancying some chances with the elevated views of the rooftops. Well, CERBERUS has been rather elusive. Somehow, Alter Ego's been able to get by ever since they've been able to really get their way across into the mainland. And right now, they're kind of stuck in between. So, one way or another, they will have to see whoever advanced towards their territory. Over onto the far end, over the high grounds, CERBERUS is also forming some grenades towards Petampong. And it's only one member left for side of Theerathon 5. And, you know, I thought Theerathon 5 was a goner because there was so many members of CERBERUS Esports that was really chasing upon him for such a long time.
Petampong, if you peek to throw this nade, you're in trouble, my son. He stays inside. All right, fair enough. 𝐻𝑑AT's angle is pretty criminal, pretty gross, and 𝐻𝑚AS as well has a horrible head peek angle. These nades are forcing them to reposition a little, not enough to get any real sort of damage done. It's actually the mortars coming in from 𝐿𝑉𝑒𝑧𝑎 on the west, short-range mortars, but I mean, there's potential. If they could maybe land a mortar onto the far side of zone, maybe onto CERBERUS, they could clear a path to make some kind of wrapping play onto the far side, but they're just sending them into the compounds and seeing if they can find any sort of picks or steals onto anyone's legend for now. Why not? If you've got the time and no pressure on you, you might as well send them out, see if anything connects. There's a big connection from the spray as well from 𝘁𝑁Ders. It gets a headshot, as it looks like Alter Ego are starting to make their push up north, get involved in the fight between AL and what remains of T5 as well. And Sharper Esports are starting to make their way in this direction as well. This could be an absolute bloodbath in this one little bit of Milter that still remains in this zone. Everything else is out in the field, shared between CERBERUS and Team Flash. They're not really interested in putting pressure in one another for now. They're just seeing what goes on the far side and if they can steal anything away.
Yeah, tension brewing upon those teams who are just sharing spaces side by side. Sharper Esports, they will have to push through. I don't think that there's much of a wiggle room for them, as there's that gap in between where they just have to see if they could just hide out into the haystacks. And 𝐿𝑉𝑒𝑧𝑎 finally finding the knock over onto Trick. Landed a perfect headshot. Covers now being called out as well, just to see if they could somehow block a little bit of that vision at the very same time. With all the smokes being popped up, and with 𝐿𝑉𝑒𝑧𝑎 opening that space, they've been able to finally breach right through. So he needs to make a quick call. He brings down the sawed off, and somehow he gets one. But the rest have been able to provide him just about enough backup, as 𝐿𝑉𝑒𝑧𝑎 has been able to annihilate the entirety of Alter Ego.
That was crazy from 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆. He had to swing with the sword off. He had to hit both shots as well. He's going to go down to the Molotov of Dynasty. 𝐿𝐴𝑑𝑖 goes down as well. 𝘖𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑧𝑎 answers back though with the knock as 𝑏𝑢RAM tried to commit to this push. But 𝘖𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑧𝑎, last man standing. He spots one just peeking around the side. 𝐾𝐻's running at him with the S12K and an MP5. He's ready for close range battle. But Pattenponk's still standing. He's still up in there. No, he just about... Oh, he couldn't get the heal off the zone. Oh, it stopped a millisecond too late. Just on the wrong side of where the zone ended up. And he's gone down. And now Pattenponk, no assistance from third parties. AL's just going to try and push in and clean him up. He's got the angle towards one. And 𝐴𝑚𝑎S gets the job done. All Vietnam in our top 3.
Wow. It's just crazy on what went by inside the city of Milta. And now they get to play for keeps finally. Team Flash, Finhay CERBERUS, Anyone's Legends. We've got the kings of the past and the prospects of the future as well. Right now, to have finally been able to also stop the Full Sends players somewhere in the mix of all these big fights that we've had, and eventually it was Pattenponk coming out of Theerathon 5 that really pulled quite a deep run into the top 4.
Yeah. Surprising that he was able to make it that far after the breach that the rest of his team tried to make. Just got picked off by so many angles, but just survived, used his utility well just to buy himself time. Didn't really get any kill points out of the utility that he used, but it forced AL back into their defensive positions, and he was able to outlast, pick up a couple of kill points from the third-partying fights, as everyone was forced to condense into this little zone. And in the end, was cleaned up, and it leaves us with 3 previous PVS champions battling now for first place of our penultimate match of day 2. One more match to go today until we reach the halfway point of the APAC qualifiers 2025 phase number 2. All of the Vietnamese teams need the points. Gotta find a way to get to PGS, start stacking them up. PGC qualification could be on the line. We can't leave any regrets out on the field. 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒k, Dragunov. We're getting into that stage of the game where the Dragunov is at its most lethal. Close range engagements, one headshot, everyone's done, but 𝐿𝑒𝑥 proves the MK12 is just as dangerous. 2 quick knocks onto CERBERUS up north. He's looking for 𝐿𝑒𝑎𝑙𝑧𝑖 as well.
Finhay CERBERUS, they were forced to play so defensively, and that nade from 𝐿𝑒𝑏𝑑𝑖𝑠 will settle it. Now, the fights between Team Flash as well as AL. AL dispersed into different corners, utilizing every single smoke deployed out in the fields to really blindside the rest of Team Flash, and they're going in blind, tossing nades after nades, and perhaps they might find a big catch. 𝐴𝑚𝑎S now, and Destroy finally finds it. That's 2!
Oh, 2! Are you kidding? Complete blind grenades through the smokes. They just threw them in any direction. They were using the gunshots. They were using the audio of the gunshots to throw the grenades. And they've got 2 perfect one-bangs. That swings things so heavily in AL's favor. But 𝐿𝑒𝑑𝑖 answers back with a nade of his own. Half HP on both of the players of Team Flash. 𝐿𝑒𝑑𝑖 gets another one. 𝐿𝑒𝑚𝑎S's down. 𝐻𝑜𝑑𝑎t is running low on bullets as well. There's still an avenue back for this, but this angle is so hard to win this engagement. He's so low, but 𝐿𝑒𝑥, the headshot! How is this happening? It's 1 versus 1.
𝐼MAS, he gets a glimpse, and can he hit it? I believe it was denied, and it's Team Flash!
Oh my god.
The craziest ending of the day that we've ever witnessed. Somehow they pull it out of nowhere.
What a fight back. 𝐿𝑒𝑑𝑖 just dominated 3 people after 2 of his teammates get blind grenaded through smokes. Oh man, that looked so over. But Team Flash pulls it back from the brink of defeat, gets themselves the victory. The first victory of the day for a Vietnamese squad. And Team Flash started off the day. They were in the PGS qualification slots. They're not giving up that position without a fight.
You can see it in their eyes. They're absolutely revitalized, and they were just giggling like, this was a little too close where we saw the initial double nade that did connect. That could have actually settled it, but it was kind of that mix-up that they couldn't really find that read onto Taylor that costed anyone's Legends.
Wild. And just a surprising ending from Team Flash. They've surprised the world before. In the PVS Series Spring, came up out of nowhere under Buffalo Esports. Relatively unknown players, with the exception of 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘱𝘰. A lot of experience for him, but everyone else on that squad, young players, young gunners. But hey, man, give an 18-year-old from Vietnam an org, and he's gonna do some crazy, crazy stuff. That was wild from 𝐷𝑜i at the end. Getting the win. How do you win that 1 versus 1 against 𝐻𝑈DAT? He's got the emergency deployable cover. Head peak angle. He's knocked you down to 1 HP on the first spray. Still gets the knock. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Yeah. There's just a lot of all these intense fights that happens all across the field, from the outskirts into the city, where we saw Elgin bots also pull everything possible, but eventually Dynasty went in to really got them bunched up by the washroom recruiters. And Chopper Esports, as much as they were really fighting tooth and nail for this to clinch that top 4 position, eventually those nades bombard towards their area. And then speaking of nades, this was that situation. Down to the 1v1.
How does he win that? That's so crazy. And then 𝐷𝑜i with this angle. Minuscule amounts of health, both of them with crazy peaks around the trees. But sometimes even being him-ass is not enough to win a 4 versus 2. Team Flash just got it done. A couple of grenades, but the rest of it was just pure gunplay. Big, big stuff for them. But, I mean, anyone's legend. We said very early on, whoever gets that position on the northern side of 𝑚ILTA has pretty much a free game. Like, they don't really have to feel any pressure. Everything around them is open fields. Everyone else has to fight through 𝑚ILTA. That's exactly what came to be, as all of the rest of the teams eventually just had to try and push into where AL was. And 4 or 5 teams pushing onto that position at the same time just is not going to work out for any of them. All of them got picked off so easily, and AL, they made it into the top 2. Really should have been a win though, especially after those first opening 2 picks. But just a brilliant fight back from Team Flash.
Yeah, and overall it really goes to show that all these players have such a high APM ratio. Like, they instantly respond to not only those movement, but also what you pointed out, the sound cue kind of gave off some certain form of information, and instantly they kind of reacted. And once the smoke subside, they kind of have a hunch on where exactly they're being located, because they've done just about a couple of firm checks. There was also certain instances where we see brilliant fights taking shape inside the city. BRU's pushes was absolutely immense, where we thought they could have actually been the goner, but hey, I think that we definitely were given quite the treat in that first round of Wrangle, and I don't know if the next one will be able to top what we've just witnessed, but hey, I'm definitely ready for more surprises.
Yeah, it's good, actually, that we do get at least one game that ends in an intense fight that we don't know which way it goes, because a lot of them so far today, it's been full sense. 3 games today. And the thing with full sense is they play a control-heavy style. So when it comes to the end of the game, they're methodically moving, they're picking people off. They don't give you a chance to fight back. And so when they win off their games, it's with 4 players alive. They're surrounding, they're conquering, using utility effectively. This time around, it was very different. The utility was effective, but it really shouldn't have been. It was just like using their audio, their game sense, I guess, maybe, and a little bit of luck just to throw the grenades blindly through the smokes. And then everything else was just pure gun skill. There was no control. There was nothing. But if sometimes there doesn't need to be. When you can hit double headshots like that, just rip a guy who's holding you from a head peek angle completely out of the game. Who needs thinking when you can shooting? You know what I mean? Sometimes it just works like that.
Yeah, you don't have to really think too hard. You just gotta really unleash everything through the barrel, right? And I think like there were certain players that really think 2 steps ahead. I think like with some of them trickster kind of maneuvers, like what Flash, out of what we've witnessed coming from Full Sense, he kind of played mind games in that check. As much as he was outnumbered up against TDT, he kind of played cool, and eventually when they were taking that hard swing, they absolutely missed out that he's actually by the door all along. And that drop shot was something beautiful to watch. I definitely replay that over and over again.
Love to see it, man. There's just so much mechanical individual performance on display all throughout these games, and that's really what we love to see from the APAC region. It's what people expect to see from APAC. If you want to see like good rotations and zone control, well, actually also we have full sense, but you know, if you want to see that like consistently for everyone, then you've got, you know, your Europe. If you want to see, actually I was trying to think of a good thing to say about America, but I've got nothing. So if you want to see like yeah, you know what I mean? If you want to see like cool stuff, I guess, like China, Korea, it's always there. But APAC, man, this is where you go to watch people get shredded by barrels in the late game and win in scenarios where they really have no hope of winning. That's what we're here for. And Team Flash, they deliver today, because today has really been a non-APAC style day. Like, Full Sense has just completely dominated the first half of today, even a little bit towards the second half. This was the first game where they've dropped out a little bit earlier on, but you can kind of sense that they were playing a little more fast and loose. The way they were pushing into the compounds, they were a little bit more like, look, we've done enough for today, we can get a little bit more aggressive. And it still kind of worked out. Like, they didn't completely fall apart. They still picked up some kills. It was maybe a difficult zone to play in the late game regardless. If they hadn't have made that play, it still would have been tough for them. But it is just good to see a little bit of APAC coming back to fruition.
I mean, it's always it's always super entertaining to really see how these teams here really stop at nothing to really pick each other off. And, you know, we had this narrative as well. We kick off the day where Team Flash as well as Anyone's Legends have been side by side, hanging along the lines of top 5, top 6. And, you know, they kind of set the difference here with the chicken dinner with a whopping 12 total kills in this round, all thanks to their massive team effort. I think, like, even 𝐵𝑖NEK definitely got involved as much as he didn't exactly have too much of an airtime being taken out very early. But with those 3 players, and by the end of it all with 4, they've been able to really make a good use of all the info that they managed to really pull off. And with 704 damage, 𝐿𝑜NG_X really have been show-stopping throughout this whole run.
Yeah, there's definitely some sort of issue with the graphics for the time survived. They're looking into it in production side, but 𝐵𝑖NEK was not alive for 7 minutes. He was there in the late stages of the game. Yeah, because I remember we were talking about him with the Dragunov in the late game. He was there. He did get exploded like immediately, so he wasn't involved in the late game fight. That was all 𝐷𝑒𝑢 and 𝐿𝑜NG_X, and once again, it's another one of those academy players, CERBERUS Academy, Hwang. He joined the roster for a little bit when 𝐼𝐼𝐻 and Taikon left, and then they moved on. They trialed him out. They decided to go a different direction. And then he switches to a different team, changes his name from Hwang to 𝐿ONG_X, and then immediately wins the Vietnam series. And then comes to the APAC qualifiers and just dumpsters 𝐻𝑈DAT and 𝐼𝐼𝐻 and all of these players with such like international longevity. Crazy to see that these young players, academy level leagues, can come up and just develop to this point. Picking up a big win here as well, 22 points on the board, but Anyone Legend still 8 points, second place, very good. Buriram as well, 11 kills on the board. They were the team that really embraced the SMG meta in those close range engagements, picking up UMPs, MP5s, hip firing their way through Milta, and that's got themselves up in towards the top 7 as well, which is a bit of a gap now between 7th and 8th place, and there's much less of a gap from Sharper Esports in 3rd place down to Buriram in 7th, just 10 points.
Wow. Finhay CERBERUS finally gets knocked out of the top 4, and you can see it's just small little differences between them, Team Flash, as well as the position that AL find themselves in after securing this chicken dinner. But the big question now remains, can Anyone Legends maintain this current form that they have? I mean, it was a really close fight. I do see a future where the rest of Team Flash could still push through, and it boils down to this final map of Durango for the night.
I wonder what color the team that wins this one's going to be. There's a whole lot of orange today. There's a whole lot of orange teams in general, actually, in this. It gets a little confusing looking at the minimap sometimes. Thankfully, we've got a splash of not quite orange with eArena rocking up with pink. But one more game to go to try and finish off this really badly colored in rainbow of champions so far in today's games. But what can you do when one team wins the first 3 games in a row and almost makes it 4? I do not have the stats of whether anyone has ever won 4 games in a row at an international qualifier of this standard, but dang, 4 would have been very impressive. Unfortunately, didn't quite come to fruition, but we did get to see a team from Vietnam finally break the trend of Thailand picking up W's on this Friday of games. Team Flash was the team to do it. There's 𝐿𝑉𝘓𝘓 down there, bottom right corner, leading his young kids to victory just one more time. Good stuff. Good to see.
Yeah, you can definitely see the mood being a lot more elevated after securing that win. And now back to putting focus onto another epic round of Wrangle. And hopefully we get maybe another kind of urban finish for us to witness those kind of brawls taking shape. And we've seen pretty much battle rounds coming in from certain squads. Of course, that didn't manage to get too much done, as early on we saw eArena with a very awkward kind of push into the factory grounds, saw them getting punished, so hopefully they can find different kind of alternatives moving into this final map.
Just seeing Anyone's Legend, that's that team, man. They keep changing it. Seeing them on the cameras there reminded me that shortly after PBS Spring, when they just about failed to pick up the championship, and then they gave up the title to Buffalo Esports, now Team Flash, the team that just previously in the game before this one got the better of them in the 4 versus 4 to claim the title. I just got flashbacks to after PBS Spring, where there was videos that came out after they lost PBS Spring of them running into Tycon's bedroom, where he was upset because they lost and they zapped him with a taser. And that's just the kind of freaky stuff that happens in Vietnam. So when you have people who are like fearless and just cracked units and going in and taking 4 versus 2s against teams like Anyone's Legend with HIMAS and Whodad and Destroy, like that's the kind of stuff that just goes on over there. You know, they don't have fear, reckless perhaps, but sometimes that kind of stuff pays off, and it's really great to see those clean plays coming out from Team Flash. See if we can see a little more of that, because again, that leaderboard is looking very juicy. Full sense, big lead though, but still 13 games including this one to try and close that gap if anyone else wants to claim first place. But Full Sense have done a fantastic job today of putting themselves in prime position. 1 game left to go. It's going to be a wrangle once again, and once again the flight path is going over a suspiciously large amount of Sosnovka Island.
Yeah, and this time we're also looking at a very different kind of playstyle for certain teams, where back in the previous round, we have Happy Squad as well as Alter Ego in the islands. This time it's going to be Forest occupying, but they're on the other opposite end as they have to make their way all the way up towards Severny. I mean, certain teams are happy about it. NHG is already in the city. Meanwhile, Full Sense, they're pretty nearby, so perhaps this could be another round for the team clad in orange once more. Tifa's another team in orange.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of teams in orange, isn't there? Yeah, there really is. We're lucky maybe FW isn't here. That's another orange team. They could have been here. Where's the pink, man? Where's Aurora? Get Aurora in here with that pink. That would have been nice.
We got eArena.
Nice.
We got
yeah,
Windy.
True. Happy Squad is kind of pinky purple too. Maybe there's too many pink teams as well. We got to get some blue back in action. Shout out Forest for being kind of green. Green is like rare in esports,
very rare.
apart from when it's Cerberus, and honestly, they shouldn't be green. Like, it's green. Come on, green Cerberus. Still got to get used to that. So lolzy though, 8x on the M416. Hope he can find a real gun, because the only person who could make that potentially work is the young Russian Bombilova, who absolutely demanded that he was going to play every game with a burst fire M16 in Europe and actually made it kind of work. And some people were thinking, wait a minute, is this actually viable? Nobody else has done it yet, so probably not. But he made it look good. So it can be done. Just probably not by most people unless you spend hundreds of hours practicing with like weird off-meta guns. Let's just stick with AUGs, M4s, all of that stuff for now. Maybe M249s if you're from Vietnam, and there's BRDMs. We still haven't really seen them play much of an impact. Because maybe everyone just watched yesterday's games and thought, Panzerfaust is still in the game. Maybe not.
Yeah, and it's always lovely to see, right, the kind of meta shifts over the years. And back in the early days, where at certain point of time we have vectors to be pretty potent as well, despite having a very low damage when you go in for long range taps or so. But I mean, ideally in those close quarter combat, it can be efficient. Now you don't really get to see it at all. And there were also times where there were players going with those DBSs to really clear areas. So I'm kind of glad, it makes every weapon viable right now throughout the entire course of 2025. And hoping to see more and more added to the list as well.
VSS, that's one we need to see a little bit more of.
Bring it back.
Play. Yeah,
I'll do you one better. What about the Winchesters, right? Let's see Winchesters.
Oh god, you're gonna say crossbow next? Surely not. Although, hey, I mean, the crossbow one-shots tires, so that's something. But you could just pick up a Lynx and one-shot the car instead. Why not? Well, TE is making a very nice and pleasant rotation alongside Windy. No one taking any shots. No one even honking their horns at each other. No road rage. Just nice passive driving. The complete opposite of what it's really like in Vietnam.
Yeah.
The Expendables, they're going to make their way north. They're heading up the hill. Pretty early rotation for 5 minutes on the clock. They've made their way past the first potential dangerous bridge camp. And they're looking for a spot to pull up in. As this zone did hard shift all the way to the north. Simon T with a bolt action, looking to take an opportunity to take a shot towards 𝐷𝐿, but didn't quite land anything. He's just going to take one shot and back away. Not much ammo in the bolt action, but
yeah,
it's alright. You don't need it. Just hit them once in the head and it's game over.
I'm glad that Simon T's showing some love for the M24 as well. Could be pretty handy when you're taking areas such as this hill. Even Q looking pretty cheeky with the Panzer, but he's just waiting for teams to perhaps take a swing on that convoy, and he's just gonna unleash it when the time is right. As for Forest Natural Gaming, they're not going to be on wheels though upon arrival, so perhaps there's going to be a few options around shooting range or even the crash site that they could take claim. But if they're going to be a little bit late, then maybe they want to look towards areas like the far end of Zarki if you really want to be super safe. At least Forest Natural Gaming doesn't really have to be too concerned about getting into the zone for now. As for New House Esports, they've been in the sector of Severity from the get-go, and they have a massive duty to hold across this area, especially the entry point. Right now, they've been able to take those double compounds across the street. So it's going to be a 2-2 split formation. And I kind of wish to see a lot more NHG. They make it into this grand finals by having a couple points above JFT. And it seems like they have not been able to really find the right tempo of play in order to really give chase in the circuit so far in the grand finals.
Well, it was Diane from New Happy who... New Happy? What am I saying? New House. My bad. Who in the play-in stage was... he was the one that mained the bolt-action rifles. He was not really picking up DMRs at all. He was spamming the bolt actions, getting decent damage with it too.
Red zone.
Yeah, he's not out. He's not out. He's not in the game this time around for New House. Oh, I nearly did it again. That was embarrassing. New House does not have their Diane. He's been a long-time veteran of the game as well. Maybe that's part of why. Not sure exactly what the issue is there, why he wouldn't be in play this time around. But looks like the Expendables are going to be parachute dropped in onto by Forest. And as you said, red zone here as well. A little bit of additional pressure. And the worst possible case scenario would be that the red zone blows up their cars Well, worst case scenario would be if they were in the cars and they instantly died, but it would really not be good if their vehicles got blown up by this red zone, and it's really making me nervous that 𝐿𝑌N's still standing right next to them.
Yeah, he fears nothing at all, and even so, perhaps there is certain opportunities that they could still have a couple of buggies parked over onto the other side of the territory. So the odds of having all of your cars being blown up is relatively slim, but not impossible. Thankfully, the red zone's already settled, as they finally get to go ahead to commit up against either members of TE and New House Esports. They kind of don't want to be partaking in some of all these close quarter fights, but they would be able to at least seek out a potential avenue if they have a couple of these members to be peeking right into the urban territories. As for the rest of Finhay Cerberus, they are just hugging by over on across the river of 𝐷𝑉𝘓𝑒𝑗𝑒𝑒𝑒. Now tries to journey deeper into the fields, but Sharper Esports is going to be barricading them for the moment. Rest of the Expendables, though, we're locked inside of the city. I guess it will definitely take a while. I mean, it's still phase 1, so we would expect more to come from the rest of the field once they are vying for more of that space across the field.
It's just not really the right time to commit to taking an engagement right now. If you give up a knock, you're just going to be behind on your rotations. And even if you get the knock, you're probably going to prioritize your rotation anyway, so it's almost not worth the potential of losing durability on helmets and having to use up meds. Just stick around, get ready to make a move if required. TE does have a 2-2 split, but 𝐷𝑉𝑒𝑠𝑡 have kind of crept their way around the outskirts of them. They've got themselves a vehicle from North 𝐸𝑣𝑟𝑛𝑦 as well. They were under some fire from T5, but they don't really have to use it, as the zone has once again shifted north. 50% water all the way up on the coast. 𝐸𝑣𝑟𝑛𝑦 maybe slightly to the western side of the center. It's the teams down south, the likes of CERBERUS and Sharper Esports, who are going to have to start making rotations. Pretty good news for eArena. They had a wide 2-2 split across the field. They're going to look for a chance to regroup. 𝐿𝑌N, is he driving backwards? He spun out. He's a little bit behind the rest of the pack. He's under a lot of pressure. The tires are going to be the target, as he's been left behind by the rest of the squad. Just cannot slow down enough to give him any assistance. And look at all the lines. His car's going to get blown up any second. And he might be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, and seems like Tigger finally gets a catch. Full sense now. Secures one. Thanks to the efforts of both 𝐼𝑛𝑉𝑒𝑙 as well as Tigger, while Burman is also out there on the fields hunting out against those members of Happy Squad. Now scaling up the hillside, losing a lot of speed. Oh, rather risky. Thankfully, he's been able to journey all across the quarters, so he'll be fine for now. While the rest of Force Natural Gaming on the pursuit. Oh, that tag coming from 𝐾𝐆. Absolutely beautiful.
He's even thinking about getting really aggressive onto this, pushing out, get some grenades over, try and secure that flush. 𝐶𝐴PPIE's committing with a couple of smokes as well, but the smoke doesn't bloom quickly enough. 𝑢𝑛Q gets one tag, forces him just to reconsider his aggression. They're not going to get overly aggressive, not going to get punished just yet. And 𝐴𝐺 will be able to grab that revive. They've had to use a lot of smokes though, and when they're in this position, especially if a team has backfilled the 2-2 split of the Expendables, the part that was down towards the south, they will have an angle up that little valley. And now 𝐶𝐴PPIE, the smokes have bloomed. He gets the nade over, gets the re-knock as well. Still pressure onto 𝐴𝐺.
Force Natural Gaming.
Another one.
He can play a little bit more defensively, and right now, the onus is on 𝐴𝐺 to try to find an opening once more. 𝐿𝑌N putting the pressure with the Dragunov, pointed towards that direction. And it seems like they've been able to kind of call for a truce for the moment. So far, pretty much clear over onto the north point, so 𝐼𝑛𝑉𝑒𝑙 is probably not going to be spending too much time overlooking that area. Instead, I guess they will be more concerned of more teams circulating from across shooting range and the hill from the south side. Back towards the side of Sharper Esports. So far, they've been able to really take a really good spot, having A little bit of a shock. I mean, they definitely went through a lot of danger to get here. Speaking of which, Armor Gaming loses a couple of vehicles, have to deploy a couple of cover to ensure their safety. So they should be able to hold out, but there's only one UAZ that they could only work with, and that really puts them at risk if they need to go for that hard shift later on.
And who's that down in the bunker to the south side? Someone orange, obviously. Someone orange. Everyone in the lobby is orange. But someone, who's that? AL Haisaki, I think, might be able to get angles down that little valley that AG is lurking in. So maybe even that UAZ they have might not last too much longer. But oh boy, what is this shift? Okay, well, Sharp is getting hard fed on the Zone 4 shift. This has to go back south away from the water, but this is way further northeast than anyone was anticipating. AL caught off guard by this. They're going to have to get in the vehicles. And then there has to be a decision made. Do you try and dive center early and get some kind of central position? But is there even anything good to play in the center? Or is it better just to lurk on the edges, try and pick people off when they go ahead of you, like what T5 is doing now, and then look to backfill afterwards when teams get picked off, use their bodies, use their utility, and just take the opportunity to get these sprays, especially if someone's on a bike. Oh, man. They get one down. 6, 7, 8, 9 taken out. eArena getting picked apart from all angles as well. Tigger can't quite get the win on the 1v1. Does on the second attempt with some assistance from Tanadol. And eArena wiped out. 5 kills already for Full Sense.
That was such a great hold from Full Sense. They got that situation pretty much under control. And they will expect more teams to also be breaching into that warehouse territory. Sharper Esports, like you said, they need to use this time to really farm up. And Tinoy just runs out 𝐷𝐼𝐼. What an arrival. And Tinoy is looking for his second, but that's one more bullet to secure it. Team Flash, they crash out. And thankfully, 𝐷𝐼𝐼 gets to be rescued.
Oh, that's M4 diff right there. That is that 1 damage per bullet less that the M4 does than an AUG. Oh, he stopped shooting. He was so sure that he got him, and he had to turn back around, but it was too little too that sucks. That really sucks. He should have had that, but not to be. And Buram United pick up their 5th kill of the game. They hold on to their position as well in the compound. Everyone clustered up and clumped now. Those that remain in the zone. So anyone else who has made dives in towards the center is going to have tough choices to figure out where to go. AL did just go straight for something. There's a little bit of a plateau, maybe, that's kind of what they're playing right now that no one has angles on, but it's not great when other teams start to rock up and make plays in the late stage of the game. Very grenadable or even mortarable if those are available. And now TDT is looking to take their chance, make their push forwards. They're going past Newhouse, patiently waiting on the edge and looking to backfill. They're going to be watching where TDT goes with eagle eyes. Any knocks conceded, and they're going to go straight in and look for the backfill.
They're sending out Brian to give a little bit of a check as well. Well, Armor Gaming managing to catch a couple of members of TDT stranded in the middle of nowhere, relying on smokes, but that does not really cover just about enough for 𝐏𝐿 to be able to get a couple of beautiful knocks. AG looking to eventually convert those numbers before that gets stolen away. And speaking of which, 𝐾𝐻 already at it. Just one member down out of the side of TDT. That one now soaking some bullets. Being sprayed down from the far corner. Baron on the lookout. They could not hold back the rest of New Home. And now, finally, these teams have been able to really get into the groove. As we see back and forth fights. Plenty of it over on the south side as 𝐵𝐿𝐺 lock and loaded up against the rest of New Home.
Shots from 𝐵𝐿𝐺 around the side. He's doing it again. He's a fragging machine. Pushing forwards. Flash with a headshot as well. It's looking over for Newhouse.
It's really taking them quite some time to actually shift into the zone, and it seems like there's just no more space for them to work with. A couple of vehicles stranded. Brian only has the bike, the last we checked. So they just have to really either soak in some damage from the blue zone or just try to trade right back. Assumingly, it won't be enough for them to really handle the entirety of Full Sense at this moment. Tanadol gets a glimpse believe that to be photo shields to be deployed for them to hold out for the moment, as they also find the catch up against Vanny over onto that tight space. Still having quite a number of smokes. I think TDT is gonna use everything in their backs to keep themselves afloat, but the nades are now being sent into their direction, and that's just about enough for Tigger to take out the entirety of TDT.
Job done. 1 grenade, 10 kills. What? 10 kills? That's more than half who have even been killed. What? We're in phase 4? What do you mean 10 kills? Full sense. Relax. Buddies, there's only been eliminated. Why do you have 10 kills? What is this?
They took out TDT, eArena as well. I forgot who else was on the list, but there's going to be plenty more to go. I mean, New Home might just be next. And we see a flurry of engagements, and Happy Squad, they just got sent out by another PMS team, as Man has been able to really get things done. And now, they once again for those tight little space, and here comes Flash! Over peaks over onto that corner, and now 2 members are down from full sense.
And there we have the mortar in the kill feed, Dynasty, putting that to use, catching out Simon T of Finhay Cerberus. It's gonna happen. Like, stuck on the edge of this zone. They're using trees for cover and not really anything else. Houdat up close and personal. They're going for a rebreach. There's the M249. Just hold down mouse 1 and eventually trick peeks into it. Destroy will take, but Man around the backside, 1 HP. He gets an angle around the side. Houdat will go. Cleans him up. Should be able to maybe grab some revives unless anyone else goes for a rebreach. 𝐶𝐲𝐻 just hopped in the vehicle. He might be going in on this.
Yeah, that could be a very big opportunity, but the revive going through might actually see the rest of Alter Ego members who has been knocked down to be eventually claimed. And now back towards the side for Natural Gaming. They try to make their cut out towards the fields, but it's relatively difficult for them to really leave Severity for the moment. 𝐶𝐲𝐻 now the one dropping the grenades, and he's looking for the feet of the AL members. Not quite enough to take out Destroy. And he might actually gain a little bit of attention span coming out of Finhay Cerberus, who's looking for a breach as well. Sending 1 member right through.
Oh, no.
And that's going to be Houdat eventually taking out 𝐿𝐿.
𝐿𝐿 was trying to make his way in for support. Just got caught off. It's actually 𝐿𝐿 from all the way up the hill with the Dragunov that lands the headshot. Kiss, another double kill. He's an MP5 warrior as well, but UNQ sits him down. 𝐶𝐲𝐻 got inside the gas station. He could maybe get these flushes if he can break the line of sight, get the reload off, get the bullets. Dodge out on the flashbang, dodge out on the utility. Snuck into the room around the outside. Oh, and he wins the gunfight 1 versus 1. 𝐶𝐲𝐻 making the most of that knock that came through from up the hill. 𝐿𝐿 got the drop onto Himas, and he pushed in. Completely caught them off guard. AL eviscerated, wiped out. Cerberus now have the chance to overtake them and push into the top 4, potentially even top 3. And with EA being well outside of that range, that is the cutoff point. They might be holding on to their PGS spot at the halfway point.
I'm sorry, I think I lost your connection for a little bit. You might need to actually refresh your browser or something like that. And Finhay Cerberus, they're definitely in firm control. We also have to consider the fact that Brum United, they're over onto the top end of we're onto this other side of the compound, and they will be able to have a say on how they actually take shape and maybe take that fight up to the members of Finhay Cerberus, as 𝐿𝐿 is being sent to really snoop around those corners.
T5, they've claimed that position that was so hard fought over by pretty much everyone else. All of the utility really that was there to be found has been expended in this battle. But they're not going to be too upset about getting themselves one of the very few positions of Diva that's anywhere close to the center of this zone. But Cerberus, 2-2 split. There's a plateau for Simon T and Lambao. There's an airdrop crate right next to them. And all of the teams down to the south are going to have to make a move in this anyway. Don't hold that eastern, force around to go the opposite way. They're going to be pretty free. They're going to have high ground eventually. everyone has made the ramp.
Yeah, and we gotta see if they actually pull through though. Full sense, looking to take on both Sharper Esports as well as potentially those members of the Expendables. Do have the Dragunov pointed over onto that direction, and a couple of successful tags coming through from Flash. Doesn't really pave the passage so far for the side of Full Sense, but they're just gonna send it into the middle. Are they gonna be able to hold firm as they rock up against the rest of Finhay, and they are absolutely prepared. Simon T with the Panzerfaust and 𝘠𝐵𝑎𝑜 have been able to shred them all apart, and Full Sense could not come to their senses, unable to trade back.
Yeah, just well filled with them. Stop that, boys. Done enough today. It's been 95-point day for Full Sense. That's enough. Stop. Stop there. That'll do. That's and of course, who else but CERBERUS with the Panzerfaust to get a little bit of payback for how everyone in the lobby treated them yesterday. Out of it. This did a knock, and Burak is going to look to capitalize on that.
Oh yeah, this is a very good opportunity right now. Khan spots him out, and right through the back, he got himself clipped with a couple of straight shots, but that does not stop Khan. And eventually, somebody else will, and once more, it's Simon T to save the day. What can this man not do? But particularly this, the rest of Theerathon 5 also marching into this quarter, and that should be able to settle it. Patampong with a grenade. And Baron, he shows up in the nick of time to take out members of Sharper Esports.
How's he even alive? He was out in the blue zone for so long. All of those bodies from the rest of his squad and Armory Gaming, everyone that got picked off, he was lurking in the blue zone all this time. Gets a top 4, gets some kills on the back of it as well. He might have just handed the win over to either T or T5 because Sharper is sure not getting it now.
It's just getting more and more rowdy. Everyone's fighting for that same position that Finhay CERBERUS was at. And now that the dust settles, it's a three-way battle, and Sharper only having a lone ranger in the form of J-Die. He's been caught in between those members of the Expendables, though. But 𝐿𝑜RI's pretty much got that one sorted. Not quite yet, but they will double down on it. Just relying on whatever cover, but 𝐷𝑢cks will be able to detonate that vehicle and firmly secures yet another point. Now down to a fair 4 versus 4 duel.
Oh, Tanvu's running low on ammunition. He's already dropped the DMR. Utility's not looking great for the Expendables. T5 have the better position in the zone for now. The Expendables do have some vehicles, but I mean, they're not looking great. A couple more shots and that UAZ is going to explode. It's got no tires anyway, so they're on foot for the rest of this. And without smokes, that's almost an impossible task. Delwyn as well. No smokes to work with. Drop down the deployable covers. Maybe 𝐿𝑜RI's could sneak his way around, get an opening onto 𝘁𝐿𝑜. That could open the door for something, some kind of play. Cause some chaos, disorganization in the T5 ranks. But they're watching for it. They're not going to give up anything easily. So 𝐿𝑜RI's needs to find something and quickly.
He definitely sensed something is amiss, and he probably spotted the hit moving around, so he's going to be challenging. Okay, that's a little too much, as his brain brought down to 12% of HP, and it's going to be Tanvu that finds an opening up against Ranger X with one tap straight to the dome.
That's big, though. That's an opening that T5 could not afford to concede. Rusted JR still sitting back in the gas station, holding the line. IGL versus IGL, 1 versus 1, as Delwyn has pushed his way up to the north to try and dislodge him from that holding position. Ranger X still not even started on the revive, and now 𝘁𝐿𝑜 is being focused down from multiple angles. He's been hit by a Molotov. 𝐷𝑢cks, the one piece of lethal utility that TE have, and it's been put to excellent use. Ranger X back in the fight, but that was the man they needed to dislodge. Now they've got rid of that southern anchor, and TE can start to swarm. They're using T5's own smokes against them to get up close.
And Delwyn's also drawing the distance. Patampong tries to hold down the line, but could not even trade right back. And all that there's left to do is hunt down the final remaining member right across the gas station. And there we go. A big win for the Expendables to close out day 2.
And it all starts with Tanvu getting the better of Ranger X in a 1 versus 1. was a lot of focus on sneaking around the side, going to pick off the flanks and open potential avenues for wraparounds and getting around the other side and causing damage to T5. But 𝐴𝑛𝑉 says, forget that, I'm just going to walk forwards and shoot the guy in front of me. Duck_Juice is like, it's that easy. Like, what else do we need to do? Just say to 𝐴𝑛𝑉, go kill, and we can just walk in and wipe out the rest of them. Big W for TE. At the end of the day, it's a much needed one as well. Keeps them in contention with a potential chance of first place. Although if Full Sense is going to be having 95-point days regularly, then I don't think anyone stands a chance. But TE is definitely in a close second and keeping pace for the most part all throughout the day as well. And this win definitely helps them to do that as we reach the midway point of the PAQ Phase 2 finals.
Yeah, at least we're getting potentially that two-away horse race between both TE as well as Full Sense. And in this round itself, we've seen so many crazy action from that fight between Team Flash, and I believe that to be Rum United as well. And it really draws down to one member left. And with a lot of all these open terrains, we even see desperate attempts of teams breaching into compounds, and there's just so many of all these fights revolves around this gas station, and Alter Ego managed to take over until the arrival of you know, all the other squads to eventually flush them forward. And I would say the Expendables, they played it really cleanly throughout the span of the match.
They really did. They did a very solid job holding down their 2-2 split. It looked a little bit sketchy earlier on when 𝐹orest parachuted onto their heads, but they managed to hold on to that spot on the southwestern side of 70, and getting out from that position was always going to be difficult. The amount of teams that were kind of condensed onto the west as it shifted further and further east into the open field, you saw just how many teams were struggling to get in there. Teams were making sends in vehicles from the south, getting picked off, and then Baron from 𝐹orest just sneakily lurking out in the blue zone and somehow picking people off as well. It was a chaos on the western side, but TE, a team that normally gets involved in chaos this time around, keeping 4 players alive, taking the 4 versus 4 victory, taking the fight to T5, coming out ahead.
Yeah, I'm just overall satisfied with all the team's performance. I mean, we've seen big step up coming out of Full Sense with the biggest haul of points that any team could actually achieve in the day, and I think that there's no record in the past that basically top this right now. I mean, after all, these players are coming from Day Trade, one of the most successful team out of Thailand, and they're showing that, you know, the DNA is pretty much still there with pretty much same faces. So they're definitely giving everybody a run for the money. So that being said, I mean, now we also have all the other squads to really fight for the other slots as well. I think with even the partner teams like the Expendables to be holding one by default. So who does it benefit by the end of the day? So we've only got a total of 2 days to really settle the scores, and I think that it just gets more and more interesting as we slowly get the teams pretty much playing through all the course of the run.
Yeah, it really is going to be interesting, especially to see whether or not eArena can kind of turn things around. We're at the halfway point. There's still plenty of time for them to catch up, and if they can make a push into the top 3, top 4, then it pushes the limit down again. And we know that eArena is going to be performing at PGS, so this is, again, the practice time. They've got to figure out a strategy, make things work with the new addition to their roster of Opons. There is a little bit of maybe leniency there, but they've really got to start stacking it up and start getting performances on the board. If they're able to do that, then yeah, it makes things a little bit easier maybe for some of the other squads. It won't be a big difference the way that the leaderboard is currently looking. Again, between 3rd place and 7th place coming into that final game was 10 points. So it might mean that one team misses out by sort of 2 or 3 points, but it's still 2 or 3 points less that they would have to get. And so many teams across so many tournaments in all the years of PUBG have missed out on qualifying for big events or winning titles by just 2 or 3 points. Sometimes even by 0 points. And we're here in APAC, and we're going to break the hearts of every Australian person by saying PCS2, you lost by 0 points. Literally a tiebreaker. It can make all the difference to only need that 1 or 2 extra points. It really can make such a big difference. So there'll be a lot of teams who are maybe hoping that eArena can start to turn things around. Although it would be nice for them to, you know, stack up the points themselves as well. It's going to be tough. It really is going to be tough, but we're halfway through the tournament. Pretty much every team has shown hints that they're definitely capable of performing to this level. Some obviously more so than others, and some more consistently so than others. But, you know, it could all fall apart again for Full Sense, because their day one was fine, you know, about 5 points per game average. Coming today, 15 points per game average. Where's this come from? TE, they've been pretty consistent across the whole thing, keeping themselves within the conversation, at least for top 2, top 3. And today, with a big game at the end, 𝐿𝑜RRIES definitely was alive for longer than 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Do not listen to that graphic, it's a liar. But it's a big win, 11 kills on the board, their second win of the finals, and keeping themselves right up there in the mix for first place.
Yeah, you can see that there is good damage output coming in from every single member out of TE, and Tanvu as well as Delwyn have always been the ones to be taking the forefront. And even in that very final fight, I was taking a good hard look at Delwyn's position. He's been able to really breach through when you saw those thick fog of smokes being deployed, and he just went in for that massive flank. I mean, TE, after that good hard knock that was opened up by 𝐿𝑜RRIES, they really took charge and leave no space for the rest of Theerathon fight to even fight back. And that's how scary this team looks. I mean, after all, we're talking about the defending champions, and Tanvu secures yet another MVP title this time around.
Yeah, get used to that. He's been stacking up a whole lot of these. Everyone sort of came in, you know, we had 𝐿𝑜RRIES as the MVP for Vietnam for a long time, and then it was sort of Taikon, then it was 𝐼𝑚𝑎S, and now Tanvu has showed up, and he's here to stay. He's another one of those very young players, but fears nothing, absolute confidence, believes in himself, and that's what allows him to do things like walk forwards and shoot Ranger X and open up the possibility for the rest of his squad to just wrap around and overwhelm T5 on their defense at the end of that final game. Duck Juice with a well-placed Molotov as well, getting another crucial pick and putting a stop to things. But Full Sense, what are they doing here?
What?
You died 7 minutes ago. Why are you in second place? Oh, it's because they had 12 kills by phase 3. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a way to top off an insane day for Full Sense, even outdoing the Expendables in the kills column, who ended up winning the game. But TE gets the win. Full Sense wins the day, though, by an absolute mile. 95 points in the day is just absurd.
Yeah, I really want to figure out what really changed in the span of those weeks. I mean, this is definitely a roster that's been pretty much proven throughout the years that they played together. But, you know, it really feels like everything was being set perfectly from Full Sense organization to really provide such a healthy environment for them to thrive. I mean, we take a look at the results once more. It's 21 points coming out of the Expendables, and Full Sense, who, like you said, crashed out early, only reaped out of 1 placement point, and the rest came out of elimination zone. It's just baffling on how well this team has been so cohesive and still are the #1 team after 2 days of play. And what was the number again? 90 over points?
95
in this
points.
hole?
Yeah, they were
35
points at the end of day one. Almost 100-point club in 6 games. Absolutely wild stuff. But the Expendables, I mean, we can't take away the fact that they're very close to 10 points per game as well. They were a little more consistent over the 2 days. They had better points on day number 1 coming in here, and now almost keeping pace with Full Sense. 17-point gap is very respectable when we're still halfway point of the tournament. Everyone else, I mean, Sharper Esports got completely blown out of the waters this time around. They were about, what, 62 points after yesterday's games, so less than 30 points today. Kind of the polar opposite of Full Sense, but Full Sense just took it that step further. 95 points in a day is wild. The race between Finhay CERBERUS and Anyone's Legend for potential qualification spot is going to be really exciting to watch, but then you have outliers as well. Buriram United, Team Flash as well, a Vietnam Series champion, so do not count them out just because maybe you haven't heard of them as as much as you've heard of 𝐏𝐷, still a very capable team. So many exciting storylines to talk about. We've got 2 more days to try and figure out this absolute mess of who's going to be going to Malaysia to compete at PGS 9 and 10, and who is going to be the Thai team that claims the regional wildcard slot directly to the finals of PGC, which will be held right here in Bangkok in just a month or two's time. It's going to be really exciting. There's so much to look out for, so much pressure on the line for all of these teams. 2 more days of games to try and figure it all out.
Yeah, and we're moving into the halfway point, and these teams are definitely put everything on the line for them to improve their standings. And right at this moment, when we look into the break points as well, there's a very healthy gap for the top 7 to still vie in for that top 4 spot. So Theerathon 5 need to also put more rounds, just like the ones that they had earlier here, to achieve more top 4 finishes, or maybe amp up their firepower. Because if you take a look at the teams who are sitting above that 7th place, they have more than 50 over points acquired through kills alone. So I think that's majority of how all these efficient APAC teams have been playing things out. You just got to be feistier than the other teams out there in the field.
Yeah, it always has been a frag-heavy region, but the teams that have always come out on top are the ones that can do both. Pick up the frags and also play with control, play with a good strategy and game plan, and most importantly, play with team cohesion. It's really cool to see 𝐏𝐷 going out there and having 7 or 8 kills in a game. Right now, it's Forest Gaming sitting in, 8th place overall in the road to PGS points, 49 points total. It's really cool to see that they can have 𝐾𝐻 go out there and get sort of 6, 7, 8 kill games, but it's got to be everyone. It's a team game. They need everyone to be showing up, and they've shown that they can do it before. 12 more games left to try and pick up the pieces, because right now they're about 40 points shy of qualification. That's a big gap, but there's 12 games. There is a lot of games left to go. It can still be done, and everything's still to play for with 12 games left to go.
Yeah, and with 2 days of play, we definitely will update you guys about the PGS rankings, as well as teams are definitely hoping to improve every step of the way. And well, from the looks of it, definitely we have a little bit of a shakiness coming out of Forest Natural Gaming, where they've shown, some signs of brilliance, but day 2 just wasn't exactly their day. We hope to actually see them bounce back harder so that they could prove that they are still to be a team to be respected by the rest of the field here in APAC, and of course in the global runs of PGS.
Yeah, and this has always been kind of the thing with Thailand, is there's so many teams that can compete for the top at that level within the Thailand national leagues. There's so many, and sometimes they look really good, and then the next month they don't look quite so great. We're hoping that this is one of the good months for Thailand, and we get a clean race to see who's going to be getting that spot at PGC. But that's all we have for now. 12 more games to go, starting at the same time, same place tomorrow. Do not miss out. It's going to be exciting. We're going to be here to take you through all the action tomorrow. So get some rest, and we'll see you next time.
Calentura pura, chula, te prende el fueguito el disco en la tula. Le explote la pista, nunca te quita, tú me castigas. Party, después para after party, nuestros labios Bacardi, te vuelve super natty, ey. Pues vamos pa'l party, guayando todo el tiempo, a rindar todo el cuerpo, un piquetazo lento.